Buenas tardes, and thank you very much for coming today. I want to thank the Senate President, Senator Rivera Schatz, the Senate Minority Leader, Senator Batia, the House Speaker Mendez, and the House Minority Leader, Rafael Hernandez, for helping me to coordinate this meeting with all of you today. So thank you very much. And the purpose of inviting you today was to continue the dialogue that we started with some of you already, and to expand that to those that I have not yet met. I think it's really important for us to share with you where the board is, and to have a direct line of communication with you. I invite you to use this opportunity not just when we meet as a group, but any time that you'd like to come in and you'd like to talk about any issue. I am open to meeting with you whenever is convenient for any and all of you. I'm sure that everyone in this room is aligned, and everyone wants to achieve what's best for Puerto Rico. So there's no disagreement there. The questions are, as always, the devil's in the detail. I thought I would start today by talking a little bit about the debt burden, which you're all very aware of, then talk a little bit about the fiscal plans that we certified today. I have received numerous questions about our pension policy, so I thought I'd spend a little time on pensions. And then something that is of critical importance to Puerto Rico, and I know that, that is the police budget, where there have been many questions. Of course, I'm happy to answer questions about other things if I can. If I can't answer them, I will get back to you with an answer. It's hard to keep it all the level of detail on every single issue, so please forgive me if I don't come up with an immediate answer, but I will do my best. The debt burden of Puerto Rico, you know this, is simply unsustainable. Per the chart that you see here, there's actually over $126 billion in debts, comprised of tax-supported debt. Hold on. Yep, I see. I'm sorry. Let's try again. It's no problem. It's my fault. I'm sorry I can't do this in Spanish. Aquí y test, is it working now? Is it working? Are you getting? Does everyone who needs a set have one? Anyone else need a translation for my English? So, just starting with the debt burden, which is in essence why I'm here and why Promesa was created, right? It's the cause, perhaps, of the existence of Promesa. The $126 billion is broken down into tax-supported debt, public corporation debt, and pension liabilities. And often people talk only about 74, but I think it's important to add the other 50 or so of pension, 57 of pension. That is a huge stack of debt. GNP right now is in the mid-60s, so it's twice GNP. Half of these contractual obligations, approximately, are with its pensioners, are obligations to the pensioners of Puerto Rico. And most people talk about GOs, COFINA, PREPA debt, but the reality is that the unfunded pension liability is more than those three combined. And we'll talk more about pensions later today. we have had some success. And I think, the governor's representative to the board today, Mr. Sobrino, said that very emphatically. And there's no reason not to stress those successes. The government has restructured the GDB debt in a Title VI. We have reached agreement in the Title III process on a COFINA plan of adjustment, which was filed in the court on Friday. And hopefully by January, given the court schedule, and with your support as legislators to take the steps in legislation that are needed for the COFINA deal, as you have already for the GDB deal, we can put COFINA debt behind us. We have reached an agreement in principle with the ad hoc creditors of PREPA. That is not enough, unfortunately, in terms of votes to reach a full settlement, but if we are now talking to the monolines, then we have to talk to Fuel Line and other creditors. Hopefully, we will be able to build on that plan, on that principled agreement, to reach agreement and put behind us PREPA's debt restructuring. The three pieces together are about 40% of the debt, not taking into account the pensions. So it's a start. And there's obviously a lot more to do, but the rest of this will really depend to some extent on the fiscal plan as the basis for the further negotiations with the Commonwealth. So as you know, probably know, the board certified this morning a new fiscal plan for the Commonwealth and for the University of Puerto Rico. Taking the Commonwealth first, this process was about not changing policies that were agreed on with the governor earlier this year in a collaborative process, but instead updating that fiscal plan for new information, for changes, and using the best possible available information. Amongst other things, we updated the fiscal plan for fiscal year 18 revenues, fiscal year 18 expenditures. We updated it for the increased growth effect of additional incremental federal disaster funding, which is expected to come to the island. We adjusted the demographic projections. We adjusted what we saw as progress or lack of progress on some structural reforms that were in the plan. And we added the COFINA debt restructuring settlement, because that is now going to be an obligation that we had to include. So the best fiscal plan is the one that's the most accurate. We tried to make it more accurate than what the June plan showed. Some of these updates that I described to you were positive in the short term. For example, higher fiscal year 18 revenues than were projected in the June plan, lower fiscal year 18 expenditures. The additional growth from the incremental additional federal funds is positive in the short term. Other updates were negative. There was a slower ramp up of the federal funds. So if in June we thought federal funds would come in over a 10-year period, we've now been advised it's more likely to be over 15 years, so it's slowed. And some lack of progress on implementation of some reforms. So a summary of the outlook is what you see here in Exhibit 4. The red line basically shows you the price of inaction, doing nothing. And even though the fiscal trajectory of the Commonwealth is stabilized for a few years, thanks to the effect of the federal assistance, which acts as a stimulus to the economy, it quickly deteriorates after the disaster relief funds slow and as the economy returns to its natural trend without the stimulus. What you see in the dotted blue lines is post measures. So red is doing nothing. Dotted blue line is what's in the fiscal plan, the fiscal measures and the structural reforms that are in the plan and what the difference is. So we reverse that negative pre-measure structural deficit, and we actually achieve in the plan a cumulative surplus by fiscal year 23, which is the end of the fiscal plan, technically it's a 5-year plan, of $17 billion. That primary surplus continues until 2033, but it's dependent, fully dependent, on timely implementation, full implementation of structural reforms, fiscal measures. It's dependent on the amount of federal funds that come in and that ramp, how quickly they come in or slowly as the case may be. It's dependent on how much of the federal funds flow to the local economy. There's a lot of the funds will be going towards products and services that go off the island. So a lot of assumptions are built into this, dozens of assumptions that create this short-term surplus. The one that is certain in here is the federal funding for Medicaid, which is included, which covered all Medicaid costs through FY20. Again, this does not take into account debt service beyond the COFINA at the Commonwealth level. So COFINA payments are here. The rest of it, since we haven't reached a debt restructuring, are not yet reflected in these numbers. However, it's probably just as important to focus on the second half of the line, which is that there's a primary deficit from 2034 until 2058, 25 years. And that's based on the unwinding of the federal disaster recovery stimulus effect and the lack of broader, deeper, incrementally additional structural reforms that change the competitiveness of the Puerto Rican economy. So we return, in essence, back to that underlying economic trend of pre-federal disaster money. Those of you that remember the ARA funding, you had the similar thing happen with the ARA funding. The economy grows with the federal funds, and then it returns to its natural state, basically, once the federal funding is over. So we still face very challenging economic and demographic trends in the longer term. The net of the plus and the minus over the 40 years is zero, and that's simply a coincidence that the short-term surplus and the longer-term deficit are equivalent. The new fiscal plan projects $82 billion in disaster relief funding in total. And when I say disaster relief funding, it means both federal and private, meaning insurance, funds that are related to or appropriated because of Hurricanes Irma and Maria. It's a mixture of individual assistance, reconstruction of houses, personal expenditures related to hurricanes, for example, clothing, supplies. It's also public assistance, the reconstruction of infrastructure, schools, roads. It also includes monies that will cover the Commonwealth's portion of the cost sharing. As you know, under FEMA rules, there is a cost sharing, unless it's forgiven, that Puerto Rico, other states have to share in. It's usually 10%, but CDBG HUD monies can be used for that, so that's part of this calculation. And you can see the detail here. You have it so that I won't go through it. But let me be clear, so there's no misunderstanding. The federal disaster-related funding that we're talking about here, appropriated to Puerto Rico, does not flow through the budget, right? It doesn't flow through the general fund, and it doesn't flow even from our view to the federal funds. It's kind of a separate pool of money, and so there have been some tweets earlier today that say that the surplus should not be created with federal funds. In fact, those federal funds are not in the calculation of the surplus, with the exception of the growth that the funds create, which has an effect on revenues. I see the House Ways and Means Committee Chairman nodding. So yeah, you do have the boost into revenues, but it's not federal funding that's calculated in these surpluses, with one exception, and that's Medicaid, right? Medicaid comes in directly and covers, in the federal funds budget, Medicaid costs. The stimulus of those federal funds is created by the influx of this money. That, plus the structural reforms, give us the ability to estimate real growth in Puerto Rico GNP this year of about 8% for fiscal year 19. That's a substantial growth after a decade of decline. And that tells you just how strong the stimulus effect is on the economy. However, the population is still projected to decline over the period of the new fiscal plan. And that's the next slide. Sorry. And that population decline is not as great as it was the first year after the hurricane or the year of the hurricane. It continuously declines. Somebody want to move to the next slide? No, there's no slide there. It's Exhibit 11. You may not have it. That population decline becomes more like the pre-hurricane decline, the demographic trend that Puerto Rico has faced for a decade or more. In other words, we have a natural population decline that has nothing to do with the hurricane, both birth and death rates. It also has a large component of how much immigration onto the island there is. And there has been a historically low level of immigration to the island. So when you compare places like New Orleans after Katrina, many people left, but new people moved to New Orleans afterwards. Not the same people who left, but other people moved to New Orleans. In Puerto Rico, the trend does not take into account any massive movement from the mainland to Puerto Rico, whether it's Puerto Ricans or others. It continues the trend of basically very low on-island immigration. The COFINA agreement, I know that you've all been briefed by the government. I won't spend a lot of time on it. Who's working on this? Yeah, okay. All right, sorry. So that Exhibit 11, by the way, is in the fiscal plan. It's up on the website. All of these things in the entire fiscal plan is available on the website. We were just giving you these pieces to guide you through the conversation, but you have all of it available. Going back to the COFINA agreement for a moment, I think the COFINA agreement is very important to understand. It reduced the cash flow to COFINA from a maximum of $1.85 billion, which was the original COFINA debt service, to $992 million. That's the new COFINA debt service. That's a savings of about $17 billion in debt service over the 40 years. The average savings per year is about $456 million that does not have to be paid to COFINA, that remains with the Commonwealth. That had the restructuring not occurred, or had the COFINA bondholders won in court in their litigation, that money, that $17 billion, that $456 per year, would be going to COFINA and not to the Commonwealth. The new fiscal plan projects a revenue and expense measures, and what I mean by that is actions that the government needs to take with regard to the budget. Some are revenue measures, compliance. Some are expense measures, savings. The total for this year of measures that need to be taken is $865 million. That's increase in revenue and decrease in expenditures. By 2023, that number grows incrementally each year to $3.4 billion. So it's a significant amount of savings. The Exhibit 34, okay. This one shows that the fiscal measures for the 5 years, but it also shows the longer term impact of those measures. We made only small changes in the baseline, only small changes based on expenditures last year. Really, the fiscal measures drive a 6% increase in revenues over this fiscal period, the 5 years, and a 17% decrease in expenditures by 23. We're monitoring with the government 128 implementation plans. That's 4 structural reforms, it's 4 general fiscal measures across the government, plus another 120 or so agencies and groupings of agencies. It's an enormous amount of effort that goes into achieving those savings that I described. It does not happen easily, as you can well imagine. Later this week, we'll have up on our website a dashboard that you'll be able to see who has in fact delivered implementation plans, who has not, and then who's delivering progress reports on the implementation. Over time, we'll build more into that dashboard. We'll tell you whether they were complete or not, but right now it's going to start simple. Did they give us a plan or not? So for example, you have the Department of Public Safety with 7 or 8 agencies. Forgive me if I don't remember. I think it's 7. 7 agencies. Only 1 has delivered an implementation plan. The other 6 just haven't delivered. Now, does that mean they're not doing reforms? I can't tell you. All I can tell you is I have no visibility, and neither will you, into whether they're happening or not, because I don't have a plan or a progress report. I do have it for the police. Structural reforms. So we can't get to where we all want to be in Puerto Rico with a growing economy simply by cutting costs. We could restructure the debt, cut the costs, and we still would not be in a growing economy. And that's because Puerto Rico's situation has changed over the years. The competitiveness of this economy has long been determined by federal tax benefits. And we could pretend like other things didn't really matter, the cost and reliability of electricity, the cost of labor. We could pretend they didn't matter because those federal tax benefits were sufficiently beneficial that businesses believed in the total equation that Puerto Rico was competitive for them over North Carolina or over Ireland or over Singapore, wherever they wanted to go for their business. But when 936 disappeared and now other federal tax benefits have disappeared and we've lost that competitive advantage, now businesses are looking at the rest of what businesses look at here in terms of their cost. They're looking at the cost of electricity, the reliability of electricity. They're looking at the cost of labor. They're looking at the administrative burden and cost of taxes on the island. They're looking at all the things that perhaps in the past were not as important, but today, that's all there is. So structural reforms have to deliver the growth. There's no way to grow without changing that competitiveness. And we suffer today, you know this, from very low labor force participation, somewhere under 40%, a business climate that's very difficult to navigate, and expensive and unreliable electricity. So the structural reforms try in the fiscal plan to attack each of those negatives and turn them into a positive. If these reforms are fully implemented during this 5 years, you get a 0.95% average increase per year in GNP, almost 1%. In addition to that, there's reforms in this plan in the K through 12 education, which produce an effect later when these kids are joining the labor force. That's an additional 0.26. So you get to, on average, 1.21 increase in GNP on average, starting in 2048, simply because of the reforms you do now. And if we did more to change our competitiveness, that number would grow. But that's all we've been able to agree on. And they are labor and human capital reforms. So we've agreed on a welfare to work program. This is with the food stamps, with the SNAP. We've agreed, and hopefully will be legislated, an EITC. These are things that help the labor participation rates. Earned income tax credit, locally funded, not federal. We were not eligible for the federal one. We didn't come to agreement on improving the employment at will environment, so that's not included in this fiscal plan. There's ease of doing business reforms that we've agreed on with the government. Permitting, digitization, and there is energy reform, of course, which you are all very critically involved in, which involves transforming PREPA into something that can deliver less costly, more efficient, more reliable energy. That plan, as you well know, involves a concessionaire over the transmission and distribution, and then changing the fuel mix substantially. If the legislatures get their way, it'll be a 100% alternative by 2050, Mr. Patia. But bottom line, changing the fuel mix to bring the cost down. And then, of course, operating PREPA in a way that's more efficient than they have in the past to bring down costs. It also involves an independent regulator because we can't attract private sector investment, and so much of the work that's being done is about ensuring and or improving the independence of the regulator, but also a transparent regulatory system. And finally, infrastructure reform. So these are the reforms that are included in the fiscal plan, but they get you where I told you, which is short and medium-term growth, but it's not enough. It's not enough for the longer term. And so although these critical reforms are there and they move us forward and it's better than it's been, there's no question, there's still additional reforms that I think we should still continue to discuss, which includes moving forward on the labor reform agenda. And I'm not saying we have to repeal Law 80. I'm saying we have to move to a more competitive labor market. Help us understand how to do that. Other ease of doing business reforms. And someday, Mr. Soto, comprehensive tax reform, someday. So, comprehensive, I mean, you can do things now, but those are kind of marginal. But we talk a lot about whether or not something could happen that would change the tax environment dramatically to broaden the base, improve compliance, make it simple, remove the burden, lower taxes to be more competitive, but including more players. something that would be dramatic front page news in the Wall Street Journal, you know, and bring everyone's attention to investing in Puerto Rico. That's the future. If we move to Exhibit 21, yep, there we go. What you see is what's at stake today. We project a primary surplus through 2033. Depends on full, timely implementation of those things that are in the plan, and includes the federal effect of the stimulus. It includes that shorter-term Medicaid money. But all of this is still before we look at additional contractual debt service. The things that put this at risk, put this surplus at risk, are if the reforms are haphazard or halfway and we don't get the same growth. That growth would then compromise revenues. Revenues would not be as strong. We could see changes in Medicaid costs on the island. For example, if PMPM costs per member, the costs go up more than we projected. Or we could see lack of implementation of different agency measures. Any of those things would change that surplus in the short term. Long term, it's important to know that the deficits are really driven by Medicaid costs going up. Medicaid costs, healthcare costs outpace GNP growth in Puerto Rico. There's also that lack of additional reforms that I described. There's the phase out of the federal funding, and there's declining Act 154 revenues. Because this plan projects deficits from 2034, and you know better than I do that the Puerto Rican Constitution doesn't allow you to adopt anything but a balanced budget, someone at some point is going to have to do something. So we all still need to be thinking about what to do, because this balance cannot be maintained. We cannot, neither by Constitution nor for the good of Puerto Rico, have this kind of an imbalance. There's a section in the fiscal plan that talks about what options there are, kinds of things that can be done. We've talked about some of them already. I think if you step back, though, why you need that growth and why we can't rely solely on the good news of, the effect of the federal stimulus money is what this means in terms of looking at Puerto Rico as compared to, for example, Mississippi. This growth that you see here means that Puerto Rico reaches the real GDP per capita level of Mississippi by 2021. That's great. However, if we do nothing more than what's in this plan, then by 2058, we're again 16% lower than Mississippi. In fact, by 2058, the size of the Puerto Rican economy is 5% smaller than it was in 2017 before the hurricane. So you have this opportunity and you have this growth, and what we've been trying to urge is to use that cushion of time to do more, to do other things that might be uncomfortable in an environment that's declining, which is where we faced each other in 2017. But today you have that cushion of growth, and you have that cushion of jobs being created. You see the unemployment numbers are coming down tremendously. That's because jobs are being created because of these federal monies. While those jobs are being created is the best time to make the changes that will avoid that curve going down. The new fiscal plan involves a lot more transparency, and that means that there is a whole list, pages of reporting that will be done to the board, but also made public. Budget to actual, implementation, internal controls, all kinds of things, including we've asked for a tax expenditure report. And we've urged them to produce that because today, all of us, all of you, are making choices that you've never had to make before. What I mean by that is, in the past, you didn't have to choose between a film tax credit and giving more money to the police. You did both. You did both because you were able to issue triple tax exempt debt and borrow, and you didn't have to make the choice between, and I'm just using these as an example. I'm not suggesting one or the other is right. I'm just saying every day is a choice. More tax credit to somebody means less money for something that you believe is terribly important to this island. And I don't think in the past you've had to think about that as a specific choice. Whereas today, we all need to make that choice. We can't borrow. And so we need to decide whether X is more important than Y, or A or B. in conclusion, I guess I want you to take two things away from this fiscal plan. First, all focus needs to be on implementation. None of even this is possible without us implementing, as I said, 120 some implementation plans, hundreds of measures. And second, that long-term trajectory, that long-term trend is going to require hard work above and beyond all the things that are in this plan. We can either move forward and talk about pensions and police, and I can finish and take questions, or I can stop. I can do whatever is best for you. Keep going? Okay. Pensions. And my team put together a whole lot here on pensions. I'm not sure how much detail to go into. Pre-promesa. Pre-promesa, the government repeatedly tried to reform the pension systems. Pensioners were subjected to many benefit reductions. We talked about that earlier today. And despite all of that, the pension systems are not solvent. It wasn't fixed. The problem didn't go away. Benefits paid exceed contributions greatly. System 2000 benefits were commingled, paid to existing retirees. The central government, others didn't make the contributions necessary under law. And by 2017, the systems were virtually unfunded, unable to pay benefits. So the challenges are, how do we provide adequate funding to pensioners? How do we achieve a consensual agreement on the debt? Because whether we like it or we don't, bankruptcy law sees the retirees as unsecured creditors. That $50 billion that I showed you is how the court thinks about it. The pension systems are virtually unfunded. I mean, ERS literally has nothing left. The economic and moral reasons to adequately fund the pensions are clear. And we'd like to be able to secure access to Social Security for police, for teachers, for judges. It has to be a priority for us. And it has to be a priority because it provides another level of security for pensioners, which is very important for many people. In 2017, the legislature passed Act 106 to convert to a pay-go system, and that was step one, because by doing that, we're paying $2.2 billion out of the general fund, and we are paying pensions. If y'all had not done that, the situation would be impossible. So great thanks to all of you for step one on pension reform. Is when people talk about pension reform, somehow they only think about the 10% cut that the board's talking about. Pension reform began with pay-go. The second part of it was creating segregated employee contributions. And the government did that. The employee contributions are segregated into a separate account. They're not yet individual accounts, but they are segregated, which means they're not using the funds. We, the board, authorized funding of the pay-go payments as part of the budgets. And the next step is transitioning to a defined contribution plan. Then there are freezes and reductions that are necessary on the existing defined benefit plans, but all of that in the end will provide a retiree with visibility, transparency, full ability to manage their own investment in a defined contribution plan, and it will take away the opportunity, or the risk, I should say, the risk of any future government not properly funding, underfunding, borrowing, and it won't mislead them that they have a pension which technically doesn't even exist today. The Commonwealth Fiscal Plan covers 3 plans: ERS, TRS, and JRS. Separately, PREPA and UPR systems. Combined, the 3 in the Commonwealth Plan cover 300,000 Puerto Ricans, half of which are working and about half of which are retired and collecting pensions. The UPR and PREPA plans are partially funded, better funded than the Commonwealth, better than zero for sure, but still poorly funded. And neither UPR nor PREPA have the financial capacity to actually change that. If UPR and PREPA could quadruple the contribution they make to these funds, but they don't have the cash to do that either. PREPA's operating almost, week to week from a liquidity standpoint. So what you see, we talked about this during the meeting today. U.S. plans are typically funded, median is about 75%. We said ERS is 0. Our calculation of UPR and PREPA is that they are under 50% funded. So this is important to work on, or retirees are going to find themselves with nothing at the end of the day. Transitioning to the DC plan is starting. The government has a RFP out for a manager. That process should end. A manager should be hired, together with the legal changes to the defined contribution system that will be up and running hopefully by the end of this year. The second step is to stop the future accruals on these defined benefit plans, and that requires additional work. And the final that gets a lot of discussion is progressive pension cuts. The progressive pension cuts protect all pensioners at or below the poverty level, which is right now $1,000. No one at or below the $1,000 has any cut. And then there are reductions progressively over that. The targeted initial savings is 10%. So in year 1, which would be fiscal year 20, you would have a 10% savings in the general fund instead of 2.2, 2. The amount of savings declines as there are fewer and fewer pensioners in the system. The slide 18. There is an English and a Spanish version of the proposed policy on our website, which I recommend everyone take a look at, because there's a lot of confusion as to how to calculate the changes. 25% of the pensioners have no cut whatsoever, 0. An additional 18% have 5% or less. The next 16% have less than 10%. So a total of 59, almost 60% of the pensioners have less than a 10% cut, of which 25 have none. Yeah? And that's important because people think that it's everyone getting the same cut. It's not. On the right-hand side of this page, you can see different examples of people who would be earning potentially a pension, as well as Social Security, pension, no Social Security, and how they would be calculated under this example. I won't run through it for sake of time. I'd like to just take you through Social Security next, because again, there's been a lot of press about what the board believes or doesn't believe about Social Security, what we've done or not done. We totally support Social Security for police and for teachers. The reason we said under 40, all new employees plus under 40, simply has to do with the Social Security rule that you have to have 10 years of service or you don't get a benefit. It would be unfair for police, who typically retire around 50, to pay in for 7, 8 years and get no benefit. We're not saying 40 is the magic number. It could be 41, it could be 42. We'll work with the government to determine. But the reason for older police not to pay in is because they get nothing out. So the process could be straightforward. The Social Security rules require that you have a couple things in place before you can get to Social Security. So first thing is you have to pass the legislation that creates these new defined contribution plans. The new defined contribution plan would be technically a non-qualified plan by Social Security Administration and IRS rules. Non-qualified means that the contribution of the employee is less than some amount, and therefore they qualify automatically by federal law for Social Security. As long as the plan that's set up by the government doesn't have them contributing too much, they actually become automatically qualified without a referendum. So there's all this discussion of referendum. You don't have to hold a referendum if you legislate the defined contribution plan in such a way that it qualifies under federal law, to be not a non-qualified not meaning not possible, just meaning it means that they automatically qualify for Social Security. So once you implement that plan, that defined contribution system is up and running, the employer, the government, contributes 6.2%. The employee contributes 6.2% of FICA taxes. And we educate the employees about having access to Social Security. It's simpler to do than trying to cover those who don't want it and losing a referendum, which has happened already in Puerto Rico. The reason older cops don't vote for it is because they know they're not going to get anything out of it. It's going to be money out of their pocket. Last, and I promise this is even shorter, is the police budget. We had a discussion about this, and there was a judgment on Friday, I believe. So just to put it all out on the table, the fiscal year 19 budget, as it sits right now, the way it was certified, represents spending for 12,547 sworn officers and 967 civilians. Those numbers are more than what the reform requirement is for fiscal year 19 in terms of numbers of sworn officers and civilians. It's about 350 more sworn officers than the requirement and about 200 more civilians. So the budget allows for that and plans for that number of sworn officers and civilians. The budget also includes funding for Law 70 early retirements, and it includes salary increases for those 12,547 sworn officers. There are savings built into the budget. So the reason everyone's saying it's not there is because if you don't do any of the savings, then of course you don't have it, right? But because I told you there are measures that you have to do on savings in the personnel side. You can afford that if you do the measures on redeployments, meaning moving sworn officers from back office out onto the streets. If you do the process improvements, if you reduce the way you earn overtime, you become more efficient at your overtime. You do more civilianization, you do some outsourcing. All of that is in the fiscal plan, and all of that was recommended by the V2A reform report that the government used to propose these savings. This did not come from the board, this came from the government. This was agreed in March. In addition to the monies in the budget that I just described to you for personnel, there are also monies in OMB for Social Security for the police. Even though we thought it would happen next year, the government asked to put the monies in, and there's $14 million in OMB and OHP custody to be used if they move quickly and legislation happens, and if the process that I just described to you happens. There's $14 million for the employer portion of the contribution to FICA to the Social Security system for the police. It could happen this year if everything makes it qualified. Now, it's not for the employee portion of the contribution. That comes out of their paycheck, but it is for the employer. There is also money for this payout. Remember, there's this payout of back pay for previous year promotions. Police got previous promotions and didn't get the pay that went along with the promotions. There's some $360 million outstanding. We budgeted 1/3 of that for this year. It's in an OMB, OHP custody account. It's never been budgeted before. It's there this year for the police. And of course, there's $183 million to pay the pay-go for the retired police. So I think, when we step back, the personnel budget doesn't mean you just spend. You have to do things, but if you do the things in the plan, you can afford the police that you said you needed, sworn and civilian. You can pay them their salary increases. You can, if you get there, give them the Social Security. You can pay them that back pay that no one's paid them for I don't know how many years. You know better than I do. And we can actually improve the police force. And I think we need to sit down with the head of the police and we need to walk through why there's a miscommunication. The non-personnel budget, less important to everyone, but it actually increased compared to fiscal year 18 because we started to include things like utilities and insurance. And even though there are efficiency savings in there. The money is reasonably similar to last year's on the non-personnel side. So I'll end there. I'll take any questions that you have. I'm happy to discuss anything I can. And I thank you very much for your attention and for coming today. And for your pink ribbon, too. No questions, great. No.
Thank you. You know what? I guess I'm going to have to go back to what we talked during our caucus at the Senate.
Yes.
And I'm still very worried about the pensions, the retirees. I'm looking at the examples that you provided, and it seems to me that $1,000 would include the Social Security, so I can receive a pension under $1,000, but if I receive Social Security, that would be added, and if I earn or I receive as a pension more than $1,000, then I would have a reduction. Okay, my question again is, that $1,000 identified or classified as the poverty line, where do you get it? Because to tell you the truth, when we go out there, and let's be sincere, who can live with less than $1,000? And again, my question is, if the poverty line was based on Puerto Rico's reality, or was it based on Mississippi maybe, or you know, again, and I know that sometimes you guys feel that we politicians were only thinking about, you know,
it's a fair question,
what sounds good or not, but we're really worried about people.
I understand that. And all of this starts with the worry for people. So again, I have to urge you to understand, if we do nothing, there is zero retirement. There is zero pensions. So instead of focusing on going from 100% to 90, I ask that you focus on going from 0 to 90. That's where we're going, from 0 to 90. There is no money in ERS. It's not your fault. It's not my fault. It didn't happen because of the board. It didn't happen because of the governor. It didn't happen because of you. It happened over decades, but there is zero. So we're going from 0 to 90. How do we get from 0 to 90? We had to calculate a certain amount of savings because of the fiscal needs in the budget here. We had calculated 10%. We need to achieve this 200 million. This 200 comes in part from that. The 1,000 comes from the federal poverty line. We needed to build a case because we have to do this in court. We have to do this not only in the court of the people, which I understand to you, and I understand I have to do it in the court of you, the legislators, democratically elected representatives of the people. But we also have to be able to go to court. These are unsecured creditors. We will be asking unsecured creditors, other unsecured creditors, non-retirees, to take big cuts. And the law requires equitable treatment of classes of creditors. And the law doesn't see beyond the fact that they're unsecured and they're unsecured. And you're going to ask me to take a, I don't know, 50% cut, 70% cut, and you're going to ask them to take only a 10%? And they're going to say, look at Detroit. In Detroit, the pensioners had to take total value of the benefit cut around 20%. So there is reason to believe that if we did not come to the court with what we think is fair, defendable, and the minimum possible, right? The minimum possible, the court would make a different decision. We're on your side and on the side of the people and on the side of those receiving the pensions, trying to propose something that is credible, that will, I don't want to say this, there's lawyers in there, not sell in court, but that will be weighty enough in court that we will beat the creditors who say, you know what? They get the same cut we do. And in court, in New York or in Boston, they're not going to hear anything else. And so we're trying to come to an agreement. And by the way, it's not a 10% cut for everyone. Mm-hmm. We actually took into account the poverty level. But if I say, I think the poverty level should be $2,000, mm-hmm. The court's going to say, where'd you get that from? What's the indicator you used? What is the indicator that the creditors and everyone can agree on? It's not up to just me and you, and it's not up to just them. Because of this bankruptcy process that we're in, because there's zero there, because we are paying $2.2 billion out of the general fund, which some creditors say they have a claim to. I'm not saying they do, but they believe they do. They believe that 2.2 has to go to them before it ever goes to pensioners. You understand that that's what some of the creditors believe, right? Again, I'm not arguing in favor of that. I'm just telling you this is the debate. This is the litigation. This is what, there are 60 lawsuits filed against the Commonwealth, against the board. Everyone is going for that last dollar. Now, I'm trying to save as much as possible for the pensioners.
As an attorney, I just have to say that you go into court not, I guess, you push for more, even if you have to negotiate and then go down. That's why, again, and numbers are not my expertise, but I have to say, again, you might think that you're doing good to Puerto Rico because you're saying that everybody who goes over 1,000 will get a cut. I'm telling you that people are not going to be able, old people are not going to be able to buy their food because they're going to have so much less money that they're going to have to buy the medicines or whatever. But anyway,
I have to repeat, 60%,
so I can give the microphone to
60% of them
some
are
other
not
people.
receiving that cut. And the people that are receiving the highest cuts are not at the 1,000, not at the 1,200, not at the 1,500. Frankly speaking, they're not even mostly ERS. They're the JRS and some others who have much higher pensions.
And we understand
That's
that,
where the
but still the
25%
40% that you're talking about that they're gonna indeed receive a cut are people that really are much way over or under the poverty line. But anyway, let me just go to the police department issue for a moment.
Sure.
When you were there at the caucus, when you mentioned that there is the money, I wonder if there's any way that you, as member of the board or as the executive director of the board, can show us where the money is. Because right now, if I understand correctly, when you were describing the money for the police department, you're saying that we have in the 2019 budget money to have 12,547 officers. We have right now, what, 9,000 officers?
No,
so you're
no,
saying
your police force says you have 13,000 right now. So that's part of the
really?
issue here. If you want to get down to what part of the issue is, we would, well, I talked to the federal monitor yesterday. He thinks you have even less than that.
Yeah.
So I would love to have a real number.
Okay.
But the numbers I think that I've been given include, early retirements, where you're still paying them, so there's salaries in here, even though they're not working, right? They're not police anymore. I think it also may include people on workers' comp. And you have to get down to the detail and say how many cops are actually protecting the people.
So let me ask the question that I had about
But the budget has for that many people.
But that's what I was going to ask. You're saying that there's some saving measures that need to be implemented.
Yes.
Okay. My question: without implementing those measures, do we still have in the 2019 budget the money for that amount of officers?
No.
No. We have to implement.
You have to implement the measures.
All right.
And by the way, that's not just the police. That's every agency in government. There are right-sizing measures, consolidation savings. There are measures for almost every single agency, if not every one. And so when we get to the Christmas bonus question, it's the same thing. If you pay the Christmas bonus, yes, theoretically, the government can pay the Christmas bonus. It comes out of the personnel concept of spend. But if they pay it and they don't do any of the other things, somewhere you're going to be short. Because the budget was calculated with you doing these things and not paying the Christmas bonus. You choose to pay the Christmas bonus, okay. You've used money that was supposedly for something else, like paying those sworn officers potentially. So, it's a personnel concept of spend. It's based on 10 changes. 8 changes that are right-sizing, the 9th change is no Christmas bonus, the 10th change is uniform health care. That personnel concept of spend calculates all those things that we all agreed we were going to do. Don't do 9 of them, that's going to cause trouble.
Do we have that information on your page that you were saying that you're going to have a page where the agencies provide to you?
It'll be up by the end of the week, yep.
It will? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Representative Angel Matos from the Carolina District. For record purposes, I guess. I want to start with the approved fiscal plan. I will focus myself within the University of Puerto Rico fiscal plan. When the board approved this morning there is section 14.2.2 regarding gaming taxes and new forms of revenue. My first question is, Promesa did make calculations of new money, 56 million within a 5-year period. Nevertheless, I just want to know if Promesa, when they constructed that assumption, had in hand a governmental study made by Spectrum Gaming Group that says that within that same period, the University of Puerto Rico will lose $119 million, approving 30,000 new points between 23,000 and 30,000 new gaming machines outside casinos.
So we have no video lottery terminal revenues in the fiscal plans.
Well, but nevertheless, well, I guess I'm working
Where are
with
you
this.
seeing it?
Well, 14.2.2, page 113 of the fiscal draft that
Of the Commonwealth.
of the Commonwealth.
Give me a second.
Oh, yes.
I don't know it by heart, I'm sorry. 14.2.2. Whatever it is, it would be based on existing legislation, and since you haven't adopted legislation on the video lottery is not reflected in these numbers. It would only be what's existing legislation.
Well, but nevertheless, there is a constructed assumption that allowing 23,000 new units will produce X amount of money. But the question is, have Promesa given the opportunity to see a governmental study that says that 30,000 new machines will kill the University of Puerto Rico revenue stream? We can agree that
I'd be
it's
happy to look at it. I don't think I have it. My
hell
team
yeah.
might have
This
had it, but
Oh, hell yeah. Here we go. And that will be like question number one. It's yours to keep.
I will read it,
It's yours to keep.
and I will make you guys read it.
That's number one. And because, I value all my other colleagues. Also, in that same 14.2.2, there's a phrase indicating that Treasury Department has not developed well, or Law 108 of 2017, approved by this administration. It increased the licenses of not video lottery machines that they're already out there. But my question is, does Promesa have some kind of study from the Treasury Department within a year period that already has elapsed, that you have true numbers to make calculations?
So for all of the tax revenue lines, including this one, we use Hacienda's basis. We then look at their numbers for credibility, whether they make sense, whether they agree with the macro, but I have not seen any separate study on that specific line item. So we go through, we use Hacienda as a basis, whatever Hacienda's claim is, then we adjust the Hacienda line, but Adam, unless you've seen something, I have not seen anything on the subject that you just described.
Thank you very much. Can't get it.
But I'm always happy to get any additional information. I mean, that's part of why we have so many fiscal plans, because as we get new information, and if it's credible and it requires a change, we make the change. So send it my way.
Just one clarification on the video lottery terminal, because that's an important question you just raised. The assumption in the fiscal plan is the legislated tax increase on the existing video lottery machines in casinos. That's already been legislated and passed. It's not the new proposal that is currently being discussed.
That's what I said. This reflects the existing tax that you have on existing machines, which I understand, frankly, is not fully being collected.
Yes, but Law 108, sorry to give you my back, but Law 108, 2017, it is not regarding casino terminals. It's regarding electronic gaming platform that is a license that was diluted to 100, that now it's already up 3,000. So we can all be on the same page. Thank you very much.
Electronic gaming machines.
Hola, yo le quisiera preguntar a usted. Sí, no hay problema.
1 minute.
Le quisiera preguntar a usted sobre particularmente el acuerdo de COFINA, porque según usted ha señalado, gran parte de la razón por la cual se ha presentado un plan fiscal enmendado es conforme a el acuerdo que ustedes han llegado con los bonistas de COFINA. La primera pregunta que le hago es si algo falla en los recaudos del gobierno, ¿se puede volver a intentar a reestructurar la deuda de Cofina?
I think it's early to talk about restructuring the COFINA debt. We haven't restructured it yet first. Remember, the court just received the plan of adjustment. But what I think is fair to say is that COFINA is a separate legal entity with a separate revenue stream with the sales and use tax, which at this stage, because of the debt restructuring, COFINA is only keeping of the Commonwealth, what PSTDBA, whatever that stands for in Spanish, but only keeping 53%. So to not be able to afford it, your sales and use tax would have to drop, by more than half. So that the likelihood of not being able to make the payments as they were restructured, given the deal involves 53%, is minuscule if it exists at all. Again, they don't have claim to the general fund revenues, only to that 53.65% of the collected PSTDBA. So I think it's unlikely and probably impossible that your SUT would fall more than 50%. It didn't fall more than 50% after the hurricane.
Pero si ese fuera el caso, que cayera debajo de esos números, el gobierno podría, en este caso la Junta, podría volver a buscar reestructurar esa deuda conforme a esas realidades.
I just don't think that's a realistic question. So I don't feel like if I say that, the answer is yes. I don't think it's realistic to say yes or no. I just don't think I cannot imagine a situation. Your SUT didn't fall after the hurricane 50%.
Yo digo,
to shut down the island.
si hablamos de realidades, pues podemos comenzar por estimados a 40 años y las proyecciones que ustedes están haciendo, pero hablemos de específico. El acuerdo de COFINA que ustedes han negociado está condicionado a la aprobación sin cambios sustantivos del proyecto de la Cámara 1837 o su equivalente en el Senado, el proyecto del Senado 1114, que son los proyectos radicados por Fortaleza que viabilizan el acuerdo de reestructuración de COFINA.
So conditional. The plan of adjustment needs to be approved by the court. And just like with the GDB deal, you need to adopt the legislation. I don't know whether those are the two numbers of the laws. I'll trust that they are. I don't know. So yes, that legislation is required to make this possible. Yes. As is a court decision, approval, confirmation of the plan of adjustment sometime in January.
La última pregunta, y gracias, es el Comité de Acreedores no asegurados había llegado a un acuerdo con los bonistas de COFINA y ese es un acuerdo original. Ustedes ahora, la Junta llegó a un acuerdo con los bonistas que es un acuerdo más costoso para el pueblo puertorriqueño y podemos hablar de varias instancias de lo que tiene que ver con el límite constitucional de la deuda, que en el acuerdo original se establecía que toda deuda nueva de COFINA sería deuda que estaría sujeta al límite constitucional. En el acuerdo de ustedes no. Podemos hablar de lo que ustedes le llaman unos consummation fees, que para mí no me suena a otra cosa que una especie de soborno para que la gente llegue al acuerdo, porque en la medida en que entras al acuerdo, te damos, como decimos nosotros los puertorriqueños, una grasita. La pregunta que yo le hago entonces es, ¿por qué se entró en un acuerdo de COFINA más costoso que el que había ya negociado el Comité de Acreedores no asegurados?
So, thank you. We again have a legal process that we must abide by. The COFINA and Commonwealth agent reached an agreement in principle, submitted it to the court, published it. There was a stipulation by the court that had been approved that said that we had to, on the basis of that agreement in principle, then structure the debt underneath it. We did exactly that. Nothing more onerous. We took exactly what they agreed to in the agreement in principle that was filed in the court and made public, and we structured the debt underneath it based on the agreement that they reached. The agreement that they reached, and you can read it online, so you don't have to trust me, had no conditionality in it. It had no ties to anything. It was a very clear agreement, a division of the PTSDBA of this COFINA money, 53.65% for COFINA and 46.35% for the Commonwealth. Not for the Commonwealth creditors, to be clear, for the Commonwealth. It flows into the general fund and it flows into paying for everything that we pay for, police and pensions and everything else. The reason they came to that agreement has to be very clear to everyone. The reason they came to that agreement is because when faced with the litigation that was pending, and when faced with the potential of one or the other side winning, losing 100%, they chose to split it, almost 50-50, not 50-50, but 53.65, 43.65. They split it. They chose to do that rather than face a court which could decide 0, 100. For the Commonwealth, please understand that a win for COFINA of 100% would have robbed us, the Commonwealth, of that 46% that we so badly need in our budget. We would not have access to those funds had they won 100%. So both the court, we had to abide by the stipulation adopted by the court that said when they reached agreement, we needed to structure the debt. We did so. And I'm telling you that for the Commonwealth, it is better than 100%, which was a possibility in the court, going to COFINA and nothing of that amount coming to the Commonwealth. The deficits would only be greater, and our choices on police, on pension, would be even worse in front of us today. So I've seen the articles of the Unsecured Creditors Committee, and they're making certain claims. You can ask them why they're making those claims, but you can also look to the record. Look at the public documents that were published when they reached the agreement in principle. Read what is in that agreement in principle. What is in that agreement in principle is in the proposed plan of adjustment and the settlement.
Can I follow up with Manuel?
Did I not answer something?
No. I was just asking if you had a follow-up question. Eduardo Batia for the record. I have several questions, and they could be simple or complicated. I have no idea. First is the PREPA RSA. There is a very strong rumor that I have heard from several sources that they're walking away from it and that they want to go back to the 1974, that sort of a ability that they have to declare themselves to take over, to do a takeover of the company, the bondholders, under the 1974 agreement. Is that true? Is that not true? Do you know? Can you share information on that, or do you, first time you're hearing this?
That's the first time I've ever heard it. I can
Okay.
imagine where it comes from, and that has to do with perhaps we have to separate. The ad hoc bondholders came to agreement on this in principle. The monolines are suing to put a receiver into the company. And so it depends on what you're talking about. So the people who came to agreement with us are not the ones that are suing to put a receiver in. So some group of the monolines in particular are suing to put a receiver in, and they have filed a case stating that they believe a receiver needs to go in and manage PREPA.
But
Those
they-
are not the people that agreed
I know,
on the other part.
but I agree, but I just wanted to hear from you if the ones who agreed are not walking away from the agreement right now.
Not
that
as
you
far as I know, not
Okay.
today. Nope.
Okay, the second question has to do with local contractors. I know you don't have the authority to be deciding who gets the contracts from the federal government for the disaster relief, but it's really shameful that only like 10% of our local contractors are getting. So to the extent that taxes or the monies that are raised locally from disaster relief are increased, I think there's a variable which is very important, which is how many local contractors do get the jobs, because they will be spending not just on the materials, but on future
Agree.
expenses locally in Puerto Rico.
We looked at the different streams of federal monies, and we used different levels of pass-through to local because of what we've seen. We have also in Washington, and Jennifer Gonzalez, your representative in Congress, has also been pushing very hard to get more local contractors. We would all be in favor. The devil's, again, in the details, which has to do with the requirements for experience many times, and many Puerto Rican contractors don't have the required experience. But everyone is trying to get an exemption, so everyone is pushing for that.
The third thing would be on essential services. It has never been defined by anyone, and I think part of our great frustration, I don't want to speak for everyone who's a legislator here, but in terms of me and my delegation, the greatest frustration we have had is not participating on what the cuts should be, where and when, precisely because we don't know what essential services, how they have been or should be defined. The governor didn't do it, the board didn't do it, nobody has done it, and to the extent, I mean, I could agree on cuts, perhaps not on cuts at the university, but on other cuts, or because we should have all participated on that. And that's where I think part of the split or the wall or the barrier that we have had is perhaps the fact that we have not had that exercise. And I'm not saying the exercise should be this or nothing, should be this or this. Something, there should be a process where we should all have participated. And I'm just, it's part of my frustration, I would say, and expressing the frustration of my delegation.
It's very fair, and I understand it, and I imagine everyone shares that frustration on both sides of the aisle. Promesa is a difficult process. The cuts that you see, for the most part, were discussed, negotiated with the government. 80% of them, 20% we differ. You know, Christmas bonus, things that are clear. But the legislature was not a direct participant. You're absolutely right. I don't know how to fix that. What I can tell you is, and I've said this to the Senate caucus, we can reappropriate. If you have a different set of priorities and you all agree that there's a different set of priorities, we can reappropriate funds from here to there, right? We have the ability to approve reappropriation. So if you decide that, in fact, you know, without kind of changing the reforms that have been approved, that you want to put more money into a police academy for cadets, right, than you currently budgeted. So, you know, the government did not budget for an academy this year. They thought they were going to do it next year. So, you know, now we have to see where those funds are. But if somebody wants to say, you know, instead of putting, I don't know, again, $10 million into this, we believe we should reappropriate the money from here to here. That is possible. That's possible every day. So that just requires everyone to come together and agree on what that change should be, what your priorities are.
And my final question would be on Social Security. I would strongly advise that whatever mechanism which is different from a vote that happens, that you should get a written commitment by the Social Security Administration. Because I have met with them for years, trying to solve the Puerto Rico issue, both for teachers and for police officers. And I know others have too. I'm not alone on this. I think from both sides of the aisle, we have been trying to do it. But it's always a new issue with the Social Security Administration. So to the extent that you have in writing the fact that they are going to honor a non-voting mechanism, whatever it is, I think that would give a lot of us a reason to then follow that route as opposed to the voting route.
Okay, we will do that. I mean, we spoke to the Social Security Administration last week, if I'm correct, or maybe 2 weeks ago. And their answer to us is consistently, that's the law. Just apply the federal law. And it's an IRS determination that then translates into who is, in fact, eligible. But we can try and get a legal opinion or something that helps you have confidence in the approach. I understand.
That's right. Buenas tardes. Lourdes Ramos, vicepresidenta de la Cámara y presidenta de la Comisión de Pensiones. Número uno, aquí estamos funcionarios electos por el pueblo. Representamos nuestra gente, los reclamos que ellos tienen y tenemos que defenderlo. Eso es definitivo. Yo creo que si nosotros podemos lograr crear un balance entre sus propuestas o su forma de reflejar este plan fiscal, que a mi entendimiento castiga al pueblo para beneficiar a los acreedores, y creo que hay que pagar. O sea, yo no creo que nosotros podamos decir no le voy a pagar a nadie, o sea, es una responsabilidad, pero yo no puedo castigar al pueblo para pagarle a un acreedor y menos a un pensionado. Nosotros hemos trabajado. Ustedes han tomado en cuenta, nosotros hicimos una reforma energética, una reforma de permisos, una reforma laboral, tenemos y creamos el Invest for Puerto Rico, los DMO, otras reformas en apenas 2 años y medio, con 2 huracanes corridos que devastaron a Puerto Rico. Un año de esos es perdido porque estábamos en recuperación. Nosotros hemos disminuido agencias de gobierno, hemos reducido el gasto operacional en un 22%, sin precedentes. El 8.4% de desempleo es el más bajo en 50 años. Hemos aumentado las ventas al detalle en un 16%. El índice de actividad económica está en 121.7. Es 1% más que el mes anterior y ese 1% es importante. Las quiebras bajaron en un 32%. En mayo del 2017 nos llegaron 107.390 pasajeros en crucero. Un 13% de aumento, lo que significa también una mayor actividad económica. La tasa de ocupación hotelera aumentó de 67.9 en el 2017 a 76.6 en el 2018. Estamos trabajando, hemos dado el máximo, pero nosotros no tenemos esa voluntad para ir donde el pueblo a decirle que los más vulnerables van a ser los afectados, y yo comienzo por los pensionados. Usted nos está explicando que supuestamente los de menor cuantía no van a recibir una reducción. Pues necesito saber a partir de cuánto es la reducción que ustedes proponen para los pensionados.
Thank you. I guess I have to categorically disagree with the fact that anything in this plan is punishing people to pay debtors. That's not true, and that's not the plan, and that's not what is being attempted here. Again, the first thing we all agreed on was to pay go. So we didn't pay ERS creditors. There are bondholders at ERS that are getting nothing, and pensioners are getting their pension. So fact of the matter, we didn't choose the creditors over the pensioners at ERS. It's just not true. Ask an ERS creditor. They're getting 0. It's not true. In terms of when the pension policy would be put in place, the pension policy, the pension cut going into place can only happen with the court affirming a plan of adjustment for the Commonwealth. We are, I believe, because this is going to be a very difficult negotiation for the Commonwealth. I showed you what the 40-year number is. It's 0. Net 0. That's if we do everything perfectly that we have. And that's taking into account all the successes, and no one denies all the successes, all of the efforts that have been made. Those efforts are what you see in that 8% GNP growth in FY19. That wouldn't be there without the federal funding and the efforts and the successes of the reforms you've done to date. No one disagrees with that.
Pero
So
a
the
partir de
earliest that I
cuándo?
could see that policy happening, the earliest we could get to a plan of adjustment for the Commonwealth is the end of 2019, the earliest.
Sí, no, yo hablo de el pensionado, sí. No, yo necesito saber si un pensionado, cuando recibe esta noticia que gana $1,500, va a recibir la reducción. O sea, a partir de qué cantidad de pensión es que ustedes proponen bajar el 10%. Porque es que cuando usted nos explica y nos dice que los de $500 no van a recibir una reducción, pues entonces yo me pregunto a partir de qué cantidad es que van a comenzar ese 10% en reducción.
I think the answer, correct me if I'm wrong back there, is at the time that the plan of adjustment is confirmed. In fact, we've been talking about that federal poverty level changing over time as well. So, you know, we would be using whatever the federal poverty level is at that time. Maya, are you saying
She's asking the amount of money.
The amount.
So it depends.
the amount of what?
The amount of money, like pensioners,
The pensioners.
like up to what? So again, it depends on the situation of each pensioners according to the pension policy. So I
No, I thought she was saying, at what pension does it start? It starts theoretically in 2020, whatever your pension level is at that time, and whatever the federal poverty level is at that time, you would take the cut that was approved, confirmed in a plan of adjustment at that time.
Sí, pero es la...
That's not the question.
No, it's the amount, from which amount will be the cut for the pensioners.
The
If I,
amount over the $1,000. You have to take a look at those calculations. Each one shows several examples.
from 1,000,
It's from the total, but look, it's easiest not to explain it, but to go through the math on the examples. If someone is getting $1,000 and the federal poverty level is 1,000, it ends up being no cut, okay? Zero. If it's $1,010 or $1,100, right? You then take the cut and then you add back some amount, and so it's technically not 10% of 1,100. It's a marginal rate. It's a progressive rate because you get the add back. But I think the easiest way to explain it is to look at the examples and go through the calculation of the ones on the page, which tells you exactly how it works.
no, es que los ejemplos que están los ejemplos que están contenidos aquí, por lo menos para mí, que estoy acostumbrada a trabajar con esto, no están claros. Y entonces cuando yo mañana o esta tarde algún periodista me pregunte, no sé qué contestarle, porque no, yo necesito decirle a los pensionados, si usted gana $2,000, usted va a tener un 10% de descuento. O desde qué cantidad es que va a comenzar esa reducción en las pensiones.
But it's not, because I have to add back Social Security. All right, if we make it simple, there's no Social Security involved?
No.
Then the calculation, well, you wanted a simple answer. I'm going to give you one simple answer, and then we'll have to look at the.
Okay.
It's not easy. It's a mathematical equation. It's not a simple calculation. It's not simple. It is complicated. If it was simple and you just took 25% cut of all of it, it would be not progressive. It wouldn't be fair. So it is complicated to protect those that are under and to make some equitable treatment amongst people. But I think if you just take the example and you say 25% cut of the amount over 1,000. So if you have 1,500, it's a 25% reduction in the 500. What's that?
We can conclude it's 1,000 up. I know that it's complicated, but for our people,
I know.
it's
I understand.
also complicated
I understand.
not knowing how much they will lose.
You know, it's kind of like, you know, what would normally happen in a situation like this, people would have a calculator. It's like when you pay your taxes and the tax rate is 21, but you don't pay 21% because you have the first part where there's a deduction or an exemption on certain money and you're paying marginal rates. I mean, it's like calculating a tax. It's a complicated calculation. And you'd use a calculator you'd go on a website and you'd say, okay, this is my situation. So it's not black and white like that. It is more complicated. I will try to come up with a better way. Mai will help. I will try to come up with something more simple, but I really believe looking at the examples is the simplest way of looking at what the reduction would be.
Bueno, pues yo espero que en algún momento alguien del comité o de la Junta me pueda explicar cómo yo le explico a los pensionados, porque para mí es sencillo. Si me vas a quitar un 10%, es de 500, es de 1,000 o es de 2,000. Y así es que yo les tengo que hablar, porque esto no se trata de una planilla, esto se trata de un beneficio adquirido de un dinero que yo pagué. Y le necesito aclarar un punto bien importante. ¿Cómo ustedes van a lograr unir la pensión que yo cojo por seguro social para hacerme una reducción? Yo creo que esa decisión contra los puertorriqueños, que jamás ha ocurrido en Estados Unidos, es una relación bastante discriminatoria, y yo necesito saber ese concepto. ¿Cómo ustedes me pueden explicar cuando me hablan de que van a unir el seguro social a la pensión para hacer el descuento? De verdad, no lo puedo entender, porque eso en Estados Unidos a nadie le han bajado el seguro social. Al contrario, en estos días acaban de recibir un aumento por el costo de vida. Si eso no es así, por favor, acláreme, porque ese concepto me trae una confusión grandísima.
I'm confused as well by the comment. So nobody is reducing Social Security. There's no reduction of Social Security implied. There is a calculation of the pension from ERS, and that calculation, it makes a difference how the calculation is affected if you have Social Security or not. But no one is reducing your Social Security. No one is discriminating against the Puerto Rican people with regard to Social Security. That is not the proposal.
No es una reducción directa, pero si la toman en cuenta para unirla a la pensión local, claro está, el cheque del Seguro Social no va a reducir, pero la pensión sí, porque están tomando ese ingreso como parte de su pensión, y ahí es que yo voy. Entonces sería injusto unir ese ingreso del Seguro Social a la pensión local para hacer una reducción. Esa es mi pregunta. ¿Cómo eso va a lograr una mejora en la economía? Porque va a poner a los pensionados a depender más del gobierno, y el ingreso en nuestra economía va a ser menor.
Let me see. If you're worried about those who are impoverished, who are poor, the only fair thing to do to achieve this 10% reduction in pension costs is to take that into account, so that those who are receiving Social Security, who theoretically have more money than those who are more poor, are not hurt, are not, the more poor do not get hurt more. You know, in a sense, you're arguing you don't want to impoverish people, but you're saying that people who get Social Security shouldn't have that go into the calculation. That's hurting the poor more then, because you still have to receive, we have to achieve the 10% total cut. That means I'm going to apply more of the cut to those who don't have Social Security. Why would you want to do that? That's opposite of what you just said. You want to not hurt those who are more impoverished. So that's the first part. The second part is that, I don't even know, I forgot the last part of the question. So, what was the last part of the question? I was thinking about the first part. Okay, all right.
Okay. Ya aquí el empleado público ha sufrido bastante. Con la Ley 3, las pensiones que antes eran de un 75% bajaron a un máximo de un 48%. No todos van a tener ese 48%. Hay empleados que se le congeló la pensión en un 28%, en un 22%, dependiendo los años que llevaban cuando se aprobó esa Ley 3. Eso ya produjo una cifra millonaria en ahorros al sistema de retiro. Claro está, nos quedamos unfunded, y por eso el gobierno pues tuvo que hacer las economías para pagar esas pensiones. Pero esas personas tenían un contrato ya con el gobierno. O sea, el sacrificio de nuestros pensionados está ya ahí. El sacrificio de los empleados públicos es latente y está demostrado con las cifras en la económica. Nosotros debemos buscar otras áreas para crear ese balance y dejar a nuestros pensionados que puedan vivir los últimos años de su vida en paz. Y le quería, para terminar, hacerle un comentario. Los dos proyectos para otorgar el seguro social a maestros y a policías son de mi autoría y ellos quieren pagarlo. Yo entiendo que si usted no completa los trimestres no va a tener el beneficio, pero entonces eso podría ser decisión del policía, porque cuando se va de la policía puede trabajar en otro lado y completar el tiempo para tener derecho al seguro social. Y los contratistas aquí sí tienen la experiencia requerida. Aquí vienen a buscar nuestra fuerza laboral y se la llevan para Estados Unidos porque tenemos empleados capacitados. Si no se le está dando la oportunidad de los contratos, no es por falta de experiencia, debe ser otra causa. Eso es con relación al tema que trajo uno de los compañeros del Partido Popular, que dijo que no se le está otorgando los contratos a nuestra gente. Ese dinero se quedaría aquí. Experiencia ellos tienen. Y el mejor ejemplo de eso es en el área de electricidad. Se han llevado mucha gente para Estados Unidos en el área de los celadores de línea y contratistas eléctricos por la experiencia que ellos tienen en Puerto Rico. Así que me gustaría que analizaran eso un poquito más y que vuelvan a reevaluar la cuestión de las pensiones y tratemos de buscar una alternativa donde no toquemos nuestros pensionados, porque realmente ya ellos han sido bastante castigados por políticas que vienen de muchos años y que están pagando ahora los que son de mayor edad, y a eso yo los voy a defender, porque realmente una persona con 80 años ya no la emplean en ningún lugar. Y nosotros tenemos que garantizar que ese dinerito que aportó en su retiro y su pensión sea segura, porque ahora mismo hay una crisis emocional en los pensionados. En mi oficina me llaman todos los días más de 10 personas emocionalmente afectadas porque creen que no van a recibir su cheque. Y eso es un problema que podría traer hasta suicidios, y yo no quisiera sentirme responsable de una muerte de un pensionado porque le bajaron su pensión. Gracias.
Right. So, you know, I don't think you realize there are places in the world where when governments haven't funded their pensions, they actually don't receive them. You saved the people of Puerto Rico, the pensioners of Puerto Rico, by allowing PAYGO. You saved them. I came from a country where we couldn't pay our pensions. People had no pension for 3 months, maybe 5 months. They actually had no alternative. You had the alternative of paying PAYGO, and you had that alternative to a large extent because you have a stay on the debt and we're not paying debt, okay? The fact of the matter is, though, there is no money in the pension fund. So all of this, you have to change the logic if you want to explain it to the people of Puerto Rico. All of this is because past governments did not properly fund their pension fund. There is no contract, I'm sorry. They are unsecured creditors, and if anything, someone took their money because there's nothing there. And that is the message that someone seems to keep forgetting here. There is nothing there. They ought to be damn angry. Not at you, but at the situation that led to an ERS fund that has no money. You are saving their pension. You are not cutting their pension. We together are saving them from having nothing. Again, you ask me if I can find another way. I will look at other ways. But I am telling you, doing nothing is not an option in the court. It's not an option. The law clearly states they're unsecured creditors. They are owed $50 billion. I started with that. And we don't have $50 billion to give them under any scenario that I can draw for you. They have to receive equitable treatment is the word. Not equal, but equitable treatment with other unsecured creditors. You are not going to be able to pay all your unsecured creditors 100% of what you owe them. We don't have that kind of money. We can't find that kind of money. even if we do everything in this fiscal plan. So the reality is, if you want to let a court make a decision, a court that doesn't feel the pain that you feel, that doesn't see the people, I have to go to the grocery store, I have to see people too. I understand, I'm living here with you. I don't feel their pain, I acknowledge that, but I see it, I'm a human being. I'm not sitting in a court somewhere far away making a decision based on numbers and just federal law. The board went to a great amount of thought to try and protect as much of that pension as could be protected. If we go and we say zero, the lawyers will tell you there is no way the court will agree with zero. There is no way. Now, what will the court say? Will they say 20%? Will they say 25? Will they say 15? I don't know. I don't know. But the fact that 50% of the pensioners will receive zero, a less than 5% cut, and even this total 10% declines over time, I don't think you're going to find, honestly, a court that's going to come up with a better option. I really don't believe that. And so what we need to do, because you know those pensioners, this pension is not the only issue they care about. They care about their electricity. They care about their electricity bills. They care about a lot of other things we can do. We can spend a lot of energy in trying to get the electricity cost down, which is the same as increasing their pension in another way. But I can't do nothing to their pension. The court will not agree to do nothing. And if we say nothing, then you're leaving it up to a court and a judge who lives far away to make that decision for you. And then what? And then what? So the board has done everything they can to protect those under the poverty level, to make it progressive, so those who earned higher pensions have a higher cut. And to make this, we won't do more. We just won't do more. And believe me, creditors are asking for us to do more to the pensioners. In fact, we're saying we can try and even assure you that those pensions in the future will be there for you. We're also saying we'll give Social Security to give you another leg, another arm to lean on. We're doing everything we can to make it as good as can be, given that is the legal reality. There is zero in ERS. They have a $50 billion claim that we cannot pay. We cannot pay them 100% and pay the creditors less than 100%. That won't be agreed to by the court. And I can't ignore that, and you can't ignore that. And it's painful, and I'm sorry, but again, you really should be angry, not at the board for coming up with a proposal that protects those at the poverty level or below, but those who didn't fund this system for I don't know how many decades and created the problem, because that's where the problem really started. Think about how you got to zero. That took a lot of effort.
Hi, good afternoon. It's complicated for you to explain us how to explain to the retired people the pocket of our retired people. It's complicated also, very complicated. And you explain us how to use the funds we have now. If used for health, for education, for security, or use part of them to pay our debt. Our funds that we have now. But I know that Promesa established a responsibility to the board to find new money, new funds to support the reestablishment of the economy of Puerto Rico. I don't see one penny of new funds for Puerto Rico. Where's the commitment,
I don't know
the real commitment of
you're
the board for us?
There are multiple ways to find new funds. First of all, I don't know any place in Promesa where we have a responsibility to find new funds.
To find new economic ways
The Title V, Economic Development.
That's what.
The
that's what-
revitalization coordinator. We can talk about that for a minute, but the board is completely committed to Puerto Rico.
Yep.
I mean, forget me for a minute. Those people are volunteers. They are doing their best here on the island and on the mainland and in Washington, D.C., and they are supporting Puerto Rico. When it came to getting support for Puerto Rico after the hurricane, I was right there with the government together, pressing for liquidity support when in fact we ended up not needing it. In terms of Title V and the revitalization coordinator, the bulk of the projects that have come to the revitalization coordinator, it's the private sector, right? So we have a register and people come. Our PREPA-related projects. PREPA-related projects that PREPA has not yet approved in terms of PPOAs or contracts. So I can designate them as critical projects, which is all the law allows us to do, designate them as critical projects, but they stop right there because until PREPA either assumes or doesn't assume those PPOAs, nothing can happen with them. I'd say more than 70% of the projects that come in to the critical projects process are related to PREPA PPOAs. And without PREPA making a decision, moving forward, which I understand now they want to wait for the IRP, I understand that why we're waiting, but there is nothing to be done with those projects. The other projects, we move forward as quickly as we can. One was approved here in San Juan that has to do with housing. Another one is in the final stages and past public comment that is in Fajardo, which we're just waiting for a letter from PREPA that they will not be against it, that has to do with methane gas, the expansion of a project that's already there, turning waste into methane gas. The board is completely committed to the economic part of this. But to do that, I will repeat, you have to have a more competitive economy. Right now, the level of interest has to do with wherever the tax benefits are, and that's it. So special opportunity zones, there's some interest, particularly in the real estate sector. Anyone who can still, under the new federal tax reform, manage with Act 154 excise tax being creditable under federal, there's still some interest. Some of the pharma's actually expanding, investing more money. It's a great thing. Our revitalization coordinator, Noel Zamot, is out there talking to the private sector every day. He's in Florida, he's in Washington, he's in Boston, he's here. Private equity. I speak to business groups all the time. I speak to private equity groups. I speak to manufacturers. I speak to all the associations. We encourage them to invest all the time. Right now, I'll be very honest with you. The focus of the private sector is how they get a piece of the federal funds. No matter who you talk to, they want to know how they're going to get some HUD money. They don't want to talk to me about anything else. They just want to know how they can get some HUD money.
Business.
Hi. Good afternoon. This is Jaresco. I already brought to you a letter, so your committee have it already. But I have some comments, especially in pensions. I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you. I just want to be clear that I do not, agree with the pension cuts, but I will put some knowledge or alternative in the table for you.
Okay.
First of all, I've been doing some studies since 2008, and the deficit in elderly people are almost 1,000 per month. If you use sufficiency lines, nor poverty lines, based on that, if you put a cut in pensions, you will get a higher demand in government services or government benefits. So that will increase the debt. You know what I mean?
Not completely.
If you cut pensions, the people would not have enough because you are basing your calculations in income.
But we've also included the pension cuts in the calculations.
Okay, I got it.
And the negative economic effect of the spending not being on the island. I do understand that.
Okay. If they don't have enough money, that is based in sufficiency lines, not in income lines, most of the people will need to use government services, and the demand of the government services will increase. So that will increase the debt of the government, because there will be more people, elderly people, that will use government
Medicaid
services.
and other services.
Yeah. So some of the studies that have been done in California or Europe in pensions says if you have this situation and you don't have enough money to pay pensions, that is the case of Puerto Rico, you use what they propose to do, that is that first you use sufficiency lines that put all the needs that they have it, insurance, property, rent, and all the expenses that they have. And then because if you cut, for example, a pension, they will not be able to get another benefits from government because they use the income that they get from pensions. So if you cut it and you base your calculations in sufficient lines, then the government can use other benefits, federal benefits or service that the people can qualify for that. And then you integrate the pensions thing with some services that cover what you cut. And then the person would not have that situation of cutting a lot of their income to use it for expenses. For example, if I get as a pensioner a cut in pensions, for example, and I am using that for rent for my housing.
Then a rent subsidy.
Yes.
I understand. Replace the lost pension
you
with a subsidy.
Yeah. So that will help that person to not go to poverty and get more demand in government services. Actually, this is I am telling you that because
I understand that. If the equation was simply that, it would be a perfect solution, so I don't disagree. The issue is that, again, you have to take it out of the context of the general fund, and you have to take it into the context of the bankruptcy court. What the other creditors are saying is that you have to reduce the spending, right? You've just equalized it. I've reduced the pension and I've replaced it with this. I haven't achieved, and if I'm a creditor claiming that money, you didn't cut anything. So again, I'm going to say I'm not taking a cut. So from the perspective of the individual, I understand what you're saying.
And for that, I'm asking you, why then Swain says, and put in the table for the pensioners, doing a socioeconomic study first, and then they go to evaluate all the alternatives and situations that have pensioners right now. She put it already, and asked for the pensions, the retirees, the Association for Retirees, to do a socioeconomic study, not income study, sufficiency line studies, and then she will decide what will be the cuts in pensions.
Okay,
she already asked that to Association of Retirees.
Not that I'm aware of. Lawyers, anybody aware of that ask? Regardless of whether she did or didn't. All I'm saying is if you want to leave it to the judge, understand the risk you're taking.
I know what you're saying. I am trying to put myself in your shoes.
I know.
So I am trying to get information here that will help you to deal with something, because we know already if we cut pensions, we already did a lot of studies. And I'm a gerontologist, and this is my dissertation, my PhD dissertation today. You know what I mean? I've been trying to get all the information from Europe or United States, trying to, going to alternative.
The challenge that we have, for better or for worse, depending what side of the aisle you're on, is that we're not a sovereign entity. The choices we'd have would be different. The fact of the matter is, we are operating under a particular type of bankruptcy law that has particular rules. We can like them or dislike them. Some of them are, I'm not a bankruptcy lawyer, some of them are ridiculous, but those are the rules that we operate under. Greece didn't have to operate under those rules. Ukraine didn't have to operate under those rules. You know,
But
Puerto
California
Rico
already
has to
did
operate
this.
under those bankruptcy rules. And so all I'm saying to you is I will look at your letter. I will look at the options. No one is trying to hurt the retirees. The goal of the board is to try and hurt them the least possible given the situation. So I will look at all of your proposals.
I am not saying that.
All I'm saying is
I
that
am just putting
our team thinks
alternatives
that
in the
leaving
table.
it to the judge, giving her a socioeconomic study, and leaving it to the judge to determine whether it should be 10 or 12 or 15 or 20 is a high risk to take. That's all I'm saying.
I understand your position, but I'm just putting alternatives in the table.
I appreciate that, and I will look through
Because
all of
I've been working with elderly people for more than 20 years.
it. I understand.
And I just want to help here.
I am
And
more
put
than
all
happy.
my knowledge in this. And California did it already. And that is not Greece.
But California had no access and did not use the bankruptcy court. I mean, states aren't allowed to go through this process. Again, it's not like California for that reason. California got to use other rules and do other things. We are in a very particular legal process.
I am not saying about
can't-
about the bankruptcy. I am saying that
But that's what's dictating this.
They did that, alternative that couldn't cut in pensions, but at the same time, changing.
I understand. If we weren't in this bankruptcy situation, perhaps that would be an alternative. Before Promesa, perhaps that was an alternative. I don't know. But after Promesa, we're in a world that has very clear rules. And all I'm saying is that replacing it means that the creditors are going to see that as no cut to those unsecured creditors. And not having a reduction for those unsecured creditors means they're going to demand a reduction. And then we leave it to them to determine what it is. And I don't think anybody here wants that.
Well, I prefer to wait until Judge Swain look the socioeconomic study,
Okay.
and then they will decide. Will not be the board, it seems so.
No, it will be what's in the plan of adjustment next December that the judge will make a decision on. She won't be making it, she'll read any study she gets, I'm sure. But she makes a decision on the plan of adjustment that's proposed by the board.
She asked for
Yes,
a study.
and she'll read it, I have no doubt. She's a wonderfully focused person.
And secondly,
But she will decide on the plan of adjustment.
I would like to, put in the table too, that for police and teachers are working too in the private sector, and they pay for Social Security. Why you don't, make the opportunity to them, if they are paying Social Security in the private sector because they are, some of them, working in the both sides, why then the board can consider that policemen and the system of the police and the system of the teachers pay the rest or just split what they need to pay for the Social Security in both employments. Because then for example, if you are paying private Social Security in the private sector, but you go to the state police, you are not paying Social Security. So if you integrated them, then you can need to pay less than just whole in the private sector and the whole one in the state sector.
I don't know, we should take this offline and sit down because I'm not sure I'm seeing it. I don't want to answer the wrong way. But I hear what you're saying, but I'm not sure I understand. If you're saying that the Commonwealth should pay for the private sector Social Security?
No.
So why don't we meet
Yeah.
and talk through it specifically, show me the numbers and educate me.
Okay, I will do that. And the third point that I want to ask you, why you didn't, or the board didn't ask for the administrative exemption for the Jones Act to the
Administrative
President
what?
of the United States? The exemption for the Jones Act, that administrative waiver that you can ask to the President.
We've asked in
do
our
it.
first report. It's in the first report. It's not in the second report. simply because they've been very clear with us that they're not going to consider it. We have started to ask again in every one of our meetings for at least a temporary exemption for the transport of LNG to Puerto Rico until such time as they can build sufficient container ships to transfer LNG. We think there might be a chance that exemption for that particular purpose.
The Congress or the President?
In this case, the president might make it happen because he has a deep desire to see the United States as the major LNG exporter. And when we say Puerto Rico will be forced to purchase LNG from Trinidad and Tobago, it makes a difference perhaps. But I don't know who will do it. All I'm saying is that I think there's a chance to open the door on the LNG, and it can be a temporary exemption while the maritime industry builds sufficient container ships to be able to then transfer the LNG. So on that one, I think there's a realistic possibility. On the rest, honestly, you need to talk to the representatives to Congress from Florida, I think. They really hold this in their hands.
For that, as I am asking you, I am not that the administrative waiver doesn't need to go to Congress. That is a, alternative that the president can do. He do it after the Hurricane Maria.
He did it. Yes.
It's not Congress. We are putting Congress, out of this.
Yes and no. Again, frankly, right? The Florida representatives are the ones that, and you can look at the press, it's not a secret, walked into his office and said, please go ahead and do it for 5 or 7 days. In particular, Senator Rubio. I mean, that's how it happened.
No, my question is.
And so it seems, again, I'm not an expert on Washington, but it seems that the White House is taking direction from the maritime industry on this issue and the Florida representatives. When the Florida representatives came in and said, give them the exemption, it happened. But it was very short, frankly, much too short. And it's my understanding that there's no support from those two, the maritime industry nor the Florida contingent right now for an additional one. Everyone is asking for it. It's just, it seems to be a dead end. Again, it might be more effective for us to ask for the temporary exemption for the LNG. We might get that, and maybe that'll open the door to a fuller exemption over time. It just seems that one we might have a different political angle to discuss that could make the White House interested.
But you told me before that you're getting or trying to get all the alternatives that we need today. With the sanction in the Jones Act, we will get more economic growth than never before.
So there are various opinions on that.
No, there are no opinions. There are like 14 studies that said that.
And I've seen those. I've seen all those studies.
And just one that says no.
That said, we are for it. All I'm telling you is that it's a dead end right now in Washington. If I were urging you, I'd urge you all to focus on the one thing that might not be a dead end short term and could be very valuable for Puerto Rico, and that's this LNG exemption.
I just want to ask you the last question. If the board can ask the President of the United States.
We did a year ago. We did it. It goes nowhere. We did.
But you did it by
we did it in our congressional report. No, our report to Congress and to the President. It goes nowhere. The board is not, I know you think like we're, but I mean, the board does not have all power to do everything. And to be frank with you, it has gone nowhere.
But then that is not a good alternative for a bad alternative that we have already in the plan. Then
we're not against it. We urge them to do it. I go to Washington. We urge them to do it all the time.
I am not saying that you are against. I am saying that you have alternatives that will help enough to not do the cuts that you already.
No. I told you, even this does not get us out of a structural deficit. So if you're right and the Jones Act produces massive growth, maybe it'll take us out of that deficit that I showed you. But it's not an alternative to what's in the plan. It would be maybe one of those incremental additional things that would save us from that structural deficit that you see. Although I don't believe it will create that much growth. I understand you do. But it will not resolve, it does not replace those things that are in the plan. It would be incrementally helpful.
I am not saying. 14 stories have been saying. I will just ask to talk about the license that we already put it in place. So I will wait for your call then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hello.
Mr. Esco. Gracias. I will speak Spanish. José Torres, Deputy Speaker of the House. Yo he sido vocal en contra de la Junta. Lo establezco claro. Tengo mis issues con la Junta. Entiendo el propósito de la ley de promesa. Claramente, promesa viene a reestructurar para pagar una deuda. Puedo ver, y es mi impresión muy personal, que hay algún tipo de teoría de squeezing out el poder legislativo. Esa es mi teoría muy personal. Y obviamente se puede eliminar los 10 millones anuales por los próximos 5 años, como dice el plan que acaban de certificar. Pero el poder político electo está aquí. No está completo, pero es la legislatura de Puerto Rico. Y promesa está clara en el sentido que la política pública tiene que pasar por el proceso político, por las cámaras legislativas. Tanto así que se nos solicitó la eliminación de la Ley 80. Podemos decir que fue el Ejecutivo, pero la Junta tuvo mucho que ver en las cartas y memorando que usted misma, ¿verdad? Usted como directora ejecutiva nos cursó a la legislatura, a los presidentes camerales. Hace minutos atrás usted dijo que tal vez hace tiempo se debió haber dado este tipo de comunicación, que yo creo que es propio que se dé comúnmente, no solamente con los presidentes camerales, que se ha dado en ese sentido, pero también en situaciones particulares, ¿verdad? y sustantivas con lo que es los cuerpos legislativos en el todo. Aunque tenemos ¿verdad? Tenemos nuestros caucus, tanto popular como no progresista, y trabajamos en caucus y mayoría con nuestro presidente y gobernador, pero la discusión de políticas medulares que tienen que pasar por la legislatura, personalmente, ¿verdad? Debió haber pasado. Ya tenemos un plan establecido. Yo tengo varias preguntas. Una de las primeras, si la razón de ser de promesa es reestructurar una deuda, ¿por qué primero COFINA y no los GO? ¿Por qué no hemos ido al paso de trabajar con los GO directamente? Que es lo que podría abrirnos a un mercado futuro. Siendo promesa, ¿verdad? Una petición de promesa, el que un presupuesto balanceado de 5 años y la entrada al mercado futuro, si no me equivoco. Esa sería la pregunta. ¿Por qué trabajar con la reestructuración de COFINA primero, antes que GO, que en la prelación de orden deberían ser primero antes que COFINA?
So the question is why
Why
COFINA
GO
before
first?
GO,
Yeah.
right? What's the best way to answer that? The first reason is that we've been talking to all of the creditors all the time. There were meetings with GO creditors before I ever joined the board. There were mediation sessions with all different creditors from the very beginning with the federal judges. But again, we're in a process where there was a stipulation in the court that said we had to file a restructuring agreement on the basis of any agreement that those two agents came up with. And they came up with something. It happened before anyone reached agreement on other things. The Commonwealth was a signatory to that stipulation. We all agreed on that process. And partly, I think, why everyone agreed on that process at the time, I don't know, more than a year ago, was because the two different claims against each other was a decision that nobody felt comfortable making themselves, and we wanted to be able to resolve it, if possible, consensually. And this agent process gave us that opportunity. It took the board out of being on one side or the other of those claims, because we technically represent both the Commonwealth and COFINA, so it appeared very difficult to take one or another side on the claims. It was an agreed process, and the process came to fruition. If the two agents had never agreed, it might have come out differently. And we were not party, nor was the Commonwealth, nor was the government, to those agents' negotiation. None of us were in there. That was not the agreement. The agreement was they would go off and do what they had to do. And they did. Again, if they didn't, maybe it would have been different. But we have not avoided coming to agreement with the GOs, and we did not aim at coming to the agreement with the COFINAs first.
And you expect to have something with GEO in the future?
With the GOs?
GEO, yeah.
We have
You're-
to get to a
I
plan
know,
of
but in
adjustment
the
by the
near
end of
future.
next year.
In the near future, in 6 months, 8 months, something like that.
We're talking to them all the time. And will I have an agreement in 6 to 8 months? I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take to reach an agreement. But our goal, our very clear goal, is to finish with the Commonwealth Plan of Adjustment by next December, which means we have to come to an agreement somehow, some way.
El otro comentario, next comment.
Sí.
Ya. Otro comentario sería, en términos de las pensiones, obviamente están trabajando con 3 fondos. Prepa, debo entender, y obviamente el plan ustedes lo hicieron público ayer preliminarmente, hoy lo aprobaron. Debo entender que para Prepa y la Universidad de Puerto Rico es un freeze.
PREPA, we didn't do PREPA, but
O sea, porque aquí habla del plan de
UPR.
pensiones de Prepa y la UPR. De pensión,
I
plan de
talked about
pensión.
it. Yeah, I talked about it. Yeah, they would require a freeze on the defined benefit as they move to the defined contribution plan. Yes, in all the cases that haven't had a freeze yet. ERS already has the freeze in place.
¿Comenzando cuándo? The defer-
Say that again.
co-
It would be with the plan of adjustment in any of the cases where there's a plan of adjustment. So again, all these changes require having a plan of adjustment confirmed in the court. All of these pension reforms that are requiring a freeze or the reduction have to be agreed in the court by the judge.
Y finalmente, en términos, obviamente hemos hablado aquí de diferentes temas y áreas de expertise de los compañeros. En el tema de las pensiones, y obviamente la Junta ha sido clara y enfática en que no quiere que se pague el bono de Navidad, de Christmas bonus, aunque es ley, porque obviamente en Puerto Rico eso es ley al día de hoy. Así que esa es la política pública. Sin embargo, en los cálculos que ustedes hacen de las pensiones, calculan el bono de Navidad para la suma total de los beneficios de las personas, que es un bono que podría eliminarse eventualmente, si no me equivoco. Es el mismo bono de Navidad.
It's just an example, if it's paid. If it's not paid, it's just an example.
O sea, que partimos de la premisa que reconocemos, la Junta reconoce que es ley. El bono de Navidad es una ley.
It's just an example for calculation.
Okay. Pero partimos de la... The truth is that Christmas bonus is a law in Puerto Rico, enacted law. A law that we must comply with the people we own this Christmas bonus. This is the law. Even though you don't agree in payment or not payment, this is another issue.
I understand.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
I need to make a clarification, which I think one of my colleagues told me there may have been an incorrect translation of something I said. So when we talked about local contractors, and when I said one of the rationales has to do with experience, I did not mean the experience of contractors in their work. What I meant was simply the federal regulations, which often require, for example, a certain amount of experience on the mainland, where Puerto Rican contractors often don't have mainland experience. It doesn't say experience on the mainland, it'll say experience in other HUD projects, but there weren't any other HUD projects except on the mainland. And so I did not mean in any way any disrespect to Puerto Rican contractors. I'm sure they're plenty experienced in what they're doing. What I meant was the federal requirements often create difficulty for Puerto Rican contractors to achieve entry into the pool.
My question, Good afternoon. In the new fiscal plan, page 122, proposed pension reform initiative, say the years is and TRE's teacher system plan benefit accrual must be frozen by July 1st, 2019. Remember, we return the benefit they have accrued to date, subject to the benefit reduction formula discussed below. The question is, you need a local legislation for implementing that idea, no?
Or the plan of adjustment confirmed by the court.
Okay, the second.
I mean, I would prefer to do this in a
No, no.
consensual way. I mean, I'm not saying, but all of you have said no, or
You
the governor
implement
said
the
no.
idea independent, we approve or not the legislation, local legislation. This is the answer, no?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You implemented this idea independent, we approve or not local legislation.
Kyle? I don't want to answer this wrong, get everyone upset. So the desire is that this is local legislation, yes. What I'm saying to you is that it's my understanding that if there is no local legislation, that it can be done through a plan of adjustment through the court.
Okay. The other.
It assumes here that it's done through local legislation.
The other issue I have is related to the sustained data, economical data sustain the projection. At this moment, we don't have any data to support the projection, economical projection, the cost, it's possible. You put in your page this supporting data because it's better for us understand why you say the economic increase or no increase depend the different issue. What is the if you put in your decision to try to develop the different projection?
So for every structural reform, we have put the amount of the projection in there, and we've cited where we took those numbers from and why we believe X will result in Y. But I will, if there are specifics that you want that are not here, I will try and get them for you. I'm not sure what specific projection background you want, but I will try and give you anything that you ask.
Basically, all the economic projection, the income, the economic, the Puerto Rico economic increase or don't increase, GNP,
I think that's here, so I'm not sure what's missing.
The supporting data? No.
All right, let me look into that question. I don't
Okay.
know what's missing that we don't have. I also had the question, and I think the gentleman unfortunately left. Should have said, I want to be clear. There's a lot of criticism of the COFINA deal, but even major GOs signed on to that COFINA deal, and many of the COFINA seniors hold GOs. It's not like they're groups that don't overlap. They overlap tremendously. But in addition to that, the COFINAs that signed on, GOs signed on as well. So I think there is some general agreement on that plan of adjustment.
Oh, my only comment would be, that this is an informational session. I would rather be in a working session, and that would happen beforehand, because you already took action this morning, and passed the fiscal plan. So if you want our help, I'm sure that I speak with everyone on this room. You need to talk to us beforehand.
Understood. Thank you all very much.
I have a question. Ms. Jared, I have a question here. During the morning, I present a bill that was issued in 2015. We are clear that the financial process of the island that was financed for 6 decades through triple exempt debt, through the Jones Act, and the proposal of that bill issued in 2015, the bill of the House 2382, is in order to amend the tax code of Puerto Rico in order to make an amendment to the Jones Act. In order to the debt of issued in Puerto Rico, they become to double exempt, and investors in Puerto Rico pay approximately between 20 to 20% during 5 years. They become a bond for approximately 8 billion, between 6 to 8 billion dollars that we can finance to different aspects. Indeed, the own debtors due to in the budget in Puerto Rico during the last 2 years, they don't consider anything amount to pay the bondholders in case that the judge ordered us to begin to pay the debt. So I want to know if you are in interest to receive the information of that bill and the memorandum of law were determined that the amendment of the contract, legal contract during a term of 5 years, and the amount of money that you raise to, in between other things, begin to pay the bondholders and use to other financial sources like payment, the retirements or other things, and help to increase the budget in Puerto Rico. The board and you taking consideration to present eventually next year, just translate the bill.
I'm very happy for any information that you
I
think.
have the information here.
I'm happy to take that and to read it and to look at anything that you have that will make us smarter, make our decision-making better. I appreciate that.
Okay.
How many?
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Sí. I'm going to make it quick. Usted dijo al principio de la reunión que en el DSP, el Departamento de Seguridad, de las 7 agencias, solamente una presentó el plan de implementación. ¿Cuál fue la agencia que sí presentó el plan de implementación? Policía. Okay. Sobre el DSP, sé que el secretario ha dicho que no puede operar con el presupuesto que tiene. Lo dijo, de hecho, desde que se analizó el presupuesto que fue producto del acuerdo para la eliminación de la Ley 80. ¿Ha hecho el gobierno alguna gestión o alguna solicitud de redirigir recursos de alguna asignación para dirigirlos al Departamento de Seguridad Pública?
Miguel, I don't know of any unless you have reappropriation requests to direct it funds from one place to the police, to the Department of Public Safety. So the answer is no. We have not yet received any request for a reappropriation of funds from somewhere to the Department of Public Safety.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Ok. Usted, en la página 72 del plan fiscal hablan de una reducción de 114 agencias a 35. En esa ecuación se anticipan, si usted tiene algún número de empleados públicos que dejarían de tener trabajo, de algún tipo de despidos o layoffs.
No, because we looked only at the budget side of it, and the government was strongly believes that they will not have to terminate anyone, that they will have natural attrition, that they will have people leaving through the single employer system and through the voluntary early retirement system, and that will enable them to achieve the savings. I don't know whether that is going to happen in that way or not. If it does, that's great.
Y final, para terminar, aunque me parece que no pudo concluir que no va a suceder, para culminar, la Universidad de Puerto Rico está pagando su deuda. Además de que ya sabemos que ha aumentado la matrícula y otras medidas. ¿Por qué la deuda de la Universidad de Puerto Rico no se ha tratado como la deuda del resto del gobierno y se continúa pagando el 100% de esa deuda?
So the University of Puerto Rico is not in Title III, meaning it is not in my authority to negotiate or renegotiate their debt, which when it's in Title III, we represent the debtor. It is in Title VI, and the government in Title VI leads those negotiations. So I believe that an important part of why the University of Puerto Rico remains in Title VI is the effort to first reach a consensual agreement is always, as you know, if at all possible, the government would like to do that. But they are in negotiations on restructuring that debt. They are not left out. It's just not happening through the court. It's happening with the government leading, representing, and negotiating in the Title VI process.
Hi, Yaresco. Rafael Hernandez Montañez, Minority Leader of the House of Representatives. I hope in the future we can arrange this kind of event before we pass or approve or certify the next fiscal plan or changes that maybe you have to do during the year. And doing it proactively, you know, in a way that we can be part of the solutions, you know. After 2 budgets passed, you already understand that every vote counts. You know, everybody is important over here. And just as you meet with the President of the House or the Senate, that doesn't mean they're going to have the support of the rest of the delegations. And that's very important for us.
I understand.
And on page 22 of the chapter 5 of the new fiscal plan, you state that after incorporation of the COFINA Title III plan of adjustment, which plays an annual portion of the SUT of COFINA, creditors starting at $420.2 million for the next fiscal year, would you guarantee that Puerto Rico will not go will go to another default on his debt? So, if so, what's the economic data that sustains your position?
On the COFINA in particular?
That is one deal, but the question is that
You want me to guarantee that whatever debt is restructured, Puerto Rico will not default on that debt?
in the future.
I can't give you any guarantees. The guarantees are in the implementation of hundreds of measures, policies, implementation of additional reforms.
So
I should ask you,
no,
can you
no,
guarantee
I
it
just
for
want to
me?
make you sure that
I can't guarantee.
it's not just
What I can do is
one solution
present-
for the whole thing. I just want to make sure.
What I can present is an opportunity for you not to default. I
So-
can tell you what it takes not to default.
I just want to make sure that you're clear that just one deal doesn't mean that we fix the problem of the future.
No, as a
So
matter of fact,
that's-
I showed you, even if you do all the deals, I said this in the very beginning, if we do all the right sizing and we do all the debt restructuring, it does not fix Puerto Rico's future. Growth needs to be created through competitiveness, and we're not there yet. I showed you that. I volunteered it. I talked about it this morning as well. No, it doesn't solve all the problems. It solves some of the problems. So, for example, why is restructuring the debt and putting bankruptcy behind us important? Well, frankly, at PREPA, if you want to bring in new investors, whether it's into alternative energy or as a concessionaire, they want certainty that that bankruptcy process is over. They do not want to invest not knowing what's going to happen on the bankruptcy. So having that bankruptcy process behind you is critically important to attracting new investors into the energy sector. So there is a value to having it done, but it doesn't guarantee the future. No, it is one element.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much.
Un ahorro, un superávit de 7,000 millones de dólares. El de la Junta, el que la Junta certificó hoy, provee para 16,000 millones de dólares. Y nosotros entendemos que eso es una proyección que no es conservadora, que es demasiado agresiva y que entonces pone al gobierno contra la pared porque presume unos recaudos que nosotros entendemos no se deben dar. En términos de los recortes, nosotros en septiembre entendíamos que, dado que la situación económica había reflejado unos cambios positivos, se debía recortar menos. Todavía había que recortar, pero se tenía que recortar menos para así permitir que el sistema público no esté constantemente presionado y no pueda desempeñarse adecuadamente. Porque la literatura te dice que cuando impones demasiada austeridad, de una manera a largo plazo, después de un tiempo el efecto es una baja en moral, una baja en la capacidad de atraer nuevo talento, porque las personas no quieren entrar al gobierno y estar bajo esas condiciones. No hay inversión en infraestructura, así que entonces tiene una deflación del capital del gobierno. Así que queríamos ir poco a poco aliviándolo. Hay que hacer recortes, pero aliviando eso. Lo que la Junta certificó hoy, de una manera rara, es lo peor de los dos mundos. Impone recortes que se habían planificado cuando se pensaba que el gobierno se iba a quedar sin dinero, así que mantiene esos recortes, mantiene esa presión, pero entonces requiere un superávit mayor que va a complicar las negociaciones. Y por eso es que hoy, cuando tuvimos nuestro turno, lo que indicamos es, ojo con las promesas que están haciendo. Sean más conservadores, sean más paulatinos, y ahí vamos a tener algo contra qué ejecutar que es más realizable. Eso es lo que en términos prácticos implica lo que certificaron hoy.
Pero entonces, cuando el gobernador está hablando de la austeridad, ¿cómo afecta la competitividad a Puerto Rico en otras áreas? Porque entonces, ¿cómo va a haber competitividad si tiene usted austeridad por todos lados?
Bueno, lo que afecta, lo que la Junta se refería en términos de competitividad, entendemos que se refiere a políticas de leyes laborales, leyes de franquicia como la Ley 75, etcétera. Mira, si ellos de verdad piensan que eso es lo que es y con eso se resuelve todo, pues que vayan al Congreso y están allí de rodillas todos los días suplicando, por favor, aprueba esto, que con esto se arregla todo y no hay que hacer nada. Pero aquí lo que estamos trabajando es un presupuesto a 5 años. Eso es. El plan fiscal es un presupuesto agrandado. Y estamos, yo creo que desafortunadamente, mezclando una cosa con la otra. El plan fiscal debe reflejar la necesidad de ciertas acciones, pero no es el mecanismo mediante el cual se procuran. Y esas, yo creo que es una diferencia, yo diría que es una diferencia en visión de lo que debe ser el plan fiscal, y es una diferencia en cuál es la política fiscal que se va a implementar. En la medida que, nosotros entendemos que en la medida que hay un mejor progreso económico, pues debe reducir la presión de recortes que se está implementando.
Ronald de Metro.
Celia.
Ronald de Metro.
Porque si recortas más, inviertes menos.
Mi pregunta es para el presidente de la Junta de Gobierno de la universidad. Voy a moverme porque quiero... en términos de la conglomeración de los recintos, ¿por qué este esfuerzo no se hizo antes desde la universidad y se presentó a la Junta? Porque ciertamente Haddock lleva poco tiempo en el puesto, pero usted lleva mucho más tiempo. Y la Junta ayer mencionó que desde la universidad no se le ha presentado ninguna estrategia para conglomerar los recintos, así que ellos tomaron la decisión de hacerlo como lo hicieron. O sea, ¿por qué este esfuerzo no se hizo con anterioridad desde la propia universidad, que se supone que es la que sabe cómo sus estructuras administrativas y académicas deben entonces conglomerarse o cambiar?
Correcto, nosotros presentamos en el plan 2 modelos y le vamos a permitir al presidente Haddock, que ya comenzó, tan pronto él empezó en septiembre, ha ido visitado todos los campus, las unidades, para hacer este análisis, y el plan de trabajo es presentar el conglomerado que él entienda pertinente en diciembre. Así que nosotros lo recalcamos, hicimos el énfasis, la Junta de Supervisión Fiscal estableció un conglomerado que es una alternativa, pero no necesariamente va a ser la que va a correr y la que va a presentar el presidente en diciembre. Así que lo que resalto es que sí se está haciendo el trabajo, le estamos dando el espacio al presidente, se ha reunido con todos los rectores y el conglomerado de la Universidad de Puerto Rico va a estar presentado en o antes de diciembre de este año.
O sea, que el plan, ustedes no lo van a acatar, es lo que está diciendo.
Es una alternativa que necesariamente es específico, no tiene que ser. Eso es una posibilidad. Si el presidente Haddock, luego de todas las evaluaciones, dice que está y ese es el que quiere presentar, pues así será. Si es otro modelo que represente 4 conglomerados, por ejemplo, que Arecibo esté en otro lado, pues, y entendemos que la Junta no, ¿verdad? No va a llegar a ese nivel de micromanagement de decir dónde tiene que estar un recinto con el otro.
Pero ¿qué junta usted dice?
La Junta de Supervisión Fiscal.
No sé si la Junta acaba de aprobar un plan.
Pero además de que aprobó el plan, también hubo unas expresiones de que cualquier otra medida que lleguen al mismo resultado por otro modelo, ellos están abiertos a escucharlo. Esas fueron palabras.
Lo que le dice Ronald es que la Junta ya ha dicho que ante la no presentación de una alternativa por parte de ustedes, ellos están imponiendo su plan.
Correcto, y lo presentaron hoy. Y también dijeron que si llegamos al mismo fin bajo otro modelo, ellos están abiertos a escuchar ese otro modelo. Y ese otro modelo, si es otro modelo, se va a presentar en diciembre, cuando le demos la oportunidad al nuevo presidente Haddock, que llegó en septiembre, de presentar su plan de conglomerado.
Sí, buenas tardes, mi pregunta es para Sobrino. Dado que ya el Tribunal de Quiebra determinó que el plan que prevalece es el de la Junta, ¿a cuenta de qué o hasta dónde está dispuesto a llegar el gobierno si desafía ese plan fiscal y no lo sigue?
Bueno, el plan fiscal certificado es el de la Junta. Eso el tribunal lo determinó y eso está claro. Eso nos pone a nosotros ahora, del punto de vista del gobierno, una presión en términos fiscales y operacionales de que no podemos llevar a cabo acciones en contra de ese plan sin arriesgar de que se nos lleve a cabo algún tipo de acción judicial y el expendio de fondos públicos no esté autorizado. Así que para eso, como hemos hecho en otras ocasiones, tenemos que entonces montar un caso de qué revisiones entendemos que son las apropiadas. Ahora mismo, lo que nosotros hoy principalmente estábamos objetando era que se incluyeran unas proyecciones que no son reales y que de hecho son tan irreales que el presidente reaccionó a ellas. Cuando publicamos el nuestro en septiembre, el presidente no reaccionó. El que se publicó ayer causó que Donald Trump cogiera su celular y le disparara un tiro a la Junta.
¿Es para la Junta o para el gobierno de Puerto Rico?
De nuevo, la Junta ayer publicó un plan. Tenía un superávit que nosotros nunca estábamos contemplando, que es el doble de que el gobierno propuso. Y el día después, el presidente tiene un tuit. Eso no fue a nosotros. Que estemos claros, eso no fue a nosotros. Eso no fue a nosotros.
¿La rebeldía no es una opción?
¿Qué rebeldía?
Bueno, la rebeldía, si van a desafiar lo que...
Próxima pregunta.
O sea, se van a allanar.
Próxima pregunta. Vamos, como indiqué, el plan fiscal que certificó la Junta es el plan fiscal certificado. Eso impone unos controles fiscales. Nosotros tenemos que hacer un caso de cómo se deben revisar.
AB.
Yes, I'm looking for a reaction to President Trump's tweet where he specifically says he calls inept politicians. He uses that term in his tweet and was looking for a comment on that.
What he was referring to is clearly the fiscal plan. It's the one that the board certified. It's not our fiscal plan. And then the board and the government need to clear that up. And the governor responded to that tweet by indicating that he agrees that the fiscal plan isn't the correct plan, but it is the certified plan.
Politicians, not board members.
But he is reacting clearly to something, right? And it is the publishing of a certified fiscal plan. So he is responding to the number.
Mari Carmen del Vocero.
Sí, es que no me queda claro por parte de la Universidad de Puerto Rico si ustedes van a cumplir con el plan aprobado por la Junta.
¿En qué aspecto?
En todos los aspectos, todo el plan, si van a cumplir con él o no.
Bueno, al igual que Cristian Sobrino está mencionando, el plan es el mapa a seguir. Muchas de las, si ustedes ven este plan enmendado para la Universidad de Puerto Rico, muchas de las iniciativas que se propusieron en el plan fiscal de la Universidad de Puerto Rico fueron adoptadas. Hay algunas que todavía tenemos nuestras diferencias y en esas la Junta también lo mencionó, por ejemplo, el bono de Navidad. Si la Universidad de Puerto Rico, igual que el gobierno, tienen la fuente para hacer ese pago, la Junta está dispuesta a aceptarlo. Nosotros en nuestro plan entendemos que tenemos los fondos necesarios porque hemos hecho ajustes para cumplir con el bono de Navidad y lo vamos a estar pagando. Nosotros entendemos que hay algunas políticas que nosotros entendemos que caen en la gobernanza y en la autonomía de la universidad, como es esa, como es la de los conglomerados, como es la política de las exenciones, y nosotros nos vamos a mantener en proveerlas, pero a la misma vez no es una palabra de desafío, sino es demostrarle a la Junta con las proyecciones, con los reportes, que la estamos otorgando porque podemos otorgarla.
Primera hora.
Buenas, mire, quisiera que ambos, ¿verdad?, explicaran al pueblo, mucho más allá de que le van a reducir el 10% de las pensiones y todo eso, ¿verdad? Porque aquí los mismos estudiantes han hecho sus comentarios de cómo se va a vivir en el pueblo basado en este plan fiscal que se ha aprobado para ambos, para el gobierno y para la UPR, de qué es lo que se va a experimentar y de qué es lo que van a padecer o o qué cosas se van a recortar en términos de que no van a poder ir a ponerse la vacuna de la influenza, ¿verdad? Cosas así que el pueblo sepa cuál va a ser el efecto inmediato para ellos.
En términos inmediatos, la mayoría de los recortes que están incluidos a los 5 años del plan fiscal son en beneficios y compensación de servidores públicos, por ejemplo. Así que empleados del gobierno, si en efecto no se les puede pagar el bono de Navidad como está esperando la Junta, significa que en el mes de noviembre y diciembre o más adelante, dependiendo de cuándo es que se acumulaba ese bono, no van a tener ese dinero para consumir. En términos de los planes médicos, la Junta nos está solicitando unos cambios adicionales al plan médico, aunque reconocemos que su propuesta certificada es más cercana a la nuestra de septiembre, pero eso implica también que se ve una reducción posiblemente en la compensación en el cheque de cada empleado. Así que eso es por el lado de personal. En el lado de gastos operacionales que se recortan, esos tipos de gastos tienden a reflejarse en contrataciones o en obra que se ordena, por lo cual es dinero que no está fluyendo en la economía, lo cual entonces se refleja en una reducción de consumo y en una reducción de actividad económica y de ingresos al individuo. Así que eso son lo que se ve como resultado directo de las reducciones que ha incluido la Junta en su plan fiscal. Son los recortes, son los efectos que se ve de cualquier reducción. Y por eso es que nosotros en septiembre entendíamos que al tener una actividad económica más positiva, debíamos reducir esos recortes, no aumentarlos.
Adriana Noticen.
Sí, nosotros en la Universidad de Puerto Rico ya hemos comenzado todo este tipo de implementaciones y reestructuraciones. Así que un primer énfasis, la Universidad de Puerto Rico no está llevando el status quo, todo lo contrario. Nosotros le hemos dado más autonomía a los recintos, la parte de attrition y más eficiencia está sucediendo, estamos trabajando en las consolidaciones. Así que para el estudiantado, nuestro plan primero se enfoca en ser más eficientes. Si nosotros somos más eficientes, estamos reduciendo los costos y vamos a mantener la matrícula para los estudiantes la más económica posible, de la alta calidad. Así que nuestro plan siempre enfocado en eficiencia, y tenemos que saber que tanto el gobierno como la Universidad de Puerto Rico y otras agencias por muchos años han ido creciendo y tienen procesos ineficientes. No estamos hablando de que la accesibilidad o la educación se ponga en tela de juicio. De hecho, como escucharon hoy, el attrition de profesores es 0. No se está tocando en el plan fiscal la cantidad de profesores para impartir la educación en nuestro plan fiscal, es en el non-teaching y otras áreas de back office que están en la eficiencia más proyectada. Así que nuestra calidad va a continuar y va haciendo la universidad más accesible en Puerto Rico y en los Estados Unidos.
Sí, buenas. Profesora Lomar, la UPR entiendo que está operando entonces con un plan fiscal. Estoy por acá.
Ok.
Hola. La UPR está operando con un plan fiscal diferente al que se aprobó hoy por la Junta, pero acabamos de establecer, ¿no?, que el plan que impera es el de la Junta. Esto quiere decir, por ejemplo, que las exenciones que se otorgaron a los estudiantes al principio de semestre se van a cortar entonces durante el semestre en curso. Segundo, todavía no ha quedado claro qué va a pasar o qué ha pasado con el periódico Diálogo, si finalmente ya comenzaron esa reestructuración o si ya está en funciones, porque entiendo que no. Y sobrino, La Junta insiste que las medidas que el gobierno ha tomado no son suficientes, pero el gobierno insiste que han habido ahorros. Y hasta donde tengo entendido, y esto se ha repetido hasta la saciedad, los números se supone que no mienten. Entonces, si los podría explicar exactamente de dónde proviene este desacuerdo, ya sea criterio político, etcétera, por qué la Junta y el gobierno no se han podido poner de acuerdo.
La parte de las exenciones, si recordarán, al principio el primer plan de la Junta era eliminar todas las exenciones. La UPR sometió y presentó su caso para que se mantuvieran, aunque reducida. La Junta ya aceptó matrícula de honor, ayudantía de investigación graduada y la ayudantía de los veteranos. Todavía quedaba pendiente la de los hijos de empleados o empleados y los atletas. Nosotros nos mantuvimos en que no es necesario eliminarlas todas, sino que, mire, vamos a reducirlas y que sea más alineado a la necesidad económica. Y eso se mantuvo y se otorgaron las exenciones y nosotros estamos haciendo el reporte para que vean cómo haya habido un aumento. Así que las exenciones se mantienen este semestre y las vamos a estar, ¿verdad?, evaluando para que se mantengan restrictas para ese segundo semestre. No, en este semestre se mantienen todas las que se han otorgado. El segundo punto sobre el periódico Diálogo ya está operando, está en Arecibo y se le asignó lo que fue solicitado, que eran los $200,000 para su operación.
¿Pero tiene empleados trabajando en la oficina? Pues esa oficina está vacía.
Te puedo verificar con las personas de Arecibo, porque el rector con el decano de comunicaciones tienen los fondos asignados, $200,000 que fueron los solicitados para que estuviera operando, y lo he visto en Twitter por lo menos que han salido varias noticias toda esta semana y todo este mes del reporte, el periódico Diálogo haciendo sus reportes.
Nuevo día, John Isabel.
Déjame contestarle a Adriana. En términos de los números, el balance de cuenta en el TSA del Departamento de Hacienda, en la cuenta operacional, excede cuál era la proyección. Los recaudos que han ido entrando mes a mes, desde mucho antes del huracán, han excedido también la proyección, excepto en el periodo donde el huracán, donde Puerto Rico había acabado de atravesar el huracán. El año pasado, el gobierno operó un año fiscal completo, no tuvo que cerrar porque pudo consumir dentro de su presupuesto. Hasta ahora hemos continuado de esa manera. Así que en términos puramente operacionales y de recaudo, estamos ahí, estamos cumpliendo. Y de hecho, cuando uno va a la ley promesa define cumplimiento con el plan fiscal a base de ingresos, de gasto y de gastos proyectados. No habla de más nada. Así que nosotros hemos mantenido fiel a la ley. Estamos usando el presupuesto que certificó la Junta. El año pasado utilizamos el presupuesto que nos certificó la Junta y pudimos operar. Es difícil. Requiere que recortes porque se le tuvo que añadir una segunda nómina al gobierno con el pago directo de las pensiones. Y causa unas presiones operacionales que son las que nosotros en septiembre indicamos que debíamos ir poco a poco reduciendo para que haya una operación más fluida. Y eso es lo que la literatura fiscal indica. Así que en ese sentido estamos totalmente en cumplimiento.
Nuevo día por aquí.
Licenciado, lo que sucede es que hay varios elementos. Usted hizo varias declaraciones y quisiera que las pudiéramos corregir, pero primero las dos preguntas. Ustedes están en cumplimiento, pero no se está pagando a los bonistas. Por consiguiente, si no se está pagando a los bonistas, hay una parte de ese ejercicio presupuestario que está en rojo.
Eso no es correcto y te voy a explicar por qué.
Ajá.
Tienes razón de que no se está pagando a los bonistas. El plan, la ley promesa, cuando habla de presupuesto y planes fiscales, indica que mientras estás en título 3, no estás obligado a incluir eso. Y en el presupuesto que nos certifica la Junta, tampoco incluyen ese pago, como era la tradición siempre. Uno veía las resoluciones del Fondo General, se incluía un ítem para el pago de deuda de obligaciones generales, uno iba a las diferentes entidades y lo veía allí. Así que de yo hacer un pago a la deuda, yo no tendría ni la autoridad legal para hacerlo ahora mismo. Así que en ese sentido sí estamos en cumplimiento.
O sea, pero sabiendo que no está incluido el pago de la
Bueno,
deuda. Entiendo lo que me planteas legalmente.
El no,
pero
el no
claro,
pagar la deuda
está.
ha permitido que la situación de liquidez sea mucho mejor. La realidad es que sí, en un momento hubo una crisis de liquidez en el gobierno, no solamente una crisis de solvencia. El no pagar deuda por un tiempo, más otras medidas de ahorros, han permitido que sobrepases la crisis de liquidez inmediata. Ahora estamos atendiendo una crisis de solvencia a largo plazo, que es lo que se atiende en las negociaciones con los bonistas.
Dijo que los recaudos estaban en mejor condición de lo que se creía antes, pero critica el plan fiscal señalando que los miembros de la Junta contemplan recaudos que no se van a materializar. ¿Pudieras decirme ejemplos de esos recaudos que no se materializarían y que están en el plan actual?
El aumento en recaudo en el plan fiscal de la Junta, en realidad a lo que se debe es que el plan fiscal de la Junta contempla un gasto más acelerado de los fondos de recuperación. Así que en el plan fiscal del gobierno se entendía que al cabo de 5 años se iban a poder invertir 53.000 millones de dólares de esos fondos de recuperación. En el de la Junta, al cabo de 5 años, es 69.000 millones de dólares. Cuando uno inyecta ese nivel de capital, estás gastando ya el 20% de tu Producto Nacional Bruto. Y eso causa un aumento dramático en tu recaudo. Nuestra preocupación es que cuando estás imponiendo ese nivel de gasto, estás proyectando algo que nosotros preferiríamos que sea mucho más conservador, porque nuestra proyección refleja lo que entendemos que es la operación gubernamental ahora mismo.
¿Qué sucedería con el sobrante proyectado en el plan? ¿Ustedes están discutiendo o ha conversado con el gobernador acerca de qué sucedería con ese dinero?
No hemos tenido una discusión. Es algo que es sujeto claramente a las negociaciones. No todo lo que está incluido ahí tiene un propósito ya delineado, porque hay reservas de liquidez, hay múltiples gastos o inversiones que surgen de allí. Pero eso es algo que vamos a estar discutiendo en el proceso de mediación.
Ricardo.
¿Cuál nuevo día?
Sí, me gustaría, si es posible, que ustedes me hablaran sobre el efecto específico en los estudiantes de este plan fiscal que estamos vegetando. Y uno de los temas recurrentes que discutió la Junta esta mañana es la no sostenibilidad de la economía ante la ausencia de algunas disposiciones o de algunos cambios que promueve la Junta. Y me pregunto si dentro de la visión del gobierno, en este caso, ustedes consideran apropiado tener un plan fiscal que al cabo de 30, 40 años proyecte un crecimiento económico en negativo.
La parte de los estudiantes, nosotros siempre nuestro plan y todas las ejecutorias que hemos hecho durante este pasado año y 3 o 4 meses ha sido dirigida en que la universidad tiene que ser más eficiente, ¿verdad? Ese lean structure para que los estudiantes tengan acceso a la universidad. No hay duda que un 40 o 50% de los estudiantes tienen necesidad económica. Y el modelo que nosotros hemos diseñado permite que se generen ingresos por matrícula, ingresos en ahorros de estructura, que se pueda crear un fondo de becas para esos estudiantes de necesidad económica, que es alrededor del 50%. Para este año tenemos 9 millones de fondos de becas, de ese fondo especial, tenemos 4 millones del fondo total, tenemos bajo la nueva ley de la lotería $1 millón adicional, tenemos 14 millones de fondos de exenciones. Así que cuando tú sumas 9 millones de becas legislativas, cuando tú sumas todos esos nuevos ingresos que tenemos y destinos, estamos hablando de cerca de 40 millones de dólares para que ese dinero sea a estudiantes de necesidad económica. Así que nosotros en todos estos 5 años que vamos a estar en este plan fiscal, siempre estamos procurando de que ese fondo, que empieza en 9 millones este primer año, 2019, y que aumenta hasta 16 millones el 2023, se mantenga y sea destinado. Además, incluyo que el plan certificado del gobierno central habla que de los ahorros de varias agencias, rama judicial, legislatura y AFAF, 35 millones se esperan que puedan ir a un fondo de endowment, 35 millones anuales por esos 5 años. Estamos hablando de casi 160, 170 millones de dólares para que de los réditos puedan ir a un fondo de becas. Así que nosotros, con el nuevo presidente, con la nueva visión, crear este fondo de becas que lo usan todas las universidades de endowment para los estudiantes que tengan necesidad económica, porque también reconocemos que solamente el 50% no es toda la población.
Culminamos con River, que es la última pregunta. Más adelante atendemos tu pregunta.
Sí, ¿cuál era la pregunta, perdón, Ricardo? Mira, nuestra proyección era que en 40 años no estabas negativo. Hoy la Junta certificó uno que indica que a menos que no se tomen acciones como reforma laboral, reducción en el gasto de salud, etcétera, no hay manera de estar en positivo. Nosotros no estamos de acuerdo con eso. Una reforma laboral es importante. Nosotros, en particular, apoyamos en un momento la derogación de la Ley 80. Eso no prosperó. Pero que eso no haya prosperado no significa que Puerto Rico ya se acabó. Y entendemos que una proyección a 40 años es un ejercicio de planificación financiera que es importante, pero no puede definir la operación entera de un gobierno por 5 años. Y a eso es lo que nos referimos, porque ahora mismo estamos en una situación donde Puerto Rico estuvo muchos años recorte tras recorte tras recorte, estuvo bajo mucha presión financiera y fiscal que resultó incluso en un impago de la deuda. Hay que ahora aumentar la capacidad del gobierno poco a poco, no ocurre de un cantazo, por lo cual relevar un poco de la presión de recortes pudiera ayudar incluso a que sea más fuerte la actividad económica, porque como hemos visto, al incluir de momento una inversión como por ejemplo la operación de FEMA, ha aumentado los ingresos, ha aumentado el empleo, así que hay una posibilidad donde no todo recorte de por sí va a llevar a una eficiencia, y nosotros entendemos que haciendo un plan más conservador, que sea más paulatino, pero tiene que tener un plan claro de cuáles son los cambios que se van a hacer, pero más paulatino puede ser más beneficioso a largo plazo.
Finalizamos con River.
You expressed some optimism on the prospects for pending debt talks. This fiscal plan that was certified here today, does that hurt or hinder those prospects in any way?
Well, I think it clearly shifts, ¿cómo se dice? Expectations. Clearly shifts expectations. I think you saw that yesterday. Now we have Twitter going crazy. So it does affect the process, but what we need to be clear is the government of Puerto Rico is committed to continue the negotiation process, and I am pretty sure that the Oversight Board is as well. We take this very seriously. We've had success recently, and I think we can build on that success going forward. So the fiscal plan, I think it's a complication. I think it includes pressure on the budget that I don't think is completely necessary. But we'll attend to the negotiation and how it gets complicated in the board, in the negotiation table.
Gracias a todos. Gracias a todos.
Planes de implementación, sí.
En ese ejercicio plantean que solamente hay 4 de estas 128 iniciativas que se están implementando, valga la redundancia. ¿Qué otras cosas deben hacerse y que desde la perspectiva de la Junta no hay suficiente claridad o no hay suficiente rapidez para implementarse?
Ellos están supervisando 128 planes de implementación. Un plan de implementación es una herramienta, es muy útil, pero no es no es un espejo no es una ventana hacia el futuro. Por ejemplo, a base, y lo dije aquí en la vista, a base de la evaluación del plan de implementación del año pasado, la Junta estaba muy segura de que el gobierno iba a cerrar y que no había ninguna otra manera de atender el caso excepto recortándole un día o 2 días de trabajo al empleado público y que merecía que miles de familias tuviesen que ver sus ingresos reducidos. Pues sabemos que eso no fue verdad. Así que ojo con cuánto peso le des al pedazo de papel. Mira mejor la operación. Hay otras maneras de evaluarlo y eso es lo que nosotros invitamos a que ocurra. Sí, hay que mantener esos planes de implementación, son importantes, pero hay otras métricas que se deben observar.
Gracias.
I'm chair of the board. I'd like to welcome you to our 15th meeting for the Oversight and Management Board for Puerto Rico. I would like all the attendants here to cooperate, please, with us in conducting a productive meeting, including keeping cell phones in silent mode and abstaining from conversation and comments. Let me begin by calling roll and to determine a quorum. Dr. Biggs?
Present.
Carlos Garcia? Can we get, is the phone working?
I think it is. I'm present by phone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Carlos. Judge Gonzalez?
Present.
Mr. Jose Ramon Gonzalez?
Present.
Mrs. Ana Matos Santos?
Present.
Professor Skeel?
Present by phone.
And the ex officio member, Licenciado Cristian Sobrino?
Present.
A quorum being present, the meeting is now called to order. Now let me proceed and ask our General Counsel, Jaime El Curi, to act as Secretary of this meeting. Now I'd like to recognize, well, first of all, let me thank all of you in attendance in the 15th meeting of the board, the 4th being held here in Puerto Rico, and also everyone that is watching the live stream of the meeting via the board's website at www.oversightboard.pr.gov. I am pleased to say that as customary, the audio of this meeting via the webcast is available in English and a simultaneous Spanish translation. If you log into the English website, the audio will be in English, and if you log into the Spanish website, you will hear the simultaneous translation. Now let's move on to today's agenda. The agenda we have for today is approval of the 419 and 420 public meeting minutes and the 1019 executive session minutes. We will then go into administrative matters. Then we will listen to a report by the executive director. And then we will take remarks on proposed revisions to the certified fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, discussions on said revised Commonwealth fiscal plan, public comment on the revised fiscal plan, and discussions and certification of said fiscal plan. Then we will move to remarks on the proposed revisions for the certified fiscal plans for the University of Puerto Rico, discussion of the revised UPR fiscal plan, public comment on the revised fiscal plan, and discussion and certification of said UPR fiscal plan. Let's move on. Our first order of business is to approve the minutes of the board's last 2 public meetings held on April 19, 2018 and April 20th, 2018, and the minutes of the board's executive session held on October 19th, 2018. The proposed minutes are included in the meeting materials. Meeting minutes are attached and were reviewed, but they're in Appendix A and B and Appendix C. Does anybody have any questions about these minutes? There being no questions, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move to approval of the minutes for the public meetings on April 19th, 20th, as well as the executive session held on October 19th.
Thank you, Ms. Matos Santos. Would anybody like to second that motion?
I'll second the motion.
We're grateful for that. Thank you. Then I'd like to ask for a vote by voice. Those in favor say yes, and those opposed, please say no.
Yes.
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 Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. All members having voted in favor of the motion, the minutes are approved. Let's move on. Now providing the board with my report. I would like to recognize Mr. Jose Ramon Gonzalez.
I'd like to present a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we resolve that the board confirm and approve the unanimous written consents adopted by the board since the adjournment of the board's last public meeting, which are listed in Appendix D here too.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez and Ms. Matos Santos. Those in favor, please say yes.
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 The resolution has, all members having voted in favor of the resolution, it is approved. It has passed unanimously. Mr. Biggs, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to propose or move that between the adjournment of this meeting and the opening of the board's next public meeting, the board may consider in executive session any and all matters that is authorized to consider under PROMESA, including first, any certification determinations authorized by PROMESA, including certification determinations under Section 206 of PROMESA. Second, any submissions or authorizations authorized by PROMESA. And third, any filings authorized under Title III of PROMESA, in each case that are set forth as part of the vote to convene such executive session. The board may also act by unanimous written consent between meetings in accordance with the bylaws, with such consent to include consent by email.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs and Judge Gonzalez. I'd like to proceed to a voice vote. Those in favor, please say yes.
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 All members having voted in favor of the motion, the resolution is approved and has passed unanimously. Now let us proceed to the third item on the agenda, which would be a report by our Executive Director, Ms. Natalie Jaresko. Natalie, could you please begin your presentation, and you provide background and context regarding the revisions to the fiscal plans to the Commonwealth and to the University of Puerto Rico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to provide a brief overview of the board's work so far in relation to the certification of these fiscal plans. In March of 2017, the board and the government worked collaboratively to certify a first fiscal plan for the Commonwealth that outlined the roadmap for Puerto Rico to return to fiscal balance. However, given the devastation caused by Hurricanes Irma and Maria, the board initiated a fiscal plan revision process during the board's 10th meeting in October of 2017 to reflect the island's new reality, including the influx of federal recovery funding. Since then, the process of developing various fiscal plan drafts was very collaborative, always having in mind the best interests of the people of Puerto Rico and trying to align as much as possible with the government. As part of the process, we met with Governor Rosselló several times, and our technical teams had dozens of working sessions. In addition to the collaboration between the governor and the oversight board, much work was also done to incorporate different perspectives. As part of the revision process, we organized 4 listening sessions to receive a diverse range of perspectives from a variety of experts comprising academics, former and current government officials, representatives from the private and social sectors. We met with numerous stakeholders to discuss the assumptions underlying the fiscal plans and held numerous meetings with economists, academics, and experts in which we have been stress testing many of our assumptions. As a conclusion to that process, in April of 2018, the board certified a fiscal plan for the Commonwealth, which included, among others, a comprehensive labor reform package. Given an accommodation agreed to with the governor to support this labor reform, the board certified a revised plan in May of this year to accommodate certain levels of spending as a result of the increased revenue projections that stemmed from those structural reforms. Given the inability to adopt this reform, the board had to revise its growth assumptions and recertified a fiscal plan in June of 2018. The June plan then served as a basis for the development and certification of a fiscal year 2019 budget for the Commonwealth and the instrumentalities that is compliant with PROMESA and the fiscal plans. The board subsequently approved revised fiscal plans for PREPA and PRASA to align their macroeconomic projections with the Commonwealth fiscal plan. In August 2018, the board initiated a fiscal plan revision process to incorporate in the fiscal plan for the Commonwealth material new information, including, among other things, actual revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 18, additional federal disaster-related appropriations, adjustments in demographic projections, implementation progress on structural reforms, and most recently, the COFINA debt restructuring settlement. Since then, we have engaged in a collaborative process with the government to develop a revised fiscal plan which reflects the most up-to-date information available. I now welcome the government's presentation of the revisions to the Commonwealth's fiscal plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Esco. Now we would like to recognize Mr. Christian Sobrino, Executive Director of the Puerto Rico Fiscal Agency and Financial Advisory Authority, who will make remarks on the revision proposed by the government to the fiscal plan of the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico that was certified on June 29, 2018.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve my comments until after Ms. Jaresco presents the new draft of the fiscal plan.
Very well. Let's move forward then to proposed discussions to the revisions to the certified fiscal plan. And welcome back again, Mr. Esco, the Executive Director of the Board, to give a presentation to the Board on the Board's review of the proposed revisions to said fiscal plan for the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the most important mandates of PROMESA is the elaboration of fiscal plans for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico and its instrumentalities to lay out a path for fiscal balance, a return to capital markets, and economic sustainability for the island's future. I'd like to reiterate again how much alignment there is on many key areas of this fiscal plan. That said, the Oversight Board believes that the government's proposed plan, as submitted, is not in compliance with the requirements of PROMESA. Specifically, the plan does not meet several provisions of Section 201B of the law. And it is for this reason, and in the best interest of the people of Puerto Rico, that yesterday we published a draft version of the new fiscal plan for the Commonwealth, as developed by the Board, and which we now propose for certification. Contrary to previous certifications of fiscal plans, this round of updates is primarily focused on updating for new information and new accurate data. As such, the overreaching goals and outcomes of the fiscal plan, all developed with the recognition that Puerto Rico is at a unique moment in its history, remain consistent. Just to review, the core outcomes are the following. Promote sustained long-term growth, driven by critical structural reforms that will revitalize the economy, create plentiful job opportunities, and lead to conditions for Puerto Rico's return to credit markets. Produce a more efficient energy sector that provides Puerto Ricans electricity at an affordable price of 20 cents per kilowatt hour. Improve the business environment for firms and entrepreneurs in Puerto Rico by dramatically improving Puerto Rico's place in the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business Index in critical factors such as getting electricity, obtaining construction permits, paying taxes, and registering property. Improve educational outcomes for Puerto Rican children, equipping them with key skills and improving academic proficiency across the board, resulting in an annual 12% reduction of the achievement gap on standardized exams. Improve the quality of health care while investing in preventative and tailored care to increase the efficacy of the Puerto Rican healthcare sector. And modernize and increase the resilience of critical Puerto Rican infrastructure by maximizing the impact of federal disaster funding and long-term Commonwealth investments in capital expenditures. As I mentioned earlier, the board engaged in a revision of the fiscal plan to update it for the best available information, which incorporates material new information, including, among other things, actual revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 18, additional federal disaster-related appropriations, adjustments in demographic projections, implementation progress on structural reforms, and the COFINA debt restructuring settlement. The best fiscal plan is one that contains the most accurate and reliable information available at the time. Some of these updates were positive in the short term, such as higher fiscal year 18 revenues and lower expenditures, and additional federal disaster-related funds. Others were negative in the long run, such as a slower ramp-up of federal funding and some lack of progress on implementation of structural reforms. A summary of the outlook is provided in this exhibit number 4. And just for everyone's reference, the exhibit numbers are the same as in the plan that was published. The red line on this slide shows the price of inaction. Even though the fiscal trajectory of the Commonwealth is stabilized for a few years, thanks to increased federal assistance, which acts as a stimulus to the economy, it quickly deteriorates after the disaster relief funds slow, as the economy returns to its natural trend without that stimulus. The new fiscal plan reverses the negative pre-measures structural deficit by achieving a cumulative surplus of $17 billion by FY23, the 5 years in the fiscal plan. The fiscal plan also projects a primary surplus through 2033, dependent on timely and successful implementation of substantial fiscal measures and important structural reforms, the fiscal stimulus effect of the federal disaster recovery funds, as well as short-term full federal Medicaid funding. This is before taking into account all of the contractual debt service, since this reflects only the payment under the COFINA debt agreement. However, the new fiscal plan projects a primary deficit from 2034 through 2058 based on the unwinding of the federal disaster recovery fund stimulus effect and lack of broader and deeper structural reforms that are necessary to change the underlying challenging economic and demographic trends in Puerto Rico. With regard to the updated information, the new fiscal plan projects that $82 billion approximately, as compared to $62 billion in the previous fiscal plan, of disaster relief funding in total from federal and private sources will be dispersed in the reconstruction effort. It will be used for a mix of individual assistance, for example, reconstruction of houses, personal expenditures related to the hurricane, such as clothing and supplies, public assistance, for example, reconstruction of major infrastructure, roads, schools, and to cover part of the Commonwealth's share of the cost of disaster relief funding. You can see this detail in Exhibit 8. The $20 billion increase in additional recovery funding is primarily driven by FEMA funding, estimated at an additional $14 billion, and other federal funds of $5 billion, mostly from Restart Education funding, telecom funding from the FCC, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers canalization project funding, VA projects, and PAN supplemental funding. In terms of the changes in revenues between the June and the new fiscal plan, our revenues for the 5 years increase from $87 billion in June to $96 billion in the current plan, while estimated total revenues for the 5 years increase from $121 billion in June to $132 billion now. These changes are mostly driven by the macroeconomic factors, recovery-related activity, and higher federal funds. In the 40-year projection, however, the net impact is not substantial, given lower structural reforms in the long term cancel out the short term. The new fiscal plan projects a decrease of $7 billion in own revenues over the 40 years, and an increase of $1 billion in total revenues over the 40 years. The stimulus effect created by the influx of recovery money, coupled with the structural reforms, leads us to estimate Puerto Rico's real GNP growth at 8% in fiscal year 19. This exhibit will show you the projection through the fiscal plan years, pre-measures and post-measures. However, the population is still projected to decline over the period of the new fiscal plan, as shown in Exhibit 11. In the long term, population is projected to continue to decline, but at a rate closer to pre-hurricane trends, leveling off at 0.8 to 1.2% decline annually by fiscal year 2035. One key element of the population projection is the assumption that the low historical rate of immigration onto the island will continue. The COFINA agreement reduced the cash flow to COFINA from a maximum of $1.85 billion, the original COFINA debt service, to $992 million, the new COFINA debt service, amounting to savings of $17 billion in debt service over the 40 years. The average annual savings on COFINA debt service through 2057 is $456 million per year. The new fiscal plan projects a revenue and expense measures of $3.4 billion in 2023. $865 million in measures are for this fiscal year. Exhibit 34 shows you and summarizes the fiscal measures for the fiscal years in the fiscal plan, 2018 through 2023, as well as the longer-term impact. The baseline has caused small changes in fiscal measures, but no major changes have occurred in this plan. Similar to the June fiscal plan, fiscal measures drive a 6% increase in own revenues and a 17% decrease in own expenditures by fiscal year 23. The Oversight Board is monitoring implementation of 128 implementation plans reflecting hundreds of measures across agencies. That is where success will be measured. And I'd like to announce that later this week, the public will be able to measure the government's compliance with implementation plans and financial reporting requirements in an interactive dashboard on the Oversight Board's website. In terms of structural reforms, we continue to believe that structural change is required to develop a future of growth and opportunity. We know that Puerto Rico suffers from chronically low labor force participation, a business climate that is too difficult to navigate, and expensive and unreliable electricity. And the structural reforms that are included in this new fiscal plan, if implemented fully as scheduled, project a sustained 0.95% annual increase to real GNP growth by fiscal year 2023, as you see in Exhibit 10. It's important to note that there are additional reforms being undergone right now in education K through 12 that will add an additional 0.26% cumulative impact a little bit later, starting in 2048. That results total in impact from the structural reforms underway of 1.21% annually. That is the equivalent of approximately $85 billion in revenues over 40 years, as outlined in Exhibit 28. These reforms that are in the fiscal plan include labor and human capital reforms, that's welfare to work, EITC, ease of doing business reforms, that includes permitting reform, digitization, energy reform, and infrastructure reform. The structural reforms in this new fiscal plan, however, only provide enough growth in the short and medium term. And this is partly due to the fact that the Oversight Board has now downscored the expected growth in labor reform from 0.3 to 0.15%, given the existence of statutes that are restrictive to growth, and as such, lower revenues are expected from the labor reform. Moreover, the Oversight Board decreased to 0% the scoring for trading across borders, which was part of the ease of doing business reforms in the previous fiscal plan. While this new fiscal plan includes many of the critical reforms needed to improve the island's fiscal balance and economic conditions, there are some important reforms, like the labor reform that we've been discussing, some additional ease of doing business reforms that are not included in this new fiscal plan because the political will to adopt additional reforms at this time in these new areas does not exist. Let's move to Exhibit 21. It shows you what is really at stake here today. The new fiscal plan projects a primary surplus through 2033 dependent on timely, full implementation of substantial fiscal measures and important structural reforms, dependent on the fiscal stimulus effect of federal disaster recovery funds, as well as shorter-term federal Medicaid funding. This is before paying all contractual debt service. As I noted, only COFINA debt agreement is included. The short-term surplus is driven by the effect of the new fiscal plan's fiscal measures, federal funding for Medicaid, disaster relief, enhanced revenue actuals. But the risks to achieving this projected surplus include potentially lower growth generated by those structural reforms that could compromise revenues, potentially changes in Medicaid costs, specifically in the PMPM costs, and the risk of lack of full implementation. Long-term deficits are driven primarily by healthcare costs that outpace GNP growth, the lack of additional incremental substantial structural reforms, the phase-out of the disaster relief funding, and declining Act 154 revenues. Because the new fiscal plan projects deficits from fiscal year 2034 onward, the government will be required to take additional measures that go beyond the 5-year framework of this new fiscal plan. In addition, because the Puerto Rico Constitution requires that the government's annual budgets are balanced. Accordingly, the new fiscal plan includes a set of options the government or future governments could consider to achieve the fiscal balance in the out years. Some of these reforms could reduce deficits, making funds available for a variety of potential uses, including the reinvestment in the people of Puerto Rico. The fiscal stimulus enabled by the over $80 billion of federal disaster funds results in economic growth from 2018 to 2022 And that means that by 2021, real GDP per capita in Puerto Rico will rise to the levels of Mississippi today. However, without those meaningful, additional, incremental, deep structural reforms beyond what is currently in this new fiscal plan, the short-term gains will be lost such that by 2058, real GDP per capita in Puerto Rico will again be around 16% lower than in Mississippi. Moreover, the economy of Puerto Rico, measured in real GNP, will be 5% smaller than it was in 2017 pre-hurricane. Until more ambitious structural reforms are implemented, Puerto Rico will not be able to overcome all of the problems that have plagued its economy for over a decade, and Puerto Rico will have lost the potential opportunity to restore long-term fiscal sustainability and achieve long-term economic growth and prosperity for the people of the island. With regard to transparency, in addition, in this new fiscal plan, on Exhibit 74, which is 4 pages long here, the Oversight Board is requiring public reporting of the government's financial and budgetary data to improve fiscal governance, accountability, and internal controls. The Board has included additional reporting requirements to ensure transparency into the government's progress toward meeting the targets in the fiscal plan. This section includes the production of a tax expenditure report and urges the government to finalize the delivery of the financial audits for fiscal year 16, fiscal year 17, and fiscal year 18 as soon as possible. This new fiscal plan also lays the groundwork to build on recent accomplishments in the debt restructuring process, allowing the island to get past bankruptcy, renew investor confidence, and return the island to growth. The Board is committed to a once-and-done approach to the debt restructuring process in order to eliminate uncertainty in Puerto Rico's future obligations and to focus on additional reforms to restore growth and achieve that sustainable economy for all residents of this island. PROMESA requires the Board to determine a sustainable debt load for Puerto Rico, and the mismatch in the short and long-term surplus and deficits is neither sustainable nor feasible. The long-term structural problem within the economy of Puerto Rico has not been resolved and becomes obvious once the federal disaster funding cycle ends. The first challenge is for us to find a balance such that that long-term deficit disappears. In addition, the new fiscal plan's debt sustainability analysis provides metrics which inform future debt negotiations. In particular, the implied net tax-supported debt capacity range during the fiscal years of 18 through 23, based on the top 10 highest indebted U.S. state debt metrics, which is based on the average of 5 separate debt ratios used by major bond rating agencies, is about $12.5 billion of bond principal amount, while based on the average for all U.S. states, it is $4.2 billion of bond principal. Upcoming next steps in restructuring the Commonwealth debt will be undertaken working with all stakeholders to fairly balance the Commonwealth's obligations to its people and its creditors in accordance with the fiscal plan. In conclusion, I think the most important messages in the new fiscal plan are that first, the focus needs to be squarely on timely and complete implementation of the measures in the plans, and second, changing the long-term trajectory of Puerto Rico's economy will require additional hard work above and beyond what is already included in this new fiscal plan. This plan is ambitious, but realistic, and with courage and hard work, we can make serious progress towards achieving the growth and opportunity that the people of Puerto Rico want and deserve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Esco. I believe before we move on to public comment, did you want to make a statement, Mr.?
I'll wait for the rest of the board.
I see. Okay. So let's move on to the public comment on the proposed revisions to the certified Commonwealth. Now I'd like to open the floor for public comment. As is customary at our meetings, each person will have up to 3 minutes to express their views. Any person interested in a turn, please stand up. Once I recognize you, a microphone will be brought to your seat. Please state your name and your affiliation if you have one, and speak as clearly as possible. So let's begin. Would anybody like to comment? Mr. Mudd. Bienvenido, licenciado.
Muchas gracias. I have a question. There's a part of the fiscal plan in which there's mention of 1.26 to 1.60 something billion a year for debt service, or that's the way I saw it, and future debt service. Was I correct in reading that, or am I totally out of the park?
You're referring to the debt sustainability analysis?
I believe so.
I think what you're referring to are the numbers that I just discussed that use the average of 5 different key debt ratios to define the amount of debt capacity in any particular year. And that would, yes, include the capacity to future existing and/or future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to ask a question or make a comment? Very good. I would like now to open the floor, or properly the microphone, to any member of the board who wishes to comment on the proposed and revised fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. Dr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We today will approve a fiscal plan that accomplishes much. It reins in the budget and paves the way for voluntary debt restructuring agreements, which over time will accomplish PROMESA's stated goals of balancing the budget and restoring access to financial markets. When those goals are accomplished, the Oversight Board will pass out of existence and normal processes of government can return to Puerto Rico. And yet, in other respects, the fiscal plan we approve today is an acknowledgement of failure by the board, though to be sure it was not for lack of effort. But it represents a greater failure on the part of the Puerto Rico government, broadly conceived, and of the larger political system. This is because PROMESA, in addition to requiring a balanced budget and the restoration of access to capital markets, also explicitly included a sense of Congress that to truly succeed, the reform process here required long-term structural reforms to strengthen the economy of Puerto Rico and increase economic growth. Those structural reforms are almost entirely absent from the fiscal plan we approved today. The board's economists projected that we could add roughly an extra percentage point to annual economic growth through reforms to improve the business environment, liberalize the labor market, and create incentives for welfare beneficiaries to return to work. 1% faster economic growth will be a revolution for Puerto Rico, lowering poverty, creating opportunity, and stemming the outflow of residents looking for a better life on the mainland. And yet, very little of the reforms proposed by the board will be enacted, and so little of the extra economic growth is likely to materialize. All budget and economic projections are uncertain, and so we cannot say precisely what will happen in future years. But of this I am confident. Without significant, serious economic reforms, in particular those intended to increase the labor force participation rate, Puerto Rico will remain poor in the future, and the opportunity for a better life, which is Puerto Ricans' birthright as American citizens, will be denied to them. When your labor force participation rate is in the bottom 3% on Earth, as Puerto Rico's is according to World Bank statistics, that's not simply a tragedy. It's a betrayal because something like that doesn't happen by accident. It happens via policies that stifle business development, discourage hiring, and punish welfare beneficiaries who work rather than staying home collecting benefits. Despite efforts by the board and the governor, the political system here on the island has decided that's okay, but it's not okay. Puerto Ricans deserve better, and so we and they should demand better. Some who are in government, and here I would think particularly of the legislature, may pat themselves on the backs because they were able to fend off the board's plans to reduce the amount of mandatory employee benefits or repeal Law 80 to allow for at-will employment. But they should remember this. There is much that the federal government can provide for Puerto Rico and much that I would like to see the federal government provide in order to speed the recovery and improve life here on the island. But when I return to Washington, D.C., the story I bring back is not of great successes by the board, but that the government and the political system of Puerto Rico are not willing or able to do what is necessary to bring the 3 million American citizens living in Puerto Rico an American level of opportunity or an American standard of living. And the reason elected office and government service are so important is that if these officials make poor decisions, ordinary citizens suffer. That is what we have seen, and unfortunately it seems what we'll continue to see in the future. I wish I could be more optimistic, but like second marriages, that will be the triumph of hope over existence. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Would any other member of the board like to make a statement?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to say a few things. As we consider adoption of another fiscal plan, it's, in my mind, an opportunity to reflect on where we have been, where we are, and where we're going. In terms of where we've been, we have been grappling with a fundamental economic, demographic, and fiscal problem. We've been working to understand it, working with the government and stakeholders and the court to responsibly address it, and to do so within the parameters of the PROMESA statute. PROMESA is quite the statute, and many often remember it as the law that imposed the board that was not elected by the people of Puerto Rico to oversee the island's fiscal management. And it does do that, but it is also the law that granted Puerto Rico a power that no other state has, the power to restructure its massive debt and obligations. I think it's important to know where we would have been without PROMESA. Without PROMESA and the board and the governor's decision to enter into Title III, tens of thousands of retirees would have been at risk of not receiving the payments they depend on right around the time that Maria hit the island, when the pension fund ran out of money. Hundreds of thousands of public servants and their families, and the services that millions of Puerto Ricans rely on, be it police, education, or healthcare, would have been at risk, and people would have seen their jobs at risk, their ability to support their families at risk, without PROMESA and the state of litigation that became possible with the vote of this board and the governor's support. PROMESA gave Puerto Rico powerful tools, but it did not give us a free pass. It provided for the stay, but the stay is temporary, and it requires a Puerto Rico Act. Where are we now? We're considering another fiscal plan. Frankly speaking, I don't like this fiscal plan. I don't think any of us do. It doesn't close the budget gap, it doesn't restore growth, and it doesn't free up money for creditors that some think it does. It simply has a higher short-term revenues driven by federal funds, or in a return to deficits when those expire. It doesn't provide the path to address PROMESA's fundamental challenge, and that's to restore opportunity to the people of Puerto Rico. On another side of the equation, I'm concerned that it cuts too deeply. I'm concerned that with more than 30% of cuts to public services, public safety, education, access to justice, the healthcare system, and other critical services that civil society and a working economy rely on will be seriously weakened. I'm concerned about the University of Puerto Rico and potential impact on quality and access. Collectively, we're not doing enough to invest in our future and to expand opportunity, as Mr. Biggs spoke to. I fear these plans' projections are too optimistic about how much federal funding will come in and how quickly it will arrive, as well as about other factors. I am concerned, but even with these concerns, I'm going to vote to certify this fiscal plan. And I do so because it is foundational to the restructuring process and to the development of the new budget. And I believe that moving forward with that process and doing what we can to responsibly balance the budget is important to a better future of Puerto Rico. Where are we going? I don't have a crystal ball, and when I've tried, it's been pretty faulty. What the future holds is not entirely clear, and it's partly not entirely clear because it's not only a function of what decisions we make, but it's also a function of what decisions the government makes, what decisions the federal government makes, and fundamentally, Puerto Rico's economic performance. But I am hopeful that we will continue to be grounded in facts, and that we will continue working as hard as we can to carry out our duty under law. I am hopeful that we, together with the government, will continue to work with retirees, bondholders, labor organizations, vendors, and others to restructure Puerto Rico's debts and to do so responsibly. I am hopeful that during our remaining time on this board, we do all we can to restore opportunity and to provide a better future for Puerto Rico.
Thank you, Ms. Matos Santos. No further comments from the members of the board. I'd like to ask the ex officio member to make his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had prepared some written remarks that I'm going to revise based on some of what I've heard today. I'm really sorry that the Republican form of government is getting in the way of the PowerPoint. the truth of the matter is I don't understand why some of the board members are so grim when we have had a tremendous record of success since we started last year. We have restructured or have entered into agreements that restructure substantial portions of the debt. We have implemented wide reforms to our fiscal governance that have allowed the Puerto Rican government to run 1 year within its budget, when before that was not the case for over a decade. Our revenues have outpaced projections repeatedly. We have commenced the most ambitious privatization plan for PREPA and other parts of the government since the 90s. We are now going to start into a negotiation process with other creditors that will probably also be successful. We have accomplished a lot. But labor reform is not the end-all, be-all of this effort. Otherwise, the whole thing, Congress could have skipped passing Promesa, passed a 3-page law, and we're set. In September, we presented revisions to the fiscal plan that included updated macroeconomic data that the board adopted. We included revised projections based on actuals that the board adopted. We suggested the use of a new standards regarding the CBO versus IMF macro model. The board also adopted that. We identified the need to modify right-sizing initiatives based on actual budget implementation experience. And you have adopted some of that. And we have reduced, but we also suggested reducing expense measures, because a more positive economic outlook should reflect a reduction of austerity. If we keep cutting for cutting's sake, you are hitting the capacity of the government to perform to the standards that you're holding it to. If we denigrate public service, people will not sign up. And if you go to Washington, you should be advocates for Puerto Rico, as some of you have been in the past. But also talk about the success. I don't get everything that I want. I argued for the labor reform, here and outside, and we didn't get it, but we move on. My concern with this fiscal plan is not its ambition. My concern is that we exercise a more conservative projection in September than what we're including now, and we do not want to be set up for failure based on that mistake. You will continue to count on our collaboration if it's for success, but we will not be jammed into failure. So I wish the board to take those matters into consideration during the upcoming budget process, where we will be submitting proposals to revisions to the fiscal plan based on actual implementation while keeping fiscal governance at a responsible level. Thank you.
Mr. Sobrino, would you care to entertain questions from members of the board?
Yeah, sure.
Ms. Matosanto.
Christian, can you remind me what the out-year projection for deficits was in the plan that was submitted to the board?
What I can remind you is that if I had done that in 1968, I wouldn't be able to project the invention of the internet, the fall of communism, the petrol crisis, 936 or its removal, 9/11, or the Great Recession. So I'm sorry, I'm not clairvoyant. I have a model. It says 0 at the end, but we're also not able to predict every single development that we're going to be seeing in the next 40 years.
Absolutely, but you spoke to risks, and and we have to use the best information available. So, so the negative trend, I think everyone is projecting that returns, right?
Our model does indicate a negative return. What we should also keep in mind is that we need to work year over year. This is a fiscal exercise. We're not telling the future.
I have a follow-up question. Ms. Jadisco, can you remind me of when we think about the time periods and when we think about the projections and the long-term gap, kind of what are the impacts in terms of the near term and the long term for deficits and availability? I'm thinking about the answer to Mr. Mudd's question and how it relates to how we're thinking about our overall projections.
So I think, Mr. Mudd, just to be clear, in that exhibit, the availability or the debt capacity that I referred to is simply based on the first 5 years, based on those ratios. That is not a number for debt capacity over the long period. And as you know, we don't issue and we don't have 5-year debt. We have 30 and 40-year debt. So you need to look beyond the 5 years to understand the debt capacity. And given that the net projection is 0 from the 40 years, I still want to make sure that that's clear.
And Ms. Jadisco, can you remind me of the stat that you shared with us about the economy and where it ends up post in the projection in relationship to 2017?
Without further growth in the economy, without doing more to change the competitive landscape in the economy, attract investment, create the jobs, the size of the economy by 2058 in terms of GNP on the basis of these projections is smaller than the economy was pre-hurricane.
Thank you. And Mr. Solino, I hear you and I appreciate your passion and I appreciate your concern around public services and what that means for Puerto Rico's future. But as I mentioned, as I think about these projections, that's why I'm disappointed, because we can and need to do better.
Thank you, Mr. Matos Santos.
Sorry, nobody has to appreciate my passion. They should appreciate the record. Last year, more or less exactly a year ago, the board wanted to order a furlough because we were going to run out of cash. And we were going to impact the livelihood of thousands of people based on a projection that never panned out. So I appreciate you as a friend, I appreciate you as a colleague, and we can appreciate passion all we want, but there's a record of success that I will defend and I will advocate for.
Mr. Gonzalez.
A couple of observations, not a question, but I mean, I think Professor Biggs and Ana Matos Santos, Ms. Matos Santos, both from different points of view summarized the reality of where we are. We've had to date some success in debt restructuring. We hope we will be able to consolidate that success and move forward in debt restructuring. We have had some success in moving towards fiscal equilibrium, but I wouldn't overstate what we've achieved, because most of what we've achieved, relating to Mr. Sobrino's comments about the revenue performance over the last year, really is a phenomenon due to two things which are extraordinary. One, the fact that you're not paying debt service, contractual debt service, and haven't been, the Commonwealth, for a number of years now. And two, because of the peculiar situation of an investment and recovery cycle arising from disaster recovery that has produced and will produce a short-term boost to the Puerto Rico economy. The reality of the matter is that we will not have achieved sustainable success either on the debt restructuring side or on the fiscal equilibrium side unless we face the long-term requirements for a competitive economy in Puerto Rico, for sustained growth, and address the structural inefficiencies of Puerto Rico over the long term. That is painful from a political point of view. That is not something that will produce short-term results, short-term benefits, or short-term political gains. That's just the fact of life and what it is. But it is, unfortunately, the reason we're where we are is because we've been focused for too long on the short-term election political cycle in Puerto Rico and have failed to address some of the issues we need to address to have sustainable economic growth. So I share my colleagues' positions, which have their own shadings and emphasis, but in general, both come to the same conclusion. Let us not be overly optimistic about the short-term results we are facing and the short-term gains and debt restructuring we may achieve, because none of it will be consolidated in the long term. None of it will be sustainable unless we eventually address the competitiveness of the Puerto Rican economy.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Any further comments or questions? On the basis of the presentation by the board's executive director on the proposed revised fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, I request from Mr. Esco whether she would like to propose a resolution for the board to consider and vote upon.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to propose a resolution. I'd like to request Mr. El Khoury to read the same into the record.
Whereas on June 30, 2016, the Federal Puerto Rico Oversight Management and Economic Stability Act, PROMESA, was enacted. And whereas Section 101 of PROMESA created the Financial Oversight and Management Board for Puerto Rico, and whereas Section 201 of PROMESA establishes a multi-step procedure for the development, review, and approval of a fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and whereas on April 19, 2018, pursuant to Section 201(d)(2) of PROMESA, the board certified a fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico as developed by the board and issued a compliance certification to the governor and the legislature in connection therewith, pursuant to Section 201(e)(2) of PROMESA. And whereas on May 30th, 2018 and June 29, 2018, the board made certain revisions to said fiscal plan and certified revised fiscal plans for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. And whereas subsequent to such certifications, the board has determined to make certain additional revisions to the revised fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and whereas by letter dated August 1, 2018, the board, pursuant to Section 201A of PROMESA, provided notice of the schedule for developing, submitting, approving, and certifying a revised fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, which schedule was subsequently revised to permit more time for the submission of the proposed fiscal plan. And whereas on August 20th, 2018, the government submitted a proposed revised fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico to the board, and whereas after reviewing the proposed plan with the governor's representatives and analyzing and deliberating over it with the board's members, economists, consultants, and attorneys, the board notified the governor on August 30th, 2018 that the board had determined the governor's proposed fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico did not satisfy PROMESA's requirements, and the board recommended revisions. And whereas the board's notice to the governor described the violations that the board had identified. And whereas on September 7, 2018, the governor submitted to the board a proposed fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, attempting to address the identified violations in the prior proposed plan. And whereas representatives of the governor and the board's experts, consultants, and attorneys engaged in extensive discussions thereafter about the governor's proposed fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico and the board's concerns about the plan, resulting in the board developing a revised fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. And whereas on October 23rd, 2018, the board held an open meeting to discuss the proposed fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. And whereas the board provided an opportunity for public comment on the proposed fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. And whereas after substantial deliberations, the board has determined to certify the fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico as developed by the board, attached hereto as Exhibit 1, for submission to the governor and the legislature, which represents the fiscal plan that the board has determined in its sole discretion pursuant to Section 201(d)(2) of PROMESA, satisfies the requirements of PROMESA set forth in Section 201(b) thereof. Now, therefore, it is hereby resolved that the board certifies pursuant to Section 201(e)(2) of PROMESA the fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico as developed by the board, attached hereto as Exhibit 1, for submission to the governor and the legislature, which represents the fiscal plan that the board has determined in its sole discretion pursuant to Section 201(d)(2) of PROMESA, satisfies the requirements of PROMESA set forth in Section 201(b) thereof, and which pursuant to Section 201(e)(2) of PROMESA shall be deemed approved by the governor. And it is further resolved that the board shall issue a compliance certification for said fiscal plan to the governor and the legislature pursuant to Section 201(e)(2) of PROMESA. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will move that that resolution be approved.
I'd second the motion.
I would like to ask for a voice vote. Those in favor, please say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
All members having voted in favor of the motion, the resolution is unanimously approved and passed. Now let's move on to remarks regarding the proposed revisions of the certified fiscal plan for the University of Puerto Rico. Is Mr. Alomar with us? Yes. I would like to welcome Mr. Alomar, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the University of Puerto Rico, who will make certain remarks on the proposed revisions to the fiscal plan for the university, which was certified on June 29th. After the presentation, there will be a period for questions from the board. Bienvenido, señor Alomar.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Financial Oversight and Management Board for Puerto Rico. My name is Walter Alomar. I am the president of the UPR's Government Board. On behalf of the University of Puerto Rico, I thank you for the opportunity.
Pardon the interruption, Mr. Alomar. Could the gentleman to your left right identify himself, please?
Good morning to all board members. My name is Antonio Tejera, Chief Financial Officer for the university.
Welcome, Mr. Tejera. Bienvenido. Please proceed. Thank you.
On behalf of the University of Puerto Rico, I thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's meeting. I'm joined by the UPR CFO, Mr. Antonio Tejera. First, I would like to excuse Dr. Jorge Jado, President of the University. He's currently representing the UPR in an official visit in the mainland, looking for new opportunities and external funds, and thus could not be present today. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the positive developments that have taken place in the last several months. It must be pointed out that, contrary to the popular belief, the UPR has taken many steps towards meeting the Oversight Board's directives and for transformation the university. Thus, we are not advocating for the status quo. When compared to the UPR's April 2018 version, our latest submission before this board projected additional impacts of over $236 million. This was achieved mainly by further adjusting tuition costs and reducing non-essential personnel. We are in agreement with achieving a linear structure while delivering a high-quality education at accessible prices, and we are moving steadily towards that end goal. However, the UPR's management has a responsibility to balance the interests of all internal stakeholders, including students, faculty, and non-faculty, in order to avoid the all too familiar civil unrest that may endanger the UPR's ability to deliver this essential service. Our latest fiscal plan illustrates significant adjustments which, among others, achieve the following results in a 5-year period. Undergraduate increase in tuition will produce at least over $300 million. Graduate increase in tuition, which will produce at least $74 million. Additional payroll reduction, which will deliver savings of at least $290 million. In addition to the aforementioned measures, we can also highlight the following recent events. A new president began his tenure in September. As such, he has been assembling a new management team geared toward institutional transformation, achieving efficiencies, and most of all, producing new and recurring revenues for the university. The Office of Institutional Transformation was created to provide much-needed support to the OPR management team in their fiscal and strategic plan implementation. The UPR's Board Retirement Committee kicked off working groups to address the retirement system in a responsible manner. And the new CFO's team is focused on meeting single audit and financial reporting milestones, working in tandem with the government advisors on these matters. The most recent published FOMB fiscal plan suggests additional reductions in personnel and benefits, including medical insurance that were not previously considered. Moving forward, we would like the opportunity to revise the FOMB's assumptions and models to further align these measures. On the other hand, we still believe and maintain our autonomy and governance to implement other public policies, such as conglomerate structures, scholarship allocation, and the Christmas bonus for employees. The UPR is aware that it needs to further develop structural initiative and start implementing the all-important academic transformation, which will become a priority under our administration. We look forward to working along with you and your advisors on these matters to further improve UPR's fiscal and academic sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alomar. Now, would members like to ask a question of Mr. Alomar?
A quick question.
Yeah.
The numbers you quoted at the beginning, are those savings for different or incremental revenues for different areas? Is that over 5 years? Is that a 5-year number?
Yes.
5-year number.
And we want to highlight this because the first UPR fiscal plan was very different from the FOMB, but we want to emphasize that we have been working together and we are closing that gap.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Alomar.
Mr. Alomar, can you remind me, in the context of generating those additional revenues, how you're working to ensure that you maintain access and affordability for our lowest income students?
Yes, in the plan, we are having for the first year 9 million in scholarship that will be increasing until around $16 million. In our plan, we request to maintain the exemptions, not the exemptions that will be open, that will be for over 6,000 students. We always have been requesting not to eliminate all the exemption, if not transforming that to reducing it. For example, we can harmonize, instead of having 6,000 exemptions, having at least 2,000 exemptions that will be a financial need basis. So we are maintaining our exemptions, not exemption now, if not scholarship need basis, and also we have that fund, special fund for 9 million. In the central government plan, we want to obviously highlight that the plan established that gonna be $35 million per year for a period of 5 years to a new endowment fund that will be managed from the Department of Treasury. Also, that will help our endowment funds to help students to keep the university accessible.
Could you elaborate a little bit on the endowment fund? How will it be managed? Who will have control? Who will have fiduciary responsibility in the fund?
Well, we have 2 funds. One that is managed by the central administration, that we have around $100 million that is managed by the central administration. But the other fund that was included in the FOMB plan, it talks about $35 million per year for savings in the legislature, judicial branch, and AFAF. And it says, not too specifically, but it will be managed by the Department of Treasury. So we'll have to work on that, on the guidelines, on how it will be measured, and how it will be managed, and how it will be transferred for the students.
Thank you.
Another follow-up question. Can you talk to us a bit more about the hub and spoke model and how you see that working in terms of achieving savings, but also ensuring that you maintain access in Humacao, Calle, and other campuses beyond Rio Piedras, Mayagüez, and the core ones?
Yes, our plan is with the new president. He's visiting all the units. And he's working with the deans and the chancellors of every unit and speaking with the students to see how we can conglomerate these units to have synergy about academic programs and also geographically. So I see that you propose some structural model. We are going to be working, and the president's going to present to the middle states and to the UPR's governing board the specific model of conglomerates by December. And one of the possible evaluations is the one that you have been proposed in FOMB. How the first stage will save money? Consolidating back office. In a hub, for example, we're going to have one Department of Human Resources, Accountability, Finance, and not have 11 back office. So we going to start in 2019 consolidating this back office. To 2020, we're gonna consolidate academic programs. That will take one more year because we have to present all academic consolidation through middle states. But we're gonna have a lot of savings consolidating this back office of 11 campus and reducing it to probably 4.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Biggs.
Mr. Alomar, you mentioned the exemptions that you currently have, and I think the number used was 6,000, and you said 2,000 would be shifted to a needs-based basis. Could you discuss a little bit how the other 4,000 would be allocated, or how the exemptions are allocated today?
Yeah, today are approximately 10,000 exemptions. For the old model, it was 100% exemption for 10,000 students. That 10,000 includes honor students, veterans or veterans familiars, research graduates that perform the research for graduate studies, sons and employees, or the sons and familiars and of the employees of the university have, again, exemptions, and athletes for theaters and other extracurricular practices. As I understand, we agreed that from that 10,000, it will be maintained the honor students, the benefits for veterans, and the research studies, because that impact our federal funds. And that we are talking about 4,000 students. The other are the 6,000 students that previously have a 100% exemption, and for the new model that we implement this year is 50% scholarship. In addition to reducing the benefits from 100 to 50,000, we allocate the 6,000 for the every unit, and we reduce it. For example, we say to each unit, you only have 300 scholarship. So instead of having 4,000 or 5,000 for this year, we're gonna have approximately 2,000 in this matter. And this is the model that we want to present, that we maintain. Do not eliminate the 100% tuition that we have. We can reduce it, and this will cost around $5 to $6 million. And we can say we have a fund for $9 million, and then we have another fund around $5 to $6 billion for other entities. And also we're gonna present that it will be a need financial basis. For example, is an athlete do not have a financial need, we can agree that say you're gonna play basketball and you don't need the 50% scholarship. But if you play an athlete and you need the financial need, so that we have at least $4 to $5 to $6 million to those kind of students. That's the proposal that we want. Do not eliminate the 100%. Let's reduce it, and we can keep track over that exemptions. Now, all scholarships.
That's very, very helpful. I appreciate it.
Following up somewhat in that area, where are you in developing the ability to assess financial need? The university really has never had a financial assistance office that measures the granting of scholarship on the basis of financial need. It was always based on formula like honor students or specific skills like athletes or other particular groups that were benefited. You just described that you're going to develop a financial needs assessment. Is that already started? Where are you in developing that capability?
Yes, the governing board has been working with the students and the faculty to prepare and approve the certification and regulation to provide for that $9 million funds. So has been in the process with the committee in the governing board. We move it forward to the students and the central administration that will be delivering the guidelines for that financial need and the administrative process, how it will be a request for the students in the units, what will be the evaluation, to be fair for every student to have the opportunity to request and have the opportunity of that scholarship. So we are working, and probably at the end of this month of early in November, we're going to have the guidelines and the regulations to deliver that funds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alamar. Thank you. Very, very helpful. Okay, if you'd like to sit or move back, whatever you prefer. I would like to ask now our Executive Director, Mr. Resco, to provide us a presentation on the board's review of the proposed revision to the fiscal plan for the University of Puerto Rico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we sincerely thank the UPR Governing Board and administration for stewarding the Commonwealth's leading institution of higher education in these challenging times. Given the UPR fiscal plan's direct link to the Commonwealth fiscal plan and new information available, the board requested that the government and the governing board initiate a revision process for the June 29th certified fiscal plan. And since then, our team has been meeting regularly with the UPR governing board and representatives of the administration to revise measures that could help bring the plan to balance. As of today, these meetings have valuably increased on a regular basis our understanding of certain decisions, while offering our team an opportunity to explain its perspective. Let me begin by outlining our key areas of alignment based on the revised fiscal plan of the University of Puerto Rico. FOMB and the government are aligned in that the tuition for undergraduate students will be $115 per credit starting in fiscal year 19. FOMB and the government are aligned in that the focus of campus consolidation efforts and headcount reduction is on administrative and staff positions. No faculty eliminations are included in either our plan or theirs. FOMB and government are aligned in that we include the same increase for dues and charges as the University of Puerto Rico. FOMB and the government are aligned in that we generate significant revenues via an increase in federal grants and contracts, IP, intellectual property, and patent monetization, amongst others, before raising tuition. FOMB and the government are aligned in that we include roughly the same amount of procurement savings within our plan. FOMB and the government are aligned in that we include recurring revenues for Plaza Universitaria of $2 million per year, which is an additional $10 million inflow from 2019 through 2023. We are also aligned in that the transformation plan implementation expense should be $10 million for 2019, in comparison with the previously projected $20 million. That's a savings of $16.6 million over the fiscal plan period. The FOMB and the government are also aligned in using the actual academic year 2018-19 student population as the baseline for the fiscal year 2019. The University of Puerto Rico's mission to educate future leaders and grow the island's workforce has never been more important. At the same time, the system faces an impending challenge. The Commonwealth government, which has subsidized over 70% of UPR's operations year on year, can no longer afford to maintain this level of economic support moving forward. Simply put, UPR will no longer be able to afford its status quo operating model. The reforms that have already been discussed and that I will be presenting today are designed to adjust to this new reality while seeking to maintain the ability of all students to access and benefit from an improved university system. The revised plan submitted and presented today needs adjustments to ensure it meets with the requirements of PROMESA. Namely, the revised plan submitted by the university and government does not achieve fiscal balance between FY19 and 23. Because of this requirement to generate fiscal balance, the Oversight Board recommends it includes a number of alterations to the university's submitted revised plan. As compared to the current certified version, there are 6 major changes that drive the differences. First, this update for the actual student enrollment, which was 2,750 students lower than projected in the June certified plan. And this does negatively impact both the baseline and the measure values. Second, there are minor baseline adjustments, about $2 million, such as the addition of a revenue source that was previously omitted. Third, we've updated select measures to accept some that were submitted by the university, reduction in PMO costs, for example, due to greater detail, and others that mirror the approach that other instrumentalities have taken to implement the uniform healthcare measure. Fourth, we've increased the 5-year value of UPR's headcount reduction by $24 million to offset an equivalent decrease in federal grants revenues, which UPR has revised downward. This decision was taken by the subcommittee due to greater control over expenditures versus revenues and to illustrate that there are consequences to missing revenue targets. However, due to the enrollment reduction I discussed above, the key ratios, the student to faculty ratio, are not significantly altered. Additional control language around the auxiliary revenues to ensure that further revenue is discovered and not used to pay higher operating expenses. And sixth, additional reporting and transparency requirements for the FOMB and for the public. Reaching the dual goals of affordability and quality while reaching fiscal balance takes time and effort and a significant mind shift for both students and leaders of the university. Done properly, we believe a re-envisioned university will prove to be a critical source of renewal for the island. And once again, we appreciate the effort undertaken by UPR's board, the administration, faculty, and students to chart a new course for the University of Puerto Rico. The FOMB looks forward to partnering with the government of Puerto Rico, the UPR governing board, the UPR administration, in continuing the transition to this new status quo operating model, one that is both more efficient and effective, as seamless as possible for the students, the faculty, the staff, and all the communities who benefit from this vital institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Esco. Now we will move toward public comment on the proposed revisions of the Certified Fiscal Plan for the University of Puerto Rico. I'd like to open the floor for public comments. As I stated previously, each person will have up to 3 minutes to express their views. Any person that is interested, please stand up. I will recognize you and a microphone will be brought to your seat. Please state your name and your affiliation and speak as clearly as possible. Viene el licenciado.
It's John Mudd. Page 24 of the draft talks about pension plan considerations, savings from reduction in accrued pension benefits. The question is, does that involve future benefits or does it involve current retirees, or both?
The changes that are proposed and included in the fiscal plan for the UPR pension plan are similar to those that are in the other instrumentalities and in the government, in particular, moving from a defined benefit to a defined contribution system. Right now, we are at the stage of working together with the UPR administration, their pension committee, and the retirement board to identify exactly what the status of the pension fund is, and without having done that actuarial work and bring it up to date, I can't tell you exactly what the final solution will be. But the primary is to move to this defined contribution system, which will eliminate, as is happening in the government as well already, this reliance on a plan that is often underfunded, that does not have the solvency to protect the retirements of the retirees, and as well is not providing them with the certainty that retirees need as they move into their pensions.
Thank you. I think we have another question over here.
No, I would like to present I'm going to be doing this in Spanish because I'm very interested in the public who is hearing this. Estoy compareciendo aquí en representación del colectivo de jubilados de la UPR y como expresidenta de la Junta del Sistema de Retiro de la UPR. Así como en otros renglones del presupuesto de la institución, entiendo que esta Junta está dictándole a la universidad cómo tiene que manejar nuestro plan de pensiones. Indica categóricamente a la Junta de Gobierno que cambia el plan de beneficios definidos que hemos tenido por más de 70 años a uno de contribución definida y que se reduzcan las pensiones. Todo ello para que no haya en el país un solo plan de beneficios definidos independientemente de que esté saludable. Como expresidenta de la Junta de Retiro, vi transformarse el coeficiente de sostenibilidad fiscal del plan de pensiones de la UPR de 39.7 centavos en el 2012 a 48.90 centavos en el 2017. Ese coeficiente de sostenibilidad, hemos visto también que en los últimos 5 años el rendimiento de las inversiones, que es otro de los componentes de ingresos del fideicomiso, promedian 10.5%. Ese cambio ha sido el producto de los ajustes que se hicieron a iniciativa de la propia Junta de Retiro con el apoyo de los empleados de la universidad que cotizan al sistema. Los planes de beneficios definidos son favorables, no solamente para los participantes, para la universidad y para el país. Y le quiero dar algunos breves ejemplos. Un plan de beneficios definidos provee una pensión vitalicia, ayuda al retirado a preparar su presupuesto con un ingreso predecible, entre otras. Y cambiar un plan de beneficios definido a uno de contribución definida no reduce o elimina la deuda actuarial. Algunos ejemplos que se han dado en Estados Unidos, en el caso de Alaska, el cambio a un plan de contribución definida que se efectuó para atrasar el crecimiento de la deuda actuarial, y lo que ocurrió fue lo contrario, aumentó en más del doble a 12.4 billones. En el caso de Michigan, en el 1991, el coeficiente de sustentabilidad estaba overfunded, 109%, y el Estado lo cerró para los empleados nuevos y el coeficiente bajó a 60% con una deuda actuarial de 6.2 billones. En el caso de West Virginia, también ocurrió que cerraron el plan para los maestros, para los empleados nuevos, y se dobló la deuda actuarial. ¿Qué ocurre en el caso de Puerto Rico? ¿Cómo se beneficia el país? La nómina actual de los pensionados de la UPR, que son 200 millones anuales, se revierten en la economía y tienen un efecto cascada. Afecta a la economía del pensionado, pero también afecta a la familia extendida y a los comercios donde se gasta el dinero. En Puerto Rico, los adultos mayores, mayores de 50 años, representamos el 37% de la población y, sin embargo, aportamos el 43% del Producto Interno Bruto. En el renglón de bienes y servicios, generamos el 61% de esos ingresos. Quiero mencionar, para efectos de este récord, que los planes de beneficios definidos por cada dólar, demostrado por el National Institute on Retirement Security, que hace anuncios anuales, informes anuales, por cada dólar de pensión se generan 2.21 centavos en la economía. La economía local se beneficia porque cuando hay estrechez financiera, los jubilados que cuentan con una pensión de beneficios definidos siguen invirtiendo y gastando en el país porque tienen un presupuesto y saben con lo que cuentan. No así los que tienen pensiones de contribución definida. Las pensiones de beneficios definidos le proveen una fuente de ingreso estable a los negocios y economías locales. Ante este cuadro, ¿qué podemos decir de estas propuestas? Entendemos que no se ha planteado argumento alguno que justifique el desmantelamiento del sistema de retiro de la UPR. Se ha dicho que todos los sistemas de Puerto Rico de retiro tienen que ser de contribución definida porque representan una posición ideológica de esta Junta. ¿Y eso qué significa? Me parece que mediante la encomienda que le dio la ley promesa, la Junta se está abrogando decidir cuál es la visión y la manera de cómo tienen que funcionar la sociedad puertorriqueña, aunque las medidas que aprueben generen mayores desigualdades sociales, en el afán de balancear el presupuesto. Y yo entiendo que si esta posición es ideológica, estamos entonces promoviendo una confrontación que podría generar violencia en este país. Así es que como puertorriqueña y universitaria, les pido que reflexionen sobre esto. Muchas gracias.
A usted. Would anybody like to comment on her comments?
Sure. I apologize. I had to be out for a moment, and so I only caught the second half of your comment on the pension system at UPR. But I'm familiar with a lot of the points you made and the material that you cited. The board has, in thinking about pensions, the board has been cognizant throughout that most pensioners are not high-income individuals, and that most pensioners live here on the island, and so the benefits they receive contribute to the economy. Those points have come together in the board's point of view that reductions to pension benefits should be much smaller than reductions that be made to payments that are owed to bondholders, and that any reductions to pension benefits should be done in a progressive manner so you protect low-income retirees who need the money the most. They are also the individuals who are most likely to spend their money and contribute to the economy. So the points that you made regarding the effect of the pension benefits on the economy and on the issues of poverty are things the board is clearly understands. The board also understands, however, that pensioners are unsecured debtors in the same sense that some others are. We have to be cognizant of how the legal process is going to work in the sense that bondholders will argue in court that they have priority over pensioners. We have to be able to present to the court a plan of adjustment that is something that the court is likely to accept. Thinking about UPR specifically, UPR is a better funded pension than others on the island. Relative to public sector pensions in the mainland, it is very, very poorly funded, but it is better funded than something like the employee retirement system. And so the board has proposed adjustments to retirement benefits that would account for the fact that the UPR pension is better funded than some of the others. So the adjustments to those benefits would likewise be proportionally smaller than the average 10% reduction we're looking at for other pension plans. So I agree with many of the points that were made. The board has considered these very same points, and the point of view of the board of having small progressive benefit adjustments, I think, is consistent with those.
Let me address another part of the comments that were made. There is no ideological position by the board against defined benefit plans. The issue is not the type of plan. The issue is the sustainability of the plan over the long term. The University of Puerto Rico's plan is, in fact, one of the better funded plans in Puerto Rico. But if it were, but it is much a lower funding level than a typical public sector plan in the U.S. and definitely well below a sustainable defined benefit plan in the private sector in the U.S. If ERISA was applying to it as it would apply to a private sector plan and the funding level were at the levels that we are seeing, you would have serious issues regarding continuity and the ability to continue to pay benefits without restrictions or accept new participants. So the issue we're facing is not that we have an ideological position. I mean, I wish we were talking about a plan that was funded, say, 80% or better, which is a typical plan that is not in trouble. There is no ideological opposition to defined benefits. I very much would appreciate keeping it if it were sustainable. The problem is the university itself is facing limitations on its future revenues because of the Commonwealth's required reduction in support by virtue of the Commonwealth's own financial issues. So the university has to figure out where its revenues are coming from, how it manages its expenses, and then how is a plan that is substantially underfunded to be continued. Because it is better funded, we have some more time and some more flexibility to deal with it going forward. And as Ms. Jaresko said before, there is not yet a final prescription, if you will, for the plan within the context of the overall UPR fiscal plan. It's not in the position of the general employee retirement system, which is zero funding at the moment. But the reality is, it is in a funding level that would be unsustainable over the long term, given the university's own financial limitations. So we have to face up to it and find a way forward for it without any prejudgment or any particular bias against defined benefit plans.
Thank you, Mr. Jose Ramon Gonzalez. Any additional comments from board members, please?
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Lourdes Ramos, soy la vicepresidenta de la Cámara de Representantes, pero también presido la Comisión de Sistemas de Retiro desde el 1996. He aprendido, aunque no, mi especialidad educativa no tiene nada que ver con finanzas, he aprendido bastante sobre los sistemas de retiro y hoy tengo que ponerme de pie para endosar y apoyar la posición esbozada por los miembros del sistema de retiro de la UPR. En el 2005, como presidenta de la comisión, hice una investigación sobre el funcionamiento del sistema de retiro de la UPR. Le señalé graves deficiencias y tengo que decirles hoy que las juntas han trabajado con las deficiencias encontradas en ese entonces. Ellos pusieron topes en sus pensiones, de manera que si el maestro o el profesor aumenta o escala un nivel de salario superior, tiene que pagar una mayor cantidad de aportación en su sistema de retiro. Ellos también manejaron de una forma muy efectiva el sistema de inversiones y no arriesgan el 100% de las mismas. Por eso las ganancias se han visto en el funcionamiento, ¿verdad? Y ha crecido. Debido a que tomaron como base todos los hallazgos de nuestra investigación, yo felicito a la Junta de la Universidad porque lograron aumentar de 37 centavos por dólar a 48. Este aumento es por los sacrificios que han hecho los profesores y la administración del sistema de retiro, y yo tengo que valorarlo. Por eso no encuentro justificación para que la Junta haga una recomendación de intervenir en el sistema de retiro de los educadores en Puerto Rico. Esto es bien importante. En la medida en que nosotros le metemos la mano en el bolsillo a los que educan, las personas que vamos a dirigir o que vamos a estar en Puerto Rico trabajando para un crecimiento económico, esto nos afecta, esto no nos hace bien. Y yo les hago un llamado a que ustedes puedan analizar, puedan evaluar que el sistema de retiro de la universidad está funcionando. Y aunque no está 100% funded, en los Estados Unidos es bien poco el sistema de retiro que está un 100%. Y ustedes lo saben. Y lo hemos estudiado y lo hemos visto en muchas reseñas de las áreas económicas. Así que ellos también se aumentaron la aportación individual y esto es significativo. Sin aumento de salario están aportando más para su sistema de retiro. Y finalmente, les hago un llamado. Hoy estoy aquí representando a los miles de pensionados en Puerto Rico. En Puerto Rico hay 45,000 pensionados que se ganan $500 al mes. Y le pregunto a ustedes, ¿cómo ustedes le van a justificar al pueblo que le van a quitar un 10% de su pensión a un viejo, a una vieja que construyó el Puerto Rico que yo estoy disfrutando hoy y que en medicamentos nada más se le va casi toda la pensión, pagando agua, pagando luz? Es injusto y tengo que hablar a nombre de ellos, que se les ponga en una situación de tensión personal cuando todos los días ustedes hablan de bajarle un 10% a los pensionados. La propuesta de nuestro gobernador era una propuesta para que aportaran algo de acuerdo a lo que se ganaban y que el más que se ganara una pensión alta hiciera una aportación mayor y no fue considerada. Así que nuevamente los invito a que analicen. Si ustedes no pueden vivir con $1,000, mis pensionados tampoco pueden vivir con menos de 500. Y esa es una invitación al diálogo y una invitación a la reflexión. Las personas mayores hay que respetarlas. Y cuando ellos comenzaron a trabajar, no había aire acondicionado en las oficinas, había que venir en carros públicos a las oficinas y tenían muchas necesidades, pero construyeron el Puerto Rico que yo tengo hoy y yo los voy a defender siempre. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias por su comentario, representante. Andrew, would you like to
Sure.
illustrate
I'll
the details.
just touch on a few of the specific questions that you raised. The board has not released a final proposal for the UPR pensions yet, but I can talk a little bit about the proposal we have released for the other pension systems, say for the employee retirement system, the general employee retirement system. The proposed benefit reduction in the ERS was 10% in total, but it is not 10% for every individual retiree. Any retiree with combined pension and Social Security benefits below $1,000 per month, which is the federal poverty threshold, would have no benefit reduction at all. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I think that comes to around 25% of retirees. Another 20% or so, this is the ERS, would receive benefit reductions of under 5%. So even in the ERS, which is less well-funded than the UPR system, the typical benefit reduction, it would be around 5%. And lower income retirees would often have no reduction at all. Specifically, you mentioned the number of UPR retirees who receive the $500 per month benefit. They would receive no benefit reduction in almost all cases. And it is likely that the 10% benefit reduction we've discussed for the ERS system would be smaller for UPR, because UPR is a better funded program. So it's, I understand your arguments, and nobody goes in wanting to cut pension benefits. But I think it is also important that the retirees understand how a formula is likely to work and be aware that any reductions would be focused on higher income retirees who have much more generous benefits. Lower income retirees, our goal is to protect them, and I believe we can protect them.
Thank you. Señor. Sí.
Javier Córdoba, presidente de la Asociación Puertorriqueña de Profesores Universitarios. La reducción presupuestaria a la Universidad de Puerto Rico de más del 50% de su presupuesto es un grave atentado contra uno de los servicios públicos esenciales del país, la educación pública. La Junta de Supervisión Fiscal supuestamente reconoce el valor extraordinario y el importante papel que tiene la UPR para el desarrollo económico de Puerto Rico y reconoce que la UPR debe proveer una educación accesible a todos los sectores del país, independientemente de su capacidad financiera. Sin embargo, todas las medidas impuestas a la universidad pública van en dirección contraria. El señor Carrión reafirma que si contara con el dinero necesario mantendría el presupuesto de la UPR, reafirmando su importancia y relevancia al país. En respuesta a su pregunta de que de dónde saldría el dinero para mantener el presupuesto de la UPR, le contestamos que el presupuesto de la UPR ya tiene sus fuentes y se le están eliminando. Por ejemplo, el proyecto de las tragamonedas resultaría en una estocada adicional para la Universidad de Puerto Rico, a menos que se contemple la asignación de 1% de esos recaudos para la institución. Reiteradamente hemos establecido eliminar exenciones contributivas a grandes compañías que muy poco contribuyen a la creación de empleos o a la economía del país. La importancia de la operacionalización de cómo se utilizará el peritaje de la UPR para el desarrollo de proyectos y consultorías en el gobierno no se ve plasmada en ningún proyecto o gestión oficial. Finalmente, una tarea fundamental que esta Junta de Supervisión Fiscal no ha querido llevar a cabo, y entendemos que esto se debe en buena medida al grave conflicto de interés que tienen algunos de sus miembros, es llevar a cabo una auditoría forense independiente de la deuda con el objetivo de cancelar aquella parte de la deuda que se contrajo de manera ilegal o ilegítima y castigar a los responsables. La mera... Más lento, es que me da miedo no terminar porque 3 minutos es muy poco, pero está bien. Perfecto. La mera implementación de estas medidas evitaría el tener que hacer recortes injustos y desmedidos a servicios esenciales que el país necesita y merece. Nos oponemos firmemente a las siguientes medidas que se pretende imponer a la UPR. Reducción a su asignación gubernamental. La Ley 2 del 66, enmendada, dispone la asignación de fondos mediante fórmula para garantizar el acceso a educación universitaria a la ciudadanía y para procurar la independencia académico-administrativa de la Universidad de Puerto Rico. Esta ley está siendo violentada flagrantemente. Aumento en el costo de la matrícula, el cual tendrá el efecto de aumentar la desigualdad social en el país, que ya es de las mayores del mundo, según estudios que se han hecho. Segundo, reducir el número de estudiantes con posibilidades de hacer estudios universitarios. Tercero, reducir las tasas de graduación pues los estudiantes tendrán que completar sus estudios a un ritmo más lento para poder pagar el costo de los cursos. Esto ya está ocurriendo con el aumento que se implementó este año académico. Tercero, reducción en beneficios al personal docente y no docente, los cuales deterioran su calidad de vida, reducen su salario y tienen un impacto negativo en la economía del país. Pretender reducir la aportación patronal al plan médico a $125 tendrá un impacto devastador en las condiciones de vida de muchos empleados universitarios. Para muchos trabajadores, mantener este plan de salud implicará una reducción de más del 33% en sus salarios, tomando como base del salario la aportación patronal al plan médico. Qué fácil es imponer estas medidas a los trabajadores, por aquellos que, siendo parte de los sectores más privilegiados, tienen sueldos de $625,000 al año o aún mayores, algunos de ellos pagados con las contribuciones del pueblo. Eliminar las exenciones de matrícula es un abuso también contra los trabajadores universitarios y contra muchos estudiantes. Este derecho lo tenemos hace ya más de 66 años y eliminarlo tiene el efecto de reducir el salario y constituye un abuso contra la familia inmediata de los trabajadores universitarios y contra los miles de estudiantes universitarios, atletas y otros que se dedican a servicios artísticos a la UPR. Desmantelar el sistema de retiro de beneficios definidos. Nos oponemos totalmente, al igual que todos los trabajadores universitarios, a que congelen nuestro sistema de retiro actual, que sería el desmantelamiento del plan de beneficios definidos. Los estudios actuariales han demostrado que congelar el sistema de beneficios definidos implicaría que los fondos que actualmente tiene el sistema se acabarían en un tiempo muy reducido, dejando a miles de pensionados en la miseria y dejando a miles de empleados activos sin pensiones adecuadas al aumento de su jubilación. La intervención de la Junta de Supervisión Fiscal arriesga los logros del fideicomiso del sistema de retiro de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, que se ha venido fortaleciendo en los últimos años con las medidas que se han venido tomando. Y entiendo que se le debe dar el espacio a la Junta de Retiro para seguir tomando las medidas necesarias para seguir fortaleciendo el plan de beneficios definidos. En la comunicación que entregamos a esta Junta de Control Fiscal el pasado 20 de abril de 2018 destacamos lo siguiente: tanto el Gobierno de Puerto Rico como la Junta han violado la autonomía fiscal que por ley debe tener la Universidad de Puerto Rico. La UPR no tenía una crisis fiscal y estaba pagando su deuda regularmente. Sin embargo, ahora tiene una profunda crisis que amenaza seriamente su misión social y educativa debido a la reducción presupuestaria que se le impone. La UPR es la institución de educación superior de mayor calidad en el país y esto lo demuestra su productividad científica, el número de investigaciones y el número de publicaciones que genera, el éxito de sus estudiantes y egresados, entre otros elementos.
Profesor, si puede concluir, por favor.
Vamos al final de la presentación. La Asociación Puertorriqueña de Profesores Universitarios sostiene que la UPR necesita el respaldo sólido de parte del Gobierno de Puerto Rico para lograr su misión social y educativa. Sabemos que otros servicios a la ciudadanía también han empeorado por los recortes. Por estas razones hacemos un llamado a los representantes del Gobierno de Puerto Rico y de la universidad presentes en esta sala a que no acepten el plan fiscal que va a aprobar hoy, sin lugar a dudas, la Junta de Supervisión Fiscal, que tiene medidas impositivas demasiado injustas para la Universidad de Puerto Rico. Que se exija la auditoría forense de la deuda y no permitir que personas con conflictos de interés real o aparente estén disponiendo del dinero público de nuestro país.
Muchas gracias, profesor. Would anybody like to comment on the professor's comments? I see. No. José Luis, este señor está... Les recuerdo que, por favor, I remind everybody that we will be holding to the 3 minutes. Estaremos trabajando con los 3 minutos, por favor. Por favor, adelante y bienvenido.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Carlos Acevedo de Estrada, presidente del Consejo General de Estudiantes del recinto de Aguadilla de la Universidad de Puerto Rico. Como estudiante, verdaderamente ver cómo todo este tiempo el aumento, la eliminación de exenciones, el aumento en cuotas, en matrícula y toda esta deuda que se ha impuesto a la universidad, verdaderamente me duele, porque he conocido de muchos estudiantes, compañeros, profesores, empleados que no han podido seguir, compañeros de estudio que han tenido que dejar los estudios para conseguir trabajo, para poder seguir en su educación. Y yo entiendo que desde el punto de vista de la Junta puede ser fácil imponer esto a nosotros, pero nosotros como estudiantes no merecemos esta crisis, no merecemos esta deuda. Nosotros estamos pagando por algo que no es nuestra responsabilidad y no es culpa de nosotros. Y si la educación es tan importante para Puerto Rico y la reputación de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, en la alta estima que ha tenido en estos últimos años, es tan importante para la Junta. Verdaderamente me duele y me indigna que sigan con estos cortes y con este tipo de imposición hacia nosotros como estudiantes. No tan solo yo como un estudiante y un presidente de consejo, sino como el estudiantado del sistema de UPR.
Muchas gracias. Would anybody like to make a comment?
Bueno, en respuesta al profesor y en respuesta a ti, número uno, agradezco mucho sus comentarios y creo que es importante que esté claro que a todo el mundo le duele la situación en la cual se encuentra en el país. Esto no es fácil para nadie y estoy de acuerdo que la situación en la cual se encuentra el país no la causaron los estudiantes que están en la escuela hoy y tampoco, o sea, pero el problema es que este es el mundo en el que nos encontramos. Yo entiendo que el problema del presupuestario de la universidad no viene necesariamente de la universidad, pero la universidad depende de los fondos que vengan del gobierno central. Y el gobierno central y Puerto Rico tiene un problema estructural y tiene más compromisos que lo que tiene de recaudos cuando lo vemos a largo plazo. Y eso requiere que se tomen estas decisiones difíciles para lograr balancear los presupuestos. Así que nadie lo hace con gusto y nadie lo hace sin entender las implicaciones para el futuro. Pero el problema que tenemos es que nos encontramos en una situación por una variedad de diferentes decisiones que se tomaron en otros momentos, por un problema económico, por un problema de fondos federales que son menos de otras áreas, en el cual básicamente hay más compromisos que lo que hay recaudos. Y lo que estamos tratando de ver es cómo podemos lograr balancear el presupuesto y pues sí, no, o sea, la Universidad de Puerto Rico, siendo una partida tan grande del presupuesto del gobierno, pues tristemente es necesario hacer recortes.
Muchas gracias. Any additional comments? ¿Algún comentario? Senadora, por favor. Bienvenida.
Buenos días a todas y a todos. Mi nombre es la senadora Rosana López León, soy además gerontóloga, especialista en personas de edad avanzada. Voy a fundamentar mis comentarios en 4 puntos. En primer lugar, es una pregunta para que puedan contestar al país. ¿Qué se ha hecho con el informe de desarrollo económico emitido por el Congreso de los Estados Unidos el 20 de diciembre del 2016? Si lo han hecho y qué resultados ha tenido según sus estadísticas o evaluaciones socioeconómicas. En segundo lugar, habiendo puesto esta pregunta en la mesa, quiero también traer alternativas, pues sabemos por la situación de crisis que hay en el país, pero a la misma vez sabemos de alternativas que no se han tomado en consideración. En primer lugar, las leyes de cabotaje. ¿Por qué la Junta de Supervisión Fiscal no ha hecho un llamado a una exención administrativa al Congreso de los Estados Unidos o al presidente, que es quien la tiene que otorgar, sin haber pasado por el Congreso de los Estados Unidos, sabiendo que tenemos una crisis económica y tenemos todas las características para que se aplique una exención administrativa como lo hubo después del huracán María, que probó ser efectivo con 11 barcos internacionales que llegaron a Puerto Rico? En segundo lugar, las pensiones del gobierno de Puerto Rico, la judicatura y los maestros. ¿Por qué la Junta de Supervisión Fiscal no ha hecho un estudio socioeconómico de la situación de los pensionados de nuestro país? Pues se darían cuenta que una vez corten cualquier tipo de función, y de la Universidad de Puerto Rico también, cualquier tipo de pensión a estos sistemas, podrán ver la situación de pobreza en la cual dejarían a la población de estos retirados, lo cual causaría pobreza y a la misma vez puede causar muertes. ¿Por qué no basar sus estudios, sus recomendaciones de que no debe haber un recorte en las pensiones? Porque ustedes evaluaron en estudios socioeconómicos justificados, evidenciado, que no se podría bajar ni un solo centavo a ninguno de los pensionados de nuestro país y se tendrían que buscar otras alternativas que si las hay, me pongo a disposición para poder explicárselas. Y por último, las reducciones de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, tanto en sus pensiones como en el sistema. Si se ha hecho un estudio del impacto de desarrollo en el desarrollo económico, ya que al disminuir los recursos humanos de la Universidad de Puerto Rico no tendríamos atracción en la inversión, pues no tendríamos los recursos adiestrados. Me pongo a la disposición de ustedes y a la misma vez espero sus preguntas. De la misma manera fue hecho en inglés, se lo voy a estar presentando a la Junta y traigo también ante ustedes 18 estudios que se han hecho sobre la consecuencia positiva en el desarrollo económico sobre la eliminación de las leyes de cabotaje. Muy buenos días.
Buenos días, muchas gracias, senadora. Does anybody have any comments? ¿Algún comentario?
Tenía algunas respuestas. En el estudio económico del Congreso es muy buen punto. Eso es parte de decisiones que toma el Congreso y nosotros trabajamos con las decisiones que tomen. Proveyeron algunos fondos de Medicaid a corto plazo, pero algunas de las recomendaciones, pues eso es asunto que el Congreso trabaja en términos del issue de cabotaje. Yo entiendo que el presidente me corrija, pero yo entiendo que nosotros hemos comentado que cambiar esa ley sería algo que ayudaría a Puerto Rico en los informes que se le han rendido de este cuerpo al Congreso. En términos del estudio socioeconómico, se ha evaluado el efecto de las pensiones, por eso es que el recorte que se está viendo ahí, que se propone, es mucho más pequeño que en otras áreas del presupuesto y protege a todas las pensiones que sean más bajas de $1,000. Y en términos de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, me parece que la pregunta número 3 y la pregunta número 4 están muy relacionadas. Todo viene del mismo fondo y el mismo fondo hay más gastos que lo que hay recaudos disponibles y es un proceso de tratar de balancear las prioridades, tratando de mantener los recursos que son necesarios para pagar pensiones, para mantener servicios de salud, para mantener educación y pues nos encontramos en la situación de que hay mucha más necesidad de lo que hay recaudos necesarios, sobre todo cuando vemos a largo plazo, y pues por eso las decisiones. Entonces, gracias por las preguntas y esas son unas respuestas.
Adelante, sí. Gracias.
Digo, par de comentarios. Yo creo que Ana ha abundado bastante sobre el tema. En cuanto a las leyes de cabotaje, personalmente, y yo creo que la mayor parte de nosotros simple y sencillamente entendemos perfectamente los argumentos económicos de por qué las leyes de cabotaje ponen a Puerto Rico en una desventaja comercial, tanto para la importación de productos, que afecta el costo de vida y el consumo en Puerto Rico, como para la exportación, que afecta la capacidad de establecer actividades productivas en Puerto Rico. Eso ha sido lo que se ha comunicado por Puerto Rico por décadas, pero la realidad práctica política es que nosotros no legislamos, ni tenemos facultad para legislar ni impactar esas decisiones en el Congreso, que giran en torno a las realidades y las particularidades políticas del Congreso. Así que simpatizamos con ese punto de vista. Yo personalmente lo endosaría, pero no creo que realmente nosotros tengamos capacidad para directamente influir en esa decisión en el Congreso. Con respecto al tema de las pensiones, o sea, nadie en esta Junta está aquí interesado en imponer reducciones de pensiones a nadie. Pero la realidad práctica es que el gobierno de Puerto Rico se colocó en una posición extremadamente difícil, donde no tiene los recursos dentro de los planes de pensiones para cubrir las obligaciones actuariales que ha incurrido a través de décadas. Y depende de asignaciones corrientes, estoy hablando del gobierno central, para pagar esas pensiones. La realidad es que, nos guste o no, en los procesos normales de insolvencia, los pensionados son acreedores no asegurados, unsecured, y no tienen un rango muy alto. Nosotros lo que estamos haciendo, si se fija, en realidad es proteger en lo más posible esas pensiones según nos dicta el propósito de promesa, pero la realidad es que en ausencia de una ley como promesa, si no hubiera un proceso como el que establece promesa, con una Junta como esta, con poderes extraordinarios para imponer moratorias en el pago de deuda, si estuviéramos litigando esto en los tribunales sin la cubierta de una ley como promesa, le puedo asegurar que los criterios y las prioridades serían mucho más onerosos para las pensiones y los pensionados, porque es la realidad de cómo operan estos procesos y cuáles son las prioridades de pago. Así que estamos haciendo lo máximo por tratar de mantener la integridad de esas pensiones dentro de las realidades presupuestarias del gobierno. Y si notan, como lo explicó mi colega Biggs hace un momentito, los ajustes estamos tratando de que sean los mínimos posibles y sean lo menos impactantes posible, pero las alternativas no son fáciles y ciertamente serían mucho más difíciles en ausencia de una ley como promesa.
Así es. Muchas gracias, José Ramón. ¿Algún comentario adicional? Sí, señor. Recuerde los 3 minutos, por favor.
Buenos días, yo soy Jesús Soto, estudiante de la UPR, y yo tengo una solicitud a esta Junta. A mí me gustaría que ustedes hablaran las elocuencias que ustedes están hablando, pero desde el punto de vista en el cual yo me encuentro parado, no desde la silla de privilegio en la cual ustedes están, porque aquí se está esperando y se está asumiendo que personas, estudiantes como yo, sobrevivamos a menos de $1,000 al mes. Personas como mi padre, que es un pensionado, sobrevivan a menos de $1,000 al mes. Nos están poniendo en unas realidades que nos están ahorcando por cuello, porque yo he sabido lo que es no poder pagar renta, yo he sabido lo que es no poder tener el dinero durante el día de hoy para la gasolina, yo he sabido lo que es tener que decir, ahora mismo yo no puedo comer. Y cuando ustedes hablan todos esos números, hablan todas estas estadísticas, las hablan desde un punto de vista objetivo y científico. Y no podemos quitarle el mérito a los científicos, pero nos estamos olvidando del punto de vista humano, que importa muchísimo más cuando hablamos en términos económicos, porque aquí hay vidas que se están viendo afectadas, vidas como la mía, vidas como la de mis 59.999 compañeros de la UPR, vidas de los miles de profesores y de trabajadores de este país. Porque no es justo que se estén tomando decisiones desde una silla que no ha sabido y no sabe lo que es sufrir la realidad actual puertorriqueña. Una realidad que nos aplasta, nos tiene en el piso y nos ha tirado y nos ha pasado por encima. Se hablan a largo plazo, se hablan en términos del 2058, pero para ese tiempo yo voy a tener 58 años. O sea, yo tengo que vivir toda mi vida sufriendo con unos salarios míseros para que este país se pueda recuperar. ¿Es eso lo que se espera de mí? ¿Es eso lo que se espera de los 3 millones de puertorriqueños? Que tengamos que sufrir para una recuperación económica, porque no es justo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias por su participación. Andrew, could you touch again on the $1,000 threshold?
Él está hablando de otra cosa.
¿Estás hablando de otra cosa? Ok. No.
Okay.
Very
It's
good.
not relevant to the pensions.
¿Algún
Pero déjame decir algo, porque es que realmente parece que nosotros estamos aquí sin entender lo que es Puerto Rico y lo que es la realidad. O sea, muchos hemos vivido una vida que no era de privilegio. O sea, en mi caso personal, ambos de mis padres fueron servidores públicos, ambos fueron pensionados. O sea, yo fui a la universidad por becas también. O sea, no se crean que esto así cae del cielo y se trae. La realidad es que, tú sabes, muchos hemos pasado por estos procesos, muchos hemos construido vidas exitosas, tú sabes, que no las heredamos y no nos afectaron, no nos fueron concedidas. Aquí lo que estamos tratando de hacer es asegurar que tenemos un camino del futuro para lograr eso. O sea, que aquí me molesta un poco personalmente comentarios como ese porque parecen indicar que uno no tiene sensitividad personal a estos temas y la realidad es que sí las tenemos. Y sí hemos dedicado vidas al servicio público y sí hemos participado en vidas de nuestros padres del servicio público. Pero la realidad, señores, es que Puerto Rico se ha metido en un agujero muy profundo, muy difícil y del cual no vamos a salir sin sacrificio. Esa es la realidad. ¿Por qué? Porque simple y sencillamente consumimos, gastamos mucho más allá de nuestros recursos por muchos años. Y ahora, pues, digo, me encantaría poderle decir a la persona que habló ahora o decirles a todos que esto se puede solucionar con una varita mágica y podemos hacer desaparecer los problemas, pero la realidad no es así. O sea, la realidad es que Puerto Rico tiene que reconocer que tiene que llegar a un equilibrio fiscal sostenible, número uno, tiene que poder recuperar el acceso a los mercados de capital, porque sin acceso a los mercados de capital este país no echa para adelante y no se puede construir. Lo que se construyó, que tenemos hoy día, se hizo porque teníamos acceso a los mercados de capital. Y la realidad es que si no somos competitivos en el futuro, y lo éramos por mucho tiempo por ciertos beneficios fiscales, contributivos que hemos perdido, bueno, pues tampoco vamos a tener ese futuro que todos desean. O sea, yo quiero ese futuro para mis hijos, yo quiero ese futuro para ti y quiero ese futuro para todos tus colegas y compañeros en la universidad, pero no, ¿sabes? La realidad es que no va a pasar sin esfuerzo, no va a pasar sin sacrificio, no va a pasar sin reconocer dónde estamos y a dónde tenemos que llegar. Y, o sea, plantear que aquí estamos en esta Junta para dictar sin consideración a esos factores, pues es injusto realmente y molesta, porque sí tenemos preocupación por esos factores, sí nos interesa todo lo que tú has descrito, sí nos interesa que tengamos un país viable y con futuro, y para eso estamos tratando de trabajar todos. Así que gracias por tus comentarios, pero honestamente no estamos sentados aquí de una silla de privilegio, como tú dices, tratando de imponer cosas sin haber sentido y participado y tener, tú sabes, interés en este país y el futuro.
Muchas gracias, José Ramón. Any additional? Yeah, go ahead, Andrew. Yeah.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. The last speaker, the young student, made the point that what's happening at UPR isn't fair. And an earlier speaker, who's a student body president, said, we didn't cause this. Both of you are exactly right. There's nothing fair about what is happening at UPR. There is nothing fair when somebody has their health care benefits cut. There's nothing fair when a bondholder doesn't get their money back. There's nothing fair when somebody's taxes have to go up because of the situation that Puerto Rico is facing today. In my comments earlier, I said that one of the burdens of leadership is that if things go wrong, innocent people get hurt. And with UPR and all around Puerto Rico, that's exactly what we're seeing, where people are facing cuts to their benefits. They're facing problems that they didn't cause themselves. And we are not in a position to make that go away. We don't have money that we can print. We can't call on Congress and force them to give money to solve these problems. And I think as my colleague Mr. Gonzalez said, we're trying as best we can to solve these problems, to make for a sustainable future for everyone on the island. And we're trying to do it in a way that causes as little pain to people as possible. It doesn't mean there will be no pain, and it doesn't mean it's fair, but it is just a difficult situation that all of us here have inherited.
Thank you, Andrew. An additional comment here. Thank you.
Mi nombre es representante Javier Aponte, soy miembro de la Comisión de Hacienda de la Cámara de Representantes y en algunas ocasiones les he enviado a ustedes información sobre la deuda de investigaciones legislativas sobre la deuda de la Autoridad de Energía Eléctrica y del Gobierno de Puerto Rico. Hace unos años atrás presentamos un proyecto de ley, alrededor de 3 años atrás, que establece lo siguiente. El Jones Act es una legislación federal en beneficio a Puerto Rico para hacer básicamente los instrumentos negociables de Puerto Rico triplemente exentos. Sin embargo, siendo una de las pocas jurisdicciones, los Estados Unidos, que la deuda es triplemente exenta, la deuda municipal, llevamos a cabo un análisis jurídico de esta propuesta, donde por 5 años se levante la exención contributiva local de Puerto Rico, el cual generaría entre 1.3 a 1.5 billones de dólares por un término de 5 años. Lo que establece básicamente, que me parece que es un ejercicio que la Junta podría recomendar, es que este menoscabo a la obligación contractual, que sería solamente por 5 años, generaría un ingreso por los 5 años de aproximadamente 8 billones de dólares. Estos 8 billones de dólares podrían sustentar no solamente un programa de reinversión en el país, sino que también pudiesen utilizarse para reinvertirlo en los fondos de pensiones del país. A mí me parece que esta medida que originalmente la pasada administración se le presentó y no la quiso tomar en consideración, es una propuesta que podemos volver a evaluarla si ustedes lo desean. Existe ya un memorial de derecho presentado por profesores de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, donde establecemos que este menoscabo y esta alternativa de estos 5 años de levantar una de las exenciones, sería la local, de las exenciones contributivas y hacer la deuda solamente doblemente exenta, pudiese aportar significativamente a la economía del país. Esa es mi propuesta, señor presidente.
Muchas gracias, representante. Con muchísimo gusto se evalúa cualquier propuesta que usted desee adelantar. Representante. José Luis, por favor. Bienvenido.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Buenos días todavía a todos ustedes. Yo no acostumbro a hablar mucho, de hecho he venido a bastantes reuniones aquí con la intención de escuchar, entender y poder eventualmente hacer mi función como legislador. Solamente vengo a hacer una recomendación y una observación. Yo creo que estamos conscientes de la situación fiscal que tiene el país. Yo creo que en términos generales todo el mundo sabe que el gobierno recibe menos dinero que el que gasta, que hay 1000 situaciones que provocaron esto y nos toca a nosotros resolver. Yo creo que estamos claros en eso. Sin embargo, mucho del enfoque que he visto en la Junta, y me corrigen, cubre todos los sectores, pero yo creo que hay que darle cierta dedicación, cierto toque fino a 2 sectores importantes que por casualidad se tocan hoy. Obviamente está la educación y están los pensionados. Yo estoy consciente, tocando la educación, que hay que hacer ajustes y que la dinámica de hace 10 años en cuestión de cantidad de estudiantes versus las facilidades es distinta y tenemos que acoplarnos a ella. Pero ningún país sale de una crisis económica dejando al lado la educación. Y puedo entender la situación de la Universidad de Puerto Rico. Soy egresado del Colegio de Mayagüez como ingeniero y hice unos estudios en maestría en la UPI, en economía. O sea, yo creo en el sistema público, mis padres salen de ahí, estudiaron bajo distintas ayudas. Y sé que de todos los sectores hay que hacer un ajuste, pero tener que tener cuidado en eso. La educación no solamente va a preparar el país a los nuevos retos que nos llegan, sino que es prácticamente una forma de retener nuestra juventud que se nos está perdiendo. Yo creo que sé que hay que hacer ajustes, pero cuidado cómo son los ajustes. Y traigo, por ejemplo, que en el plan fiscal del gobierno ustedes recomiendan recortar 300 escuelas más, cerrarlas. Cuidado. Yo sé que hay que hacer ajustes, no es que no se haga nada, pero ese sector debe ser tocado con cierta precaución y cierto detalle. Y lo mismo con los pensionados, porque es un sector que no tiene cómo reaccionar a cambios. Y si alguien puede hablar de pensionados, también soy yo, que tuve que tomar acciones. Y que tenemos que reconocer que en los últimos años, aunque no fue una solución final, sí se hicieron recortes y ajustes a sus beneficios. O sea, ese es un sector que ha sido tocado en el pasado. Sabemos la situación de insolvencia, sabemos el mecanismo no era solvente, eso yo lo entiendo. Pero tenemos que ser cuidados y buscar muchas alternativas que trate de que ese impacto sea, si no cero, lo mínimo posible. Es solamente mi recomendación a la Junta. Yo sé que año tras año los escenarios cambian, que esto se va modificando. No creo que este sea el último plan fiscal que se revise y se apruebe. Pero tenemos que ser cuidadosos con esos 2 sectores por lo menos, porque son los más vulnerables, uno el de los pensionados y el de educación es nuestro futuro. Sin educación, ningún país ha echado hacia adelante. Muchas gracias.
A usted, representante, debidamente anotado. ¿Algún comentario?
Sí, o sea, no creo que nadie puede estar en desacuerdo con lo que usted ha planteado y ciertamente creo que hemos tratado de tener esa sensibilidad en todo momento. Solo hago una observación particular. En todos los casos, cuando se han evaluado temas como la educación, estamos hablando ahora de educación pública, primaria y secundaria, debe tener en mente que sí se han usado métricas comparables en otras jurisdicciones en cuanto a número de estudiantes por maestro, número de escuelas con número de estudiantes, etcétera. O sea, no se ha hecho el esfuerzo, que no, vuelvo y digo, no es que uno lo quiera hacer porque lo quiera hacer, es que planteando dónde se cuadra un presupuesto que está sobreextendido hay que mirarlo todo, pero en todos los casos siempre se ha tratado de tener sensibilidad y tener referentes con métricas específicas de otras jurisdicciones comparables que trabajan con otras relaciones. Y en Puerto Rico lo que encontramos es que en muchos casos nos fueron muy lejos de los referentes tradicionales en términos de los ratios típicos de operación de muchas de estas áreas. Pero el comentario general de que hay que tener sensibilidad en las áreas que usted dice, absolutamente no hay duda que lo debemos tener y lo aceptamos como parte de nuestro proceso de análisis.
Muchas gracias, José Ramón. ¿Algún comentario adicional? El señor, bienvenido.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Marcel Castro Citriche. Yo vengo en representación de la Asociación de Profesores del Recinto Universitario de Mayagüez y de Protestamos, un colectivo autoconvocado también del Recinto Universitario de Mayagüez. Yo tengo una pregunta. I'm going to make it in English. My question is about the surplus that is projected now. I have been following the different fiscal plans, and the certified fiscal plan before Maria had an estimated surplus of 4,512 millions in that certified fiscal plan, which is about 29% of the contractual debt for the next 5 years, 2018 to 2023. And now, what I found yesterday in the draft is 16,939 million of surplus, which is even higher than the contractual debt of about 15,000 million. I disagree with one thing that the student said earlier, Jesus Soto, because he said that the cuts and the analysis are based on science, but when I look at the numbers, the budget cuts to the University of Puerto Rico are not based on science, because when we had 4,500 of surplus, the budget costs to the University of Puerto Rico were around 2,000 million, around for that term. Then Maria came, and we were in negative 3,423, and the budget cut remained. Then the federal funds came into place. We went to positive 3,400, then it increased to 6,000, and the certified plan from June was 6,698 of surplus. But the budget cuts remain untouchable, even though the surplus changes drastically. So now with the change of a highest that I've seen of 16,939, there is still more than 1,000 million in surplus, but the budget cut remains the same, and it's been said that there needs to be cut. But if we take as good the certified plan that you certified before Maria, then there is definitely room to change the budget cuts. So I just want to disagree that the budget cuts are based on science and are based on a ideology that we disagree. That's my question. How does 2,000 million in cuts make sense when now there is an surplus, estimated surplus of 16,000 million compared to 4,500 before Maria?
Okay, thank you for your questions. Natalie, could you talk of the surplus and how that relates directly to the University of Puerto Rico, please?
So I think the important thing to focus on is that you're talking about numbers that are in the 5-year projection. And I think the fiscal plan and the policies in the fiscal plan with regard to reduction in subsidies or whether they are in right sizing have to do with trying to find a longer-term structural balance for Puerto Rico. As you yourself see from the projections in this plan, that 5-year surplus does not continue. After 2033, we go into a structural deficit, meaning that even with these reductions in subsidies, even with this right sizing, even with full implementation of the structural reforms, we still haven't done enough to reach that sustainability. And so the decision with regard to the right sizing, with regard to the reductions in subsidies, with regard to the implementation of structural reforms, was not about just finding sustainability for 1 year. It was about finding sustainability for the long term. And even this doesn't yet get us there beyond 2033.
Thank you. Any additional question? ¿Algún otro comentario? No? On the basis of the presentation of the board's executive director on the proposed revised fiscal plan for the University of Puerto Rico, I would like to request from Mr. Esco whether she would like to propose a resolution for the board to consider and vote upon.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to propose a resolution, and I'd like to request that Mr. El Khoury read the same into the record.
Whereas on June 30, 2016, the Federal Puerto Rico Oversight Management and Economic Stability Act, PROMESA, was enacted, and whereas Section 101 of PROMESA created the Financial Oversight and Management Board for Puerto Rico, and whereas Section 201 of PROMESA establishes a multi-step procedure for the development, review, and approval of a fiscal plan for covered instrumentalities such as the University of Puerto Rico, and whereas on April 20, 2018, pursuant to Section 201D2 of PROMESA, the board certified a fiscal plan for UPR as developed by the board and issued a compliance certification to the governor and the legislature in connection therewith, pursuant to Section 201E2 of PROMESA. And whereas on June 29, 2018, the board made certain revisions to said fiscal plan and certified a revised fiscal plan for UPR. And whereas subsequent to such certification, the board has determined to make certain additional revisions to the revised fiscal plan for UPR. And whereas by letter dated August 1, 2018, the board, pursuant to Section 201A of PROMESA, provided notice of the schedule for developing, submitting, approving, and certifying a revised fiscal plan for UPR, which schedule was subsequently revised to permit more time for the submission of the proposed fiscal plan. And whereas on August 20, 2018, the governor submitted a proposed revised fiscal plan for UPR to the board. And whereas after reviewing the proposed plan with the governor's representatives, and analyzing and deliberating over it with the board's members, economists, consultants, and attorneys, the board notified the governor on August 30, 2018, that the board had determined the governor's proposed fiscal plan for UPR did not satisfy PROMESA's requirements, and the board recommended revisions. And whereas the board notice to the governor described the violations that the board had identified. And whereas on September 7, 2018, the governor submitted to the board a proposed fiscal plan for UPR, attempting to address the identified violations of the prior proposed fiscal plan. And whereas representatives of the governor and the board's experts, consultants, and attorneys engaged in extensive discussions thereafter about the governor's proposed fiscal plan for UPR and the board's concerns about the plan, resulting in the board developing a revised fiscal plan for UPR. And whereas on October 23, 2018, the board held an open meeting to discuss the proposed fiscal plan for UPR, and whereas the board provided an opportunity for public comment on the proposed fiscal plan for UPR. And whereas after substantial deliberations, the board has determined to certify the fiscal plan for UPR as developed by the board, attached here too as Exhibit 2, for submission to the governor and the legislature, which represents the fiscal plan that the board has determined in its sole discretion pursuant to Section 201D2 of PROMESA, satisfies the requirements of PROMESA set forth in Section 201B thereof. Now, therefore, it is hereby resolved that the board certifies pursuant to Section 201E2 of PROMESA the fiscal plan for UPR as developed by the board, attached here to as Exhibit 2, for submission to the governor and the legislature, which represents the fiscal plan that the board has determined in its sole discretion pursuant to Section 201D2 of PROMESA, satisfies the requirements of PROMESA set forth in Section 201B thereof, and which, pursuant to Section 201E2 of PROMESA, shall be deemed approved by the governor. And it is further resolved that the board shall issue a compliance certification for said fiscal plan to the governor and the legislature pursuant to Section 201E2 of PROMESA. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will move that the resolution be approved.
I second the motion.
I'd like to ask for a voice vote. Those in favor, please say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
All members having voted in favor of the motion, the resolution is unanimously approved. Since we have no other matters to cover, I move that we adjourn this meeting.
I second the motion.
I'd like to ask for a voice vote. Those in favor of adjournment, please say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
All members having voted in favor, the meeting is now adjourned
at 11:21 a.m. Thank you very much.
No es uno de desarrollo económico, sino de austeridad. Y yo le pregunto también si, añadiendo a eso, si esto podría implicar algunos despidos de a base de lo que se está aprobando.
No hemos tenido tiempo de revisar el mensaje del gobernador, sin embargo, nuestra posición ha estado bastante clara, específicamente lo que les manifestó ayer la directora ejecutiva sobre nuestras observaciones relacionadas al plan fiscal. Es decir, que entendemos que hacen faltas ciertas reformas estructurales para adelantar la economía de Puerto Rico. Y entendemos que no hay la voluntad política para llevarlas a cabo por las razones que sean. Y esa es nuestra visión, esa es nuestra posición, así lo refleja en nuestro plan fiscal.
Danica Cotto, Associated Press.
Yes, good morning. Could you be more specific about the labor and tax reforms? What specific measures do you believe would be helpful to Puerto Rico's economy?
Yes. Natalie, why don't you take that?
I'll speak to the tax reform, and if, Andrew, you want to speak to the labor reform. On tax reform, we're not talking about the tax initiatives that are currently in the legislature being discussed. Instead, what's referred to in the fiscal plan is a comprehensive tax reform that would change the nature, the underlying nature of the tax system in Puerto Rico to broaden the tax base, to reduce rates, as well as to simplify the system, something like was done in the country of Georgia or in Estonia, something that would deal with a system that today is very complex, is very burdensome, and frankly speaking, very unfair between different types of businesses and different types of taxpayers. Like I said, that's something that would have to be developed with the government over quite a long period of time. That type of very radical comprehensive tax reform is not something that's done overnight.
On labor reform, the issue we're looking at is an extremely low rate of labor force participation here in Puerto Rico. And we looked at a number of reforms to encourage that. Two of them are included in the fiscal plan. One is a local version of the Earned Income Tax Credit. Puerto Ricans, because they're not in the federal tax system, aren't eligible for that. So it's a local version of that, which would encourage people to participate in the workforce. Second, the Puerto Rico food stamps program, unlike the federal version, does not have a work requirement in it. So the fiscal plan includes a work requirement similar to that of federal law. Those are included and should help a bit. Things that were not included were, first, Puerto Rico has very, very high rates of required employer benefits. Sick leave, paid vacation, and the Christmas bonus, those go well beyond anything required in any mainland state. Those will tend to reduce employment and reduce wages. We wanted to scale those back to be still more generous than any mainland state, but less so. And the second issue is that unlike almost all of the mainland states, Puerto Rico is not what's called an at-will employment state, which would mean it's easier for an employer to dismiss an employee for whatever reason they need to. It's very difficult to do that here, and so many employers won't hire. And there's evidence that freeing up that element of the labor market will improve labor force participation. So the reductions in paid leave and in the shift to at-will were not included in the fiscal plan because the legislature wouldn't approve them. And so the economic growth associated with them or predicted for them by our economists, that's not included in the plan either.
Yeah, I think repeatedly for the last couple of hours, you've heard the cry that Puerto Rico has to become competitive. And labor issues are central to that. Historically, I think Puerto Rico has benefited from certain programs that put the thumb on the scale in favor of Puerto Rico in terms of the 936 companies, for example. So there you had a situation where you can have non-competitive certain rules, but you have this tremendous counterbalance that favors coming to Puerto Rico and taking advantage of the federal programs. You eliminate those programs, then you have to look, how are you going to become competitive? How are you going to compete with Florida? How are you going to compete with Georgia, Texas? And if you don't become competitive, all the austerity in the world is not going to do any good. You're going to continue a downward spiral. I've spent the last 25 years involved in corporate insolvencies. Those that have been successful have cut their cost, cut their debt to a point, but they have all had a product that is competitive. Those that have failed are ones that also did substantial cuts, but did not have a product. You look at today's retail market. Sears files insolvency. Sears can close as many stores as they wish. They can cut other costs, but at the end of the day, if they cannot compete in today's retail market, they will fail. They have to become competitive. And this insolvency situation is no different than that. We don't have a magic wand, but at the end of the day, if you don't become competitive, you are doomed to continue a downward spiral.
Metro.
Mis dudas son sobre el plan fiscal de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, y es que en la página 21 se establece que para este año 2018 hay un conteo de personal de más de 12,000 empleados, y entonces para el 2023 habría 10,650 empleados. Si pueden explicar esa reducción. Y entonces, en términos de la reducción en el plan médico también para la universidad, porque se hace una diferencia entre $125 mensuales de reducción para los no docentes y sobre $300 de reducción para los docentes.
Natalie, could you touch base on, you can take the...
So on the first question, with regard to the personnel,
Yeah, first personnel, the second is why the distinction between...
125 and non-125.
Faculty and non-faculty.
So with regard to the personnel, the fiscal plan specifically goes through what type of reductions in staffing by category. You're right, page 21. And it talks about this occurring because of a leaner administrative structure. It's the consolidation, it's of the back office in particular. In other words, not the teaching, not the front office, not the faculty, but the administration across the 11 campuses. It's the move to the hub and spoke model, which is outlined here as 4 primary campuses, with the other 7 being secondary and having fewer and smaller back offices. And it is specifically, as you see, from a significant change in administrative personnel. With regard to the healthcare, what we looked at was to ensure that the healthcare was both aligned with the overall law of Puerto Rico and policies of the Commonwealth and the other instrumentalities, which all align at $125 per person employer contribution towards healthcare if they do not have pre-existing conditions. But we also looked at the competitiveness of the faculty and the choices that faculty would have. And so we used a benchmarking for the healthcare amount of employer contribution for faculty.
Rafael Lenín, Noticentro. Tengo 2 preguntas. Aunque algunos han hablado sobre las pocas influencias que puedan tener en Washington, mientras ustedes han certificado los planes fiscales, el presidente Trump acaba de tuitear que la gente de Puerto Rico son excelentes, pero que los políticos ineptos están tratando de usar los dineros ridículos de los huracanes y el disaster funding to pay off other obligations. The U.S. will not bail out long outstanding and unpaid obligations with hurricane relief money. ¿Hay alguna conexión? ¿Es un mensaje coordinado entre la Junta y el del presidente ahora mismo? Ustedes son nombrados por el presidente, no sé por qué se ríen, ¿verdad? Y por el Congreso.
No me
Pero, y número 2, si el gobierno de Puerto Rico no implementa este plan fiscal, ¿cuál será el próximo paso de ustedes?
So with regard to the president's tweet, there was no coordination, and I heard of it first from you. However, I want to be clear that the federal disaster funding is not calculated, does not run through the budget that you saw here today, or the calculation directly of those subsidies, those surpluses that you see today. So federal funds for the disaster recovery are not part of that calculation, with one exception, which is that they provide a stimulus effect that grows the economy overall. But they are not going directly in and being calculated for the purposes of defining a surplus or a deficit.
But to your point, y para a tu punto, cuando las cosas, cuando tomamos la situación actual económica de Puerto Rico y vemos todo el dinero que está presto a entrar a la economía, mucha gente ha manifestado que, mira, porque hay que hacer más nada si vamos a tener este dinero, estos chavos. La realidad es que María fue una tragedia monumental, ¿verdad? Mucha gente murió, mucha gente sufrió, Puerto Rico ha cambiado, pero a raíz de María vamos a tener esta inversión federal que como manifestó la directora ejecutiva, sirve como un beneficio a corto plazo para nuestra economía. Nuestro planteamiento, elaborado ayer por la directora ejecutiva, plasmado en el plan fiscal, es que si nosotros no tomamos medidas para cambiar nuestras circunstancias nosotros, a largo plazo nos vamos a encontrar en la misma situación que nos encontramos previo a María. Y entendemos que no se está haciendo suficiente para adelantar ese tema. Sí se están haciendo muchas cosas, algunas cosas, se está colaborando con el gobierno en muchas cosas, pero en términos generales, como demuestra y reflejan la data que hemos plasmado en el plan fiscal, pueden ver que a partir del 33, Puerto Rico se va a encontrar en una situación difícil. Y nos corresponde a nosotros manifestar eso y tratar de adelantar al gobierno, adelantar a los otros sectores de Puerto Rico que adelanten al gobierno para tomar estas decisiones para que nuestro futuro sea uno de progreso.
¿Ustedes han detectado que el gobierno de Puerto Rico ha pretendido usar los fondos del desastre para atender la situación fiscal de la deuda?
No.
Noticia. ¿Cómo implementa el plan? ¿Qué van a hacer ustedes? Como ya han adelantado, ¿verdad? No es descabellado la premisa.
Bueno, vamos a seguir con conversaciones con el gobierno. Esperamos que recapaciten y que podamos llegar a un acuerdo. Tomaremos las decisiones que tengamos que tomar en su día, pero por el momento vamos a partir de la premisa de que vamos a colaborar y adelantar por el bien común.
Noticel.
Sí, buenas. A propósito de eso, de las discrepancias, ¿no?, con el plan fiscal, el gobierno ha sido enfático en que no implementará las medidas que se proponen y que se aprobaron hoy, porque las considera muy severas. ¿Qué haría la Junta si el gobierno continúa en ese tipo de desobediencia, o si, por ejemplo, llega diciembre y el gobierno emite los cheques del bono de Navidad? Y entonces la segunda pregunta, mientras que el gobierno también ha insistido pues sobre el impacto de las medidas de ahorros que ellos han tomado, la Junta ha hablado sobre la falta de voluntad para ejecutar esas medidas que son necesarias para el crecimiento económico. Esto quiere decir, o no sé si desde la perspectiva de la Junta, que los esfuerzos del gobierno hasta ahora han sido futiles o superficiales o meramente actos para incrementar su imagen política ante el pueblo.
No, vamos a contestar el último. Hay algunas diferencias que son diferencias de criterio, o que simplemente no estamos de acuerdo o ellos no están de acuerdo, y esas pues lógicamente uno las entiende. Hay otras diferencias que no se pueden adelantar porque hay problemas de índole político. Ustedes saben más que nosotros. Yo leo de los temas leyendo los periódicos y leyendo la prensa, de los problemas que existen entre el Ejecutivo y la legislatura para adelantar ciertos temas. Eso es una realidad, me parece a mí, que también estamos confrontando nosotros y está confrontando el Ejecutivo. Así que no parto de la premisa de que todo ha sido posicionamiento político o mala fe. Ha habido también muchos adelantos, como ha manifestado la directora ejecutiva, en temas de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, en algunos temas, la Autoridad de Energía Eléctrica son otros y habrán otros también. En términos generales, usted planteó el tema de qué vamos a hacer específicamente con el tema del bono de Navidad. Yo quería dejarle saber que el bono no está contemplado. No obstante, si el gobierno opta por pagar ese bono, Nuestra preocupación, y está plasmada y la hemos manifestado, es que algunas agencias no tendrán los recursos a largo plazo para pagar nómina. Todo esto dependerá de la agencia en particular y dependerá de las medidas de implementación que se ha comprometido el gobierno a llevar a cabo para producir esas economías. Depende de las agencias individualmente.
El Nuevo Día.
Buenos días. Dos preguntas. En el caso de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, quería corroborar si los estimados contemplan los ingresos de las tragamonedas o si, por el contrario, este nuevo escenario con la legislación que se plantea, ya que hay inteligencia que apunta a que la estrategia que está considerando la legislatura pudiera afectar los recaudos ya proyectados de la Universidad de Puerto Rico. Esa es la primera pregunta. Y en el caso del plan fiscal del gobierno central, ¿cómo la Junta podrá presentar un plan de ajuste para renegociar la deuda con sus demás acreedores si la viabilidad del plan a 30 años no va a permitir pagar esa hipoteca cuando la renegocien con los acreedores?
So with regard to the video lottery tax receipts, none of that law has not yet been adopted, and so none of those receipts or potential receipts have been scored or included in any of the fiscal plans at this time.
Giovanni, o sea, como ese es uno de los problemas fundamentales en los que nos encontramos, ¿verdad? Es que el enfoque y lo que se ve mucho es que está pasando a corto plazo, pero el problema que tenemos que trabajar y la reestructuración es de qué pasa a largo plazo y cuáles son los recaudos que hay disponibles a largo plazo. El plan fiscal va a ser el fundamento de los planes de reestructuración. El plan fiscal demuestra que a corto plazo hay dinero disponible, que a largo plazo no lo hay, y hay que ver cómo se mantiene esos ahorros, se mantiene para poder honrar los planes de reestructuración que ya se han negociado, y pues tenemos que trabajar con todo el mundo para ver cómo seguimos moviéndonos a largo plazo, pero el problema en el que nos encontramos es que a corto plazo, por los fondos federales y por los cambios que se han hecho y por las diferentes acciones, las cosas están mejor, pero la vista aquí bajo la ley promesa es qué es el futuro, qué va a funcionar a largo plazo y cómo aseguramos que con situaciones a corto plazo no tomamos decisiones que no sean decisiones que se pueden mantener hacia el futuro.
¿Se puede disponer de él? El sobrante que está consignado en ese plan fiscal, ¿se puede disponer de él? Y no quiero sonar pesada, pero ¿cuán real es que todas estas medidas se conviertan en realidad? Ni siquiera lleguemos al 2033. Quisiera que me expliquen de estas 128 medidas que deben estar en curso, porque si nada de eso se implementa, pues estamos hablando de que va a haber déficit en 36 meses. Entonces,
el plan fiscal habla sobre todo esto y es claro. O sea, los dineros o sea, las proyecciones asumen un cuadro económico, asumen una trayectoria de gastos que baja, asume implementación de todas las medidas y sí, si esas cosas no se logran, pues se modifican las trayecciones, pues también, pero básicamente, ¿cómo nos movemos? ¿Cómo echamos hacia adelante? Ahora tenemos un plan fiscal y pues tenemos que trabajar basado en ese plan fiscal, basado en la data y en lo que está pasando, cómo seguimos trabajando con la coyuntura en la cual nos encontramos.
Seguimos. Real Research.
Sort of a follow-up, but how does the board's pessimism over the fiscal plan impact the short-term debt talks that are going to spring from this fiscal plan?
I wouldn't categorize our view as pessimistic. I'd say it's realistic, and we are proposing what we feel is the way forward. We will continue to discuss with multiple stakeholders, and we do so almost daily, don't you, Natalie? This is just part of our work, and we're setting the roadmap that we feel will return Puerto Rico
to economic prosperity if implemented, and will allow us to reach agreements with our stakeholders. Does anybody have anything else to add to that? Okay.
Pulso estudiantil.
Okay. Pregunta a Carrión. Ustedes comentan públicamente que están siguiendo, ¿verdad? El plan fiscal para la UPR está siguiendo un modelo de las universidades de Estados Unidos. Sin embargo, en Estados Unidos se está dando una crisis, ¿verdad? En cuestión de los préstamos estudiantiles, porque los estudiantes no pueden pagar los altos costos de las universidades y los estados están cambiando ese modelo. ¿Por qué Puerto Rico debe asumir ese modelo que está fracasando en otros estados de Estados Unidos?
Bueno, yo reconozco, por lo que leo, que existe un problema de endeudamiento en el estudiantado norteamericano. Eso es una realidad. Yo lo leo en la prensa. No entiendo tu pregunta de que estamos implementando un modelo que está fallando en el norte. No lo veo así. Recuerde lo que nosotros simplemente estamos tratando de llevar a cabo reformas a raíz de las circunstancias que está confrontando el gobierno central, que ya no puede de por sí financiar el 70% de la universidad. Estamos tratando de poner la universidad en condiciones para que pueda cumplir con su misión a largo plazo. Que sabemos que hay situaciones difíciles, como manifestaron muchos de las personas, de los estudiantes aquí hoy, y reconocemos que muchas personas van a sufrir. No obstante, como manifestó mi colega, no es un tema ideológico, una visión ideológica, sino es una visión realista de lo que está confrontando Puerto Rico y por ende la Universidad de Puerto Rico. Nosotros simplemente estamos tratando de poner la universidad en condiciones para que haya Universidad de Puerto Rico para largo.
Si puedo, par de observaciones adicionales sobre eso. La respuesta sencilla a tu pregunta es no, nosotros no queremos caer en una trampa de deuda de estudiante como la que tú señalas en Estados Unidos. Pero tengamos claro lo siguiente. El grueso de ese problema surge de universidades con fines de lucro. Universidades o institutos de estos profesionales son los que generan la mayor parte de esa deuda estudiantil impagable. No las universidades estatales, no las universidades legítimas con, quizás exagero esa palabra, las universidades tradicionales con sus programas académicos tradicionales, número uno. Número dos, el otro problema de la educación superior en Estados Unidos es el desbocado crecimiento en el coste de la educación, que es algo que afortunadamente en Puerto Rico no lo hemos tenido, aún con los aumentos que se hablan y se proponen, estás hablando de costes bastante más bajos. Tercero, fíjate que estamos muy específicamente enfatizando que se tienen que desarrollar los mecanismos de asistencia financiera atados a la necesidad del estudiante, no meramente por categoría que está divorciada de necesidad académica. Así es que reconozco tu pregunta y la validez de ella. Ciertamente no es el objetivo que caigamos en esa trampa, pero hay varios factores. El hecho de que la universidad, en efecto, es un centro de docencia pues con credibilidad y con valor añadido en sus programas para los estudiantes, no estas universidades con fines de lucro o colegios con fines de lucro, que son los que han generado la mayor parte de esa deuda estudiantil en Estados Unidos, número uno. Número dos, que estamos actuando sobre bases de costo mucho más razonables que las bases de costo en Estados Unidos, aún con las revisiones que estamos viendo. Y número tres, que tengamos un plan de asistencia financiera atada a necesidad que eviten que caigamos en ese ciclo vicioso.
Just to echo what my colleague just stated, I think you're mixing apples and oranges when you talk about the debt crisis on the mainland and the tuition here. I mean, if you look at, I believe the number was $125 a credit, I'm not sure, but if that's 36 credits a year, that's $4,500 tuition a year. In the private universities throughout the mainland, you're talking about an arguably $40,000 to $50,000 a year for tuition. You're talking about professional schools that are in excess of those numbers. That's what drives the student debt crisis on the mainland. Those students who attend state universities generally do not find themselves in the same situation. So I don't think it's a fair comparison when you talk about the student debt crisis on the mainland versus what may flow from a rise in the tuition here?
Centro de Periodismo Investigativo.
Sí, mi pregunta es bien simple. La miembro de la Junta, Ana Mato Santos, expresó preocupaciones sobre el plan que están aprobando hoy. En una de las cosas que dice es que los servicios a los ciudadanos se podrían ver gravemente debilitados. Mi pregunta es cómo se asegura, ¿verdad?, que se está financiando adecuadamente los servicios esenciales según el mandato de promesa, cuando una miembro de la Junta está aceptando que el plan que se está aprobando es uno que no le gusta, y quisiera también saber si los otros miembros comparten esa opinión, y que debilita seriamente servicios a la ciudadanía, y quisiera saber si el superávit que se deja en el plan fiscal iría a los bonistas, o sea, plain and simple. Si lo que está quedando ahora mismo disponible en los próximos años, iría a los bonistas.
La contesto yo porque, o sea, como dije, me preocupa que si se recorta demasiado, pero como dijo José Ramón, nosotros no tenemos la oportunidad de poder crear dinero, de controlar todos los factores que son importantes para poder resolver esta situación. O sea, que tenemos que reflejar y tenemos que trabajar con las obligaciones que hay disponibles, y como dijo la directora ejecutiva, el superávit, a fin de cuentas, a 40 años, es cero bajo este plan fiscal, porque hay un superávit a corto plazo basado en las reducciones que se están haciendo, basado en los fondos federales que están viniendo y la actividad económica que eso crea, pero a largo plazo, con los déficits, básicamente hay dinero ahora, no hay dinero en el futuro, y la pregunta es cómo uno puede hacer menos, cómo uno puede invertir más, que a mí me gustaría que se invirtiera más y se recortara menos, si a largo plazo tienes esta trayectoria económica y tenemos una obligación de asegurarnos que hagamos lo que promesa requiere bajo la ley de una manera responsable, que es balancear presupuestos, que es proveer para crecimiento económico, que es asegurarnos que todos los acreedores se traten de una manera que sea justa en el proceso bajo la ley. Y basado en ese mandato, basado en la trayectoria económica que se ve a largo plazo, o sea, aquí básicamente el plan fiscal dice, hay dinero ahora, hay que ahorrarlo para que al fin de cuentas el superávit a corto plazo y el déficit a largo plazo terminan en cero.
Últimas dos preguntas, Cyber News y Radio Isla.
It's not speaking into a microphone.
El micrófono.
I think it's too early to say exactly how the funds in the early period will be used. So no, I can't answer your question directly. That's part of the negotiations that have to go on, and part of the seeking of a solution to that imbalance that I described to you, which is not feasible. It's not a feasible plan to have 25 years of deficit and 15 years of surplus. So we have to look at all the potential options. I also need to stress that short-term surplus depends on a variety of things actually happening exactly as projected. Everything from how many federal funds will come in any particular year to how much of the federal funds will actually go to the local economy, as well as how quickly and how fully all the different measures, whether they're fiscal measures or structural reforms, are actually implemented. So I don't think anyone can look at that sum of money and say that that is certain to the dollar. It is directionally correct if the assumptions on which it was built turn out to be correct as well. But there are, a dozen or more levers or pieces of assumptions that have to come out exactly as projected there.
But if I may add a general principle with respect to a cash flow situation such as the one you're looking at. What you certainly do not want to do is to commit those funds, which you know are not sustainable, to any recurring type of expenditure. To any recurring type of expenditure. Therefore, whatever you use that surplus for should benefit you in the latter years, either because you improve your competitiveness, maybe investment in infrastructure, because you, perhaps renegotiate debt and pay down some parts of it, and then free up the latter years. But whatever you do, lo voy a decir ahora en español para que quede claro, lo que vayas a hacer con esos dineros que sabes que no son sostenibles y recurrentes, debes pensar usarlos estratégicamente para asegurar que crean valor a largo plazo y te alivian la presión a largo plazo de los déficits. Hay diferentes alternativas, hay diferentes formas, pero la tentación inevitable política es mantener los gastos recurrentes a niveles insostenibles a largo plazo. Y en eso es que no podemos caer, porque entonces de seguro lo que está es difiriendo una crisis mayor para más tarde sin haber resuelto los problemas básicos. Así que yo miraría ese dinero, si se produce, como dijo la directora ejecutiva, si se produce porque se alinean todas las iniciativas y el gobierno en efecto encamina a los programas que le estamos recomendando y se dan las proyecciones de ingresos. Si se produce en efecto, por favor, el principio básico, no lo gastemos en gastos recurrentes, utilicémoslo estratégicamente para crear valor que alivie la presión en el largo plazo. De una forma u otra hay diferentes maneras.
Voy a tratar de hacer la premisa lo más corta posible. Me preocupa la parte del discurso público. Obviamente, pues ustedes hacen unas advertencias, el gobierno cuando les conviene, pues las utiliza y le echa la culpa, las otras veces no le hace caso. Ahora se suma el presidente Trump a otras críticas que se están haciendo. La pregunta es, ¿cómo el discurso público y la percepción de ese discurso público va a afectar lo que pueda pasar con Puerto Rico basado en esas advertencias que ustedes están haciendo y que algunas el gobierno las utiliza, otras las ignora y al final pues esto tiene que ver con el uso de los fondos y cómo Estados Unidos percibe a Puerto Rico con el uso de ellos?
Bueno, o sea, nosotros no podemos hablar por el gobierno, eso le corresponde al gobierno. Nosotros estamos cumpliendo con una ley federal. Ya ustedes conocen, ya Puerto Rico conoce los parámetros de la ley y cuál es el norte de la ley. Este documento que tienen ante ustedes y ante el pueblo de Puerto Rico está levantando una bandera, está manifestando de que estamos a tiempo para hacer y tomar medidas que pudiesen cambiar nuestro futuro. De no hacerlo, pues estaremos donde estuvimos previo a el huracán, específicamente con el tema financiero y la situación económica de Puerto Rico. O sea, no sé qué otra manera de manifestarlo. Nuestra intención no es pelear con el gobierno. En todo momento ha sido una intención de colaboración. Desde el principio le hemos deseado a este gobierno y al que tuvo éxito para llevar a cabo lo que entendemos que deberíamos hacer a raíz de las herramientas que provee esta ley, que como hemos manifestado es la razón por la cual tenemos dinero para pagar nuestras obligaciones actualmente, porque no estamos pagando deuda. Tenemos que tomar todo eso en consideración pero quiero que entiendan que no hacemos esto en ánimo de agresivo o en temas de... Estamos en ánimos de colaborar. Estamos en ánimos de ayudar e implementar lo que entendemos y adelantar lo que entendemos que debemos hacer por Puerto Rico. Está todo plasmado allí. Saben que si no tomamos las medidas y estamos a tiempo, cambios estructurales necesarios, vamos a estar donde mismo estuvimos previo a María y los fondos federales que vienen a raíz de María.
Última pregunta, Radio Isla.
Sí, yo tengo dos breves preguntas.
Rapidito, por favor.
Sí. Buenas tardes. Dado lo limitado de los recursos, dado que el plan fiscal que ustedes certifican es el que prevalece, ¿por qué esta Junta no ha definido tácitamente cuáles son los servicios esenciales que hay que salvaguardar? Esa sería la primera pregunta.
La segunda pregunta, cuando el compañero le preguntó sobre las declaraciones del gobernador de que no acataría el plan fiscal que ustedes certifiquen, usted dio un gran suspiro. ¿Qué significa ese suspiro?
Gracias.
El suspiro yo creo que es uno colectivo. Creo que conocemos la situación que él confronta políticamente. Sabemos lo difícil que es tomar muchas de estas medidas en el plano político, pero estas son las circunstancias que nos han tocado a todos y estamos ante un reto enorme, pero tenemos las herramientas y tenemos un camino trazado en el plan fiscal. Nos gustaría poder colaborar con el gobernador y con su partido, su legislatura, para adelantar lo que entendemos que le hace falta a Puerto Rico y lo que los estudios demuestran que le hace falta para que Puerto Rico no se encuentre en el futuro cercano en circunstancias parecidas a que estuvimos antes del huracán. En cuanto al tema de servicios esenciales, nosotros hemos tomado la posición que vamos a colaborar con el gobierno para financiar y tomar en consideración un sinnúmero de cosas que entendemos que son esenciales. No hemos ido específicamente una por una, pero en términos generales están plasmados en lo que se está en lo que está presupuestado. Así que esa es la posición.
Mucho.
I think it's fair to say that the board does not take the position that we need to define essential services. We see the law as requiring that we assure that the essential services are funded and that through this budget and the collaboration with the governor, we have funded the services that are necessary for the people of Puerto Rico. But it doesn't require us to define essential services.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.